Guin Saga. Volume 17. 3 Wanderers. And the 3 wanderers. When you come to a 3-way fork in the road. The poet said, I choose Saria. The mercenary said, no, I'm on the doll. I offer you this sword. And the leopard-headed warrior said, if you choose Saria and the doll, I'll put it on yarn then, yarn's a man. It will lead you to the horrible face of truth. The Book of Chiron. From the Saga of the Leopard-Head King. The characters, in a play or novel. Guin. Leopard-headed super warrior. Ishtvan. Mercenary from Wallachia. Marius. The wandering bard. Aldine, brother of Nereus, vizier of Paro. Achilles. Emperor of Chironia. Darius. Grand Duke of Chironia. Emperor's brother. Sylvia. The Princess of Chironia. Darcius. One of the 12 electors of Chironia. General of the 1,000 Dragons Baldur. Viscount of Chironia. Iris. Beautiful swordsman. Thor. A mercenary born in Etosia. Prologue. The road twisted and turned red all the way. Both sides of the road, which gradually narrows and narrows but does not seem to disappear, are covered with dense virgin forest. The forest, which seems to have been untouched by human hands since the beginning of time, shows a northern flora with intertwined branches, thick trunks, and thick undergrowth, rich in dark green. The leaves of the trees are those of spiky conifers, and the little beasts that sometimes run across the road, startled by the sound of footsteps, are softly wrapped in warm fur. The air was cool and pleasant on the skin, and the grass that boldly poked its head through the red bricks still retained the cool, moist dew. Morning. In the northern part of the powerful country of Chironia, at the junction of Verdeland and Lonzania, at the castle of Nadal, the river divides into the upper Nadal and the mother Nadal. It is a morning along the old Natal road. The smell of fresh greenery, the murmur of water, but the deep forest blocked the way, and though only a few hundred tads away, the flow of the deep blue of the upper Nadal is invisible to the eye, save for the sound of water. The sound of another bird's voice overlaps and interlocks with the sound of the chirping of the beep beep beep. A green drop falls from the treetop. There's nothing to live for here. Not a puff of smoke or a farmer at work in the morning. Birds, trees, and beasts are the masters of this forsaken road. If only it were always the same morning. But that morning was not the same as usual. A beautiful, taut voice flows through the morning mist. The voice is cheerful, clear, and cheerful, with a somewhat sorrowful tone. It sang, Daughter of Salia, in a rich voice. It was the voice of a young man. The birds do not seem to be frightened and jump at the sound of human voices in the presence of such a song, but rather they start singing even more loudly, just as if they were the singers. Accompanied by the Japanese stringed instrument of the kithara, she sang the third number of the song, and then her voice suddenly stopped. Hey, Guin. I think it's time for you to take a break. A cheerful, bird-like voice cried out. Startled by this, all at once the birds flew off in a flurry, and with a rush of their wings, the drops from the treetops fell as rain. Whoa, that's cold. Hey, you don't know if there's a handout or not, or even if there is, whether they'll give it to you or not. It will hurt. No. Another, this one with a contrastingly heavy voice. Well, it looks like your wound's all better. But, well, if you insist, you can rest here. Come on. Again, the morning dew, whispered by the bird's fluttering wings, glistens on the spider's web. In the midst of all this, there is only one place that has risen up in opposition to the encroaching nature, as if to let people know that this is also a planet where people live. It's needless to say, he was accompanied by Guin and Marius. They are the leopard-headed man, the deformed super warrior Guin, and the bard Marius, who are searching for themselves. The tall Guin, whose long black cloak covered his odd shape and strong body and seemed to chill the air, and the young Marius, who wore the tricorn hat of a bard, a worn vest, a short traveling cloak, leather boots, ankle straps, black hair and dark eyes, and a slender, boyishly beautiful face, were stripped of their clothes on the outskirts of the city of Tyre, the city of pleasure. The young Marius, with black hair, dark eyes, and a slender, boyishly pretty face, met Guin on the outskirts of the pleasure city of Tyre, when Guin rescued Marius from the wreckage of the city. And Marius, having bid farewell to his fleeting love for Kriemhild, Queen of Ice in Jotunheim, has just returned to Chironia. Beneath Gwyn's lightly flounced cloak, his thick right arm hung wrapped in a dirty bandage. There was also a fresh wound on his left knee, which was still bandaged. In other words, it was a remnant of the fierce battle that remained in the saga with Loki, the evil giant who had attacked Jotunheim. But then again, you're not a normal person, are you, Gwyn? How can you be injured so badly, and just 2 days later, you're back on your feet and easily mending your arm that might have been broken while continuing your journey on foot? A normal person wouldn't even think of walking with a broken arm in the first place. No, you're the hero of my saga after all. You're good. And it looks like your tongue didn't get any treatment either. Marius is not shy when Gwyn teases him. I'm not cut out for battle. Originally, poets were considered to be women and children who had no shame in not taking up the sword and fighting. A poet has the important task of taking the kithara and singing songs that stir the hearts of men. Anyway, I didn't run away. I didn't run away from you like a madman even though you were a little behind me. And he's a mercenary who's in the business of war. There's a very simple reason why I've been so excited since yesterday, and that's because I think I've finally gotten rid of that god of ill health. I'm in trouble. That's all Gwyn said. Why? He's got no reason to follow us. Gwyn and I have been traveling together since the beginning, under the guidance of Yarn, the god of fate. What about him? Marius twisted his lips, threw out his legs in a mischievous gesture, and sat down on the road. We didn't really get along the first time we met. He made fun of me all the time, calling me weak and a man whore. What's the matter? He's tone deaf. Gwyn laughed low. That made Marius even more excited. He's a dirty bastard. He only lets Gwyn fight the strong ones, and he always finds the safest ones and fights them. I can't tell you how many times he's put us in trouble. When we left Jotunheim, we thought we'd finally be able to say goodbye to him, but he insisted on following us everywhere. I guess he's afraid to go it alone. That's right. He pretends to be brave and fearless, but he's really a coward. He's afraid of being separated from Gwyn, or is there something you want to walk with him on? Ha! I don't think so. You never know what a guy like that is up to. Why would someone like Gwyn be friends with a guy like that, huh? He's always so friendly with him. Where the heck did you get the doll to get to know him in the first place? That's because when me and I were trapped in the castle of Staphris in the frontier, that guy was in the prison next to me, and we've been related ever since. He used Gwyn to get out of jail alone, or something like that, he said. I can see it in your eyes, and you were together for a while. How could you be so patient with such a selfish man? But it's true, he's always been a sucker for the powerful, and he's always been very friendly with Gwyn. That makes me even more mad. Hey, Gwyn. Could it be? What? Doesn't he know about Gwyn? Gwyn was expressionless. I don't think so either. I replied seriously. Marius has been hard at work. Because the way I look at him, he's not quite right. He's making fun of me too much, calling me a man whore. Maybe he's trying to hide his dark side. Even if he's not, you never know what a ruffian mercenary like him is capable of when he's a kid. I'm not surprised at all that he was a male prostitute in some brothel in Wallachia when he was a kid. I'm in trouble. Gwyn exhaled. Ishvan once said something similar. Marius raises his fist in the air with authority. At any rate, I can see that all the evils of the world are hovering over him. If you want to get what you want, first you have to get rid of him, and second you have to keep me. He's a symbol of disaster and I'm a symbol of luck. If Gwyn had to choose one to take, it would be me. And I'll make sure he never comes around us again. I'll write a special spell to keep him out of our way. I'll write it on every campfire. That's great. What? What do you mean you don't like me? I'll name the day he met us in Zerudia the Dole's bad day, and every year when that day comes, I'll sit down, cover myself with a black cloth, sprinkle ashes on my head, and mourn. And sprinkle ashes on my head and mourn. He should have been mummified in Zerudia, or dragged into the depths of the earth by Tanya, the daughter of death, or eaten by the cannibals of Valhalla, or at least had his head ripped off by the ice giant Loki. When I say great, Marius, I mean the way your tongue swirls. It seems to get better every day. Marius, bard, have you always been so garrulous and talkative? What's so funny and talkative about me? Marius shouted, seriously annoyed. I think of myself as a very sensitive, shy, reserved, quiet, thoughtful, dark-skinned person. At least, that's what people used to say about me when I was a boy. They said I was so quiet you couldn't tell if I was there or not, and that I had a gloomy look on my face. What in the world makes me look so cheerful? What's funny is that funny mercenary brother of yours. He's either lying or talking out of his ass. If you were even a little bit like you said you were when you were a kid, you must have run into something somewhere that was enough to change you for the better. Guin said gravely. Although your chatter is loud, it does not seem to be annoying. Somehow, it seems to me that you were originally a meticulous and quiet person, but because of the change in human nature, you have become completely unconcerned. However, the other half of his character is probably due to his original nature. But that's not the case with Istvin. He can keep his mouth shut as long as he wants. The only reason he talks is to hide his true feelings. No matter how much you wrap it up, in the end you'll never see it. I want money, I want women, I want to be a king, I want Guin to take care of me, I don't want to do anything dangerous or dirty, I want to have it easy. No matter how much I like honesty in people, that's just ignorance, illiteracy, and the typical nastiness of the lower classes, isn't it? I see. So you're not a lower class, Guin said, amused. Marius was taken aback. I am. I may be a minstrel, but I'm always a prince and a nobleman at heart. I got away with it. Guin also laughed like a barker, and did not pursue the matter much. They sat down in their cloaks, took out their provisions for the journey and ate in silence, each in his own thoughts, for sometimes Marius, as he was wont to do, wished to rest his weary tongue. They were both thinking about the adventures they had been through and the long and arduous journey that lay ahead. The sky was blue, and the road to the Cylonian capital was far from over. Chapter 1. The Three Wanderers. The day passed in the same way as yesterday, going down the river Nadal, and the night came in the deep and dark forest region. Guin is somewhat worried about Istvin, who went out of the way at noon yesterday, saying, "Go ahead," and did not come back, but Marius is so relaxed that he does not seem to care at all. There must be some people in the world who are naturally incompatible with each other. Marius, the bard, and Istvin, the mercenary Wallachian, were the only two people I could think of who were incompatible from the very beginning. And yet, both of them are strangely similar in character. Perhaps this is what makes them so repulsive to each other, but they are both talkative men, and they both like to talk out of their mouths and smoke people out. In addition, both of them are very proud of their skill level. Marius is a singer and Istvin is a swordsman, and their faces, and the fact that they are liked by women. To make matters worse, Istvin is tone-deaf, and Marius has a grudge against Istvin for having defeated him with the sword before. If it had not been for the presence of Guin, the leopard-headed warrior, they would have turned their backs on the first day they met, and wisely chosen a path by which they would never meet again. To Istvin, Marius is a soft, lisping, womanish poet, a siren of a man who, though handsome enough not to frighten him, dazzles women with his tongue and his sweet love songs, and to Marius, the Wallachian mercenaries were, as he had said, cowardly, unskillful, cunning, ill-tempered, wretched racketeers who had come from the poor. In addition, these two men were unable to keep their thoughts to themselves, and would tell each other to their face what they thought of each other, so it was no surprise that their first encounter would have been the beginning of the dollars for one of them, probably Marius. Don't you ever show yourself to me again. You're a reincarnation of the idea of Nosferus. Marius waved his hands threateningly at the fire he had lit to pass the night. He decided not to take the risk of straying from the road, but to pass the night by sprouting the dead branches he had gathered and eating the last of the dried meat and fruit he had on hand for dinner. Hey, Guin. This reminds me of the first time I met Guin. It was on the Red Road, near Zerudia, and there was a fire burning and you were sitting across it, just like the Silenus of legend. Your beautiful mottled fur glowed in the light of the fire, your topaz eyes reflected the flames, and your leopard-headed figure seemed to me as if a scene from some strange, beautiful, fantastic, old saga had come to life. Now, when I see you sitting there looking as you did then, and when I think of the many adventures I have had with you in Zerudia, Valhalla and Jotunheim, I am overcome with indescribable emotion. It's as if, by being with you, I, too, can enter the mythos and become a picture of the legend. It's strange. I want to stay with you forever. Whenever I follow you, whether it's the fall of Zerudia or the witches of Valhalla, I always encounter the unexpected. That's because your fate is so different from that of others. And because I'm a minstrel, I feel that I can't die without following you to the end of my days and seeing to your fate. But on the other hand, Guin, it's strange that I've been separated from Guin for so long that I feel as if I'm remembering you as I sing the saga of your countless adventures with you. It's as if I'm in a deep dream. And when I do, it's not the horrible or terrible adventures I had with Guin that I remember most fondly, but rather the sight of him sitting on his knees across the fire. And I will sing of the days I spent with you, thinking what a strange chance I had to meet you. Marius, Guin said, startled. What's the matter with you? No, thank you. Without embarrassment, Marius wiped with his fist the tears that suddenly welled up in his eyes and trickled down the sides of his nose. I'm a poet. I can feel things very easily, unlike some people. You sometimes frighten me. Guin snarled. How the hell did you feel? Yeah, I'm sure Guin won't understand. Marius drew the strings of the kithara between his knees, the most precious thing in the world, and slowly tinkled them with his fingers, as if he were singing. For you, who are always fate itself and with the yarn. You who are always with the yarn, who are always with the fate itself. Just as those who are born emperors cannot understand the sorrows and joys of the poor little people. I've been hurt and tired in front of such people, and I've finally run away. Yes, truly, I have escaped. But on the other hand, within me, there is the blood of my mother, who is gentle and ordinary, and at the same time, the blood of my father, who was great and close to the gods, and they do not allow me the peace of hiding myself in secret. I do not know enough of the world to think that the gods will forgive me more than others because of my blood. I have already learned that every man has his own life, his own joy, his own ambition, his own frustration, but that is not enough for me. I want to be enshrined in the palace of the gods, not by blood, but by my own deeds. I want to bear some testimony to my existence, so that the world may be enriched by it, but I am too half-hearted to do so. I am no better than Ophiuchus in song or Kithara, and I cannot even dream of being an emperor like Istvan. What can I do? Why was I born? I asked these questions and could not get an answer, but then you appeared, Guin. If this is not the path of Kaoru, what is it? I had already escaped, I was a fugitive. I was a loser who lived where I was given and ran away in a hurry, unable to shape my own destiny. But if that was also what Yarn and Kaoru had destined for me, then I would not escape my fate again. It is for my mission, to tell the true story of the leopard-headed warrior Guin to the people, that I was born in such a bloodline, in such an unforgivable existence, that I ran away from my own inability to live up to that man's heart, that I gave up everything, my country, my home, my brother, my rank, everything, even a little responsibility. Not even a little responsibility. But it was all for the best. If all that had happened was to lead me to a night with Silenos around a campfire on a remote road in northern Chironia, then I could forgive everything, even myself. The fact that I know that someday I'll remember you far away means that no matter how much I want to, I don't know how long I'll be able to stay with you, even if I want to. The only thing I know for sure is that it will never come back. Marius gradually leaned his head back and seemed to be sinking into a deep pensive thought all by himself. The last part was already more like a monologue. Marius himself had not expected that Guin would have listened to his rambling musings. So when Guin had said this, he had looked up in astonishment. I see, now I understand. To be a poet is to have a fondness for time, isn't it? But it seems that you've escaped from something. Where it came from and why is not important to me, but if it brought you to me, then perhaps Yarn's hand was at work. Did you hear everything I said? Marius said, somewhat flustered, and looked around, suddenly wary that he might have said something trivial in his dream. That's a funny thing to say. Are you saying that poets don't speak for the sake of speaking? Yeah, that's true, but... Marius stammered, trying hard to remember what he had said. But if you shrug your shoulders... Well, okay. He tweeted. You'll never be surprised by anything I say, and you never say anything I don't want to hear. That's rarer and more rare than your leopard head. Janus, grace be upon you. And Guin, may I ask, since I'm not a leopard and I'm not a prude, where do you think Guin is going after this? Are you still trying to find Locandrus, the wise man of the north? Guin took Marius' effort to divert the conversation without seeming to mind much. But the truth is, these days my heart is beginning to waver a little. The last time I was told by the proud Kriemhild, Queen of Jotunheim, that if I was not ready at the right time, I should stop searching for myself, for in time all would be revealed to me. I had to wonder if I was wrong. But last night, I had a dream. A dream? Yes. Istvin was gone and you were sleeping peacefully. I lay there staring at the fire, but perhaps I fell asleep without realizing it. Otherwise I could not explain what happened to me after that. I had my eyes closed. And yet through my eyelids I could see the fire burning. I walked into the flames as if I were being sucked into them and found myself in a deep cave that I remembered walking through a long time ago, and on a downhill path. When I turned around, I could see the flames behind me, and I knew that this was the entrance, but I could not go back. I continued to descend, until I came to a point where I could see a pale light at the bottom of the hole, which I think I once knew very well. The Lord of the Light must know everything, or so I thought. If I could get there, I could find out everything about my lost half. If I could do that. I slogged my way there, fending off the Ariel who tried to interfere with my every step. At that moment, a small old man was standing in front of him. The old man with the white beard and the crooked cane in his hand existed there as surely as if he had never existed anywhere before. Then he raised his staff and interrupted me. You will not come here. You'll find your way among the hills, you'll pass over 7 hills and 7 hardships and you'll meet the old man of the north. You mustn't wander here yet. Find a way between the hills. I yelled. What's that supposed to mean? It's your decision, son of Landok. You have the lion's den on your primary star. You can choose any hill. I have no idea what you're talking about. I said. Do you know who I am? What's a Landok, what's an Aurra, and what am I supposed to do now? If you know, tell me. I don't know where I'm going or what I'm supposed to do. Son of man, throw the rhinoceros. The old man said it as if he pitied me. You can climb the low, gentle hills and end up in the chair of peace, knowing nothing, or you can climb the difficult mountains and be disappointed, or you can forget yourself in the hills of glory, all as you wish. Wait. So no matter how I choose, I can't go to Locandorus or Aurra. I don't want peace or glory. I just want to be myself. As soon as he heard, the old man opened his mouth horribly wide and began to laugh mockingly. As he laughed for a long time, I lost my temper, clawed at him and put my hand on the sword at his waist. Ho-oh! Idiots! Now go to Dulcius and become a mercenary. You may not like it, but it's the way it's got to be. Go to the silence. Can't you see there's someone waiting for you in the silence? To the silence, huh? The silence, the capital of Chironia. What do you think awaits me there? When I was about to close in further, the cinders fell apart with a noise. And, of course, I woke up and found myself alone in front of the same fire. Ha! Marius looked puzzled. However, this was a time when oracles, divination, and gods were very serious, everyday things, and he was a man of Paro, the center of the magical path, so it was not that he did not believe in Guin's premonitions. If it were anyone else, I'd be laughing my ass off and saying, Yarn doesn't come out here all the time to bother you. Marius thoughtfully plucked some grass from under his feet and put it in his mouth. After all, it's Guin, you're not like the others. I don't think there's any mystery in Yarn's immediate attempt to control or direct your destiny. I guess I'm a little more psychic than most people, but I've never even spoken to Yarn. Anyway, the old man with the white beard in the dream told Guin to go to the silence, didn't he? That's right. And did Guin then hear the words of that Yarn, or the dreamer who might be Glauculus, who crept into your dreams through it, and decide to go to the silence and become a mercenary for someone else? Guin said vaguely. He said it hesitantly, which was very unusual for a leopard-headed warrior. How is it? Marius pursued. I've been wandering around looking for Locandrus for a while now, and I haven't found any clues, and I'm not sure what Queen Kriemhild's words mean. A woman who has lived for 1,000 years is bound to see something. So we're going to the silence. And in the dream, the old man with the beard and the staff said, after passing through the 7 hills and overcoming the 7 hardships, you will meet the old man of the north. If that was a true oracle, then I'm doomed to wander about like this and never meet the wise man Locandorus of the north. This time, Marius made a vague, troubled sound. Go to the silence and become a mercenary, said the king of Chironia. Well, that might be a good idea. If you're a mercenary, you're not going to die on the battlefield and you're not going to have any adventures. Most of the time, the adventurers will come for Guin. But then I wouldn't be able to stay with Guin. The last part was a low murmur in his mouth. But Guin refused to hear it. Why is it that when I go to the silence and become a mercenary for the Emperor of Chironia, you can't stay with me, Marius? Is there some reason you can't go to Chironia? Even though it looks like this, in the court of Chironia, there are counts who used to be ambassadors to Paro, and nobles who came to Paro on behalf of the emperor for various festivals. Marius murmured in his mind. Not out loud. I'm a peace-loving poet. I've sworn an oath never to take up a sword. Do you want me to become a mercenary? I'm not saying that. Guin was quiet. First of all, no one is asking you to come with me. Then, Marius, if I go to Chironia, my long journey with you will come to an end here. Perhaps you've hit the nail on the head. Every moment is a reminder. Hey, Guin. Marius, like a bewildered child. I must go to the silence. What if there's a war and Guin's a silent soldier fighting Paro, or some other country? I don't want that, I don't. Hey, you're a funny guy. Guin turned her expressionless yellow eyes on him. Are you saying that there is something wrong with me fighting Paro as a soldier of the Chironian army? First of all, why should Paro and Chironia fight? At the moment, relations between the two countries are peaceful, and Chironia is the least likely to fight, not only with Paro, but also with the 3 Gorgis and the other nations. Paro, for his part, must be tired of fighting Mongol and only wants peace. What makes you think there will be war? That's because, you know, any country, if its neighbors get tired and its troops get weak and it shows its weakness, it will come after them. You've got a rather blunt view of the state, don't you? It is, yes. But I'm sure Guin has a deep connection with Paro too. Because Paro's heir prince and princess, for so long. Suddenly Marius clamped his mouth shut. Guin's eyes flickered with a funny light, but he sounded scared. Well, that's a funny thing to say, Marius the Bard. No ordinary mortal would know that I saved the prince and princess of Paro in the forest of Ludes and sent them back to Argos, but how do you know such a thing again? Ah. Marius' eyes went black and white, but… Guin said that to me. What? I didn't say that, then I was wrong. I thought you said. Ishtvan. Ishtvan told me. Yes, I'm sure he did. He said bitterly. Guin didn't say anything and looked at Marius as if thinking about what to do, but then suddenly said something completely different. Well, I haven't made up my mind yet. To be more precise, I'm still undecided. That's because… He raised his hand gravely and pointed to his own head, with its round ears, mottled fur, black snout and huge fangs, the head of a strange apparition. What's wrong with your leopard head? Marius exclaimed, blatantly relieved. I don't care if it's the frontier of Nosferus, Talruin, or Jotunheim. There's no country in the Middle Plains that's civilized enough to accept a monster in this form as a mercenary. No, that's not possible. Marius shouted. What country wouldn't want a great warrior like Guin, even if they weren't at war right now? If that's what you think, you've got the world all wrong, Marius. Guin said curtly. I have tried to avoid civilized countries as much as possible in my travels. When I have traveled the roads of civilized lands, I have slept by day and walked by night, hiding myself in the woods or in abandoned houses, and have never stayed in a longhouse or house by mistake. Except for the barbarians of Jotunheim and Nosferus, I have had contact with people only 3 times, when I mistakenly boarded a pirate ship, when I stayed in Argos, and when I was saved by Aglaya's ship. In Argos, they felt indebted to me and treated me well, though they were a little creeped out by me. And the people of Aglaya. But the pirates told me to my face that I would be cursed if I brought such a monster aboard my ship, and the people I passed on my way north along the Chironian Way did not seem to approve of my traveling in the daytime, staying in a barge, and behaving normally. No, Marius. This is no illusion or prejudice on my part. So far I've managed to stay out of harm's way and avoid human contact. But perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps I should face my destiny head-on. Perhaps that's what the oracle is telling me, but I'm afraid. I can't believe you're afraid of me. Marius shouted. I can't believe you're even afraid of something, Guin. If so, you're buying me. I hate that I look like this. I curse the thought of people pointing and sneering at my leopard's head. But I've always known that I'd have to go among the people someday. The reason why I went north and north into the mountains and forests in search of Locandrath was because I was trying to put off those trials that I had to go through, and perhaps that's why I couldn't find Locandrath. Even after I left Jotunheim and approached the borders of Chironia, I still went down along the upper Natal River, not daring to set foot in Chironia, which stretched out on the other side of this one river. I wonder if even you can have such problems, Guin. Marius muttered as he exhaled. But it may be a very strange coincidence. Because it is said that the Natal River is not only the Natal River on Earth, but also a river of illusion that separates this world from the other world. If this is the case, then perhaps we who are wandering on the far bank of the Natal River are only ghosts or illusions, and only after crossing the Natal River will we return to the realm of our own life. In this silent forest, indeed, the painful things of the human world and the things we miss do not seem to approach us. But eventually, I had to stop wandering, Guin said slowly. To that end, it may indeed be Chironia. The light of the steppes and the coastlands are not fit for a freak like me. But the civilized cities of Paro, Kumu and Eulania have no gates for me either. Marius, I think I'll go to the Silence. Why not? Yes. And when the Silence knock on the door of the generals looking for mercenaries and they accept me, I'm going to make it my mission to accept them. Well, I guess you've made up your mind, Marius said without effort. So, I'll be leaving you soon. I can't just wander around the Silence, much less become a mercenary. So here's the deal. I'll drive you back to the Silence and I'll see to it that you end up as a mercenary somewhere. And after that, I'll go out again, alone and aimless. And if no one else will hire you, you'll come with me again, Guin. I'm still a wandering minstrel. I'm not cut out to live anywhere. You can do whatever you want, was Guin's answer. I thought I could go on and on with you. I thought someday we'd have to part ways, but I thought that would be a long, long time from now. Marius was in tears. But that's okay. I'll walk around telling the saga about you. And in time, since you're the one, word of your valor will spread through the Chironian army and your reputation will reach me wherever I am. Then I could go and see you and tell the waiting people about your disappearance in the next saga. Maybe that's a good thing, it's comforting to be with you, but there's never enough life in the world. Besides, I'm the wind. When the wind stops blowing, it's over. Don't you? Do what you want. Again, Guin repeated. Don't bother following me to the Silence unless you have to. You can find me at the bottom of the Natal River when I cross it. Yes. Marius pondered with a serious look on his face. If you go as far as Silon, you'll be much closer to Paro. There must be a lot of people from Paro in Silon. Yes. Maybe it's not time for me to cross the Natal River yet. Perhaps I am a lonely Ophiuchus wandering the afterlife in search of a dead soul. I may be a lonely Ophiuchus, wandering in the afterlife in search of a dead soul. When he thought of it, everything seemed to envelop him in a sad, transparent peace. The mists on the grey surface of the swan-filled Natal, for which the dead Prince of Mayer had longed. The deep forests and mountains, the sound of the birds and the wind, the tranquility of this borderland, like a shadow play, like the twilight of a cold autumn. Yes, maybe. I don't want to go down into the crowded streets of a city like the Silence yet. Marius muttered to himself. Okay, I'll do it. I'm willing to go north again. No, I think I'll go to Varus, to the lakes and marshes and try to find the lake people, the swamp people who live there. Not that I'm going to do anything about it, but it's a bard's job to wander through the lore. And you, Guin, are a living legend, if you ask me. They're going to Vlas. That's very convenient. Suddenly, an explosive voice cried out from the deep forest, with a clear, raspy, mocking laugh. Marius was so startled that he almost lost his precious Kithara in the fire. What the? Very well. Put on the face of the dole sow who gave birth to you and go be damned to the swamp men of Vlas. Just as well. I was thinking of going to the Silence myself. Guin, come with me. It was none other than the mercenary Ishtvan, a cheerful rogue from Wallachia, who appeared in a huff with his cheerful ranting and swearing, as you already know. What the? Oh, I'm hungry. Oh, there's a fire. Thank goodness. Roast him and feed him to me. I'm dying of hunger. Ishtvan quickly jumped over the fallen tree and jumped in front of them, holding up a grass rabbit in his right hand, which he had apparently caught with his bow. The cool silence, the morning mist of the Natal River, the memories, all were shattered in an instant. Marius sat dumbfounded and dumbfounded, but finally he was able to speak. Chee! I was so happy to see you go away. I hate you. I'm not nice enough to do even one thing that would make you happy. Marius stared at the mercenary with hostility and whispered to Guin. Oh, Guin, look, the bag of treasure Kriemhild gave me is nowhere to be found. He must have gone off by himself and hidden it. Of course he did. What the fuck are you whispering about? Ishtvan is very enthusiastic. Normally I'd kick your ass, but it's a happy day, so I'll let it slide. At any rate, you're going to Vlas and me and Guin are going to the Silence. Well, congratulations, congratulations. I'll make a wish to the guardian god Zola that you get stuck in the deepest swamp in Vlas and never come back. What? No, 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 no. Marius ranted. Unless that's what you're talking about. I'm not leaving Guin in the hands of a villain like you. I'm going with you to the Silence. I'll take Guin to the Silence. And so, accompanied by the mercenary Ishtvan of Valyria and the bard Marius, the leopard-headed warrior Guin set out for Silon, capital of the Seven Hills, the great northern kingdom of Chironia. Chironia is considered to be perhaps the strongest nation not only in the Middle Plains, but in the entire world at the present time. As they descended along the Natal River in search of a ferry, Marius immediately began to give what was needless to say a lecture. We are impregnable against foreign enemies, well protected by natural fortresses and the firm defenses of the 12 electors, and we have a strong army on both land and sea. If it were only the army, there might have been a time when Mongol in its prime could have surpassed it, and if it were the navy, the Primorsky territory navy was much bigger. However, in addition to the stable power on both sides, the lakes of Varus and the border region with Tarchuan in the north, the great forest of Natal in the east, the Sea of Norn in the west, and the walled massif in the south between Paro and Salonia, these geographical advantages make Salonia like a huge fortress in itself. In addition, unlike Mongol, it is not a fortress. In addition, unlike Mongols, the land from the lower Natal to Lake Sulphur is rich and productive, and the people of Chironia will never starve, thanks to the fish and shellfish of the Natal River and Lake Natal, as well as the trade with the rest of the world centered on the ports of Anten and Hela. And the people of Chiron, being very enterprising, and having learned the art of navigation from the neighboring country of Teruan, and knowing the importance of going abroad at an early date, were the earliest country in the Middle Plains to begin friendly commerce with Kitai and other strange eastern countries. Also, the tolerance to accept any race and any custom as such is something that Paro does not have. This is probably due to the peculiarity of the history of Chironia, where many small tribes fought over the right to rule and finally united to form a single state, but where there were still many provinces, almost autonomous, and where the authority of the emperor himself was recognized by the 12 electors. This is the origin of the peculiarity. And, of course, more significant than all such characteristics is the existence of the present emperor Achilles, who is called the founding emperor. Although Achilles the Great was only 50 years old, and he was in the prime of life no less than Grand Duke Vlad of Mongol, he was called the founder of the Middle Kingdom and the lion-hearted emperor of wisdom and decisiveness, while Grand Duke Vlad was called an owl. Hey, shut the fuck up. What a mouthful to spin. Istvin interrupted him mercilessly. You can't go on and on about something that everybody knows, but your tongue ain't on a leash. I'm not talking to you, Mr. Istvin of Wallachia, Marius said calmly. I'm talking to Guin. Your babbling is getting on my nerves a little. Istvin wrinkled his nose ferociously. If you won't shut up, I'll use this to cut out your loudmouth gargoyle's tongue. Ha! Even with your tongue cut out, will you still be able to fool the ladies with your signature song? I hear you're jealous of my beautiful voice and the way the girls sing my praises. Istvin turned yellow with rage. Hey! I may be short in your eyes, but I'm not particularly small compared to other people either. Just leave me alone. Marius was somehow calm today. Besides, you're only small in Guin's eyes. While Istvin was trying to figure out how to get back at me. Let's leave that idiot alone. At any rate, I want to give you all the knowledge you need before we get to the silence. As for the organization of the Chironian army, it is said to be the best of the three great nations of the Middle Plains, Paro, Gura and Chironia. The most distinctive feature of this army, and what makes it overwhelmingly superior to those of the nations of Paro and Gura, is that this is the only nation that does not have the same army for the defense of the land and for the deployment of troops to invade and fight in battle. That is to say, there are in Chironia the 12 divine generals, the 7 grand knights and 5 special forces, and the armies of each of the 12 electors. The territories of the 12 electors are the 12 autonomous territories surrounding the Silence and the surrounding empires, which inadvertently serve as the guards for all of Chironia's borders. The Marquis of Anten, who faces the Sea of Norn, leads the Anten fleet, known as the Nornish Navy, while the Marquis of Waldstad, who is in charge of the Paro border, guards the border as the Lord of Walled Castle. In addition to this splendid defense network, Ceylon is firmly defended by the famous 12 divine generals. These 12 knights can be dispatched at any time to face the enemy. With such a strong military backing, it is no wonder that Salonia is regarded by many nations as the northern linchpin of the Central Plains. But, of course, Chironia is not without its own weaknesses. The first is that Achilles the Great had no male children. He had 3 sons and 2 daughters with his Empress Maria, but he left one child who did not live to be 2 years old. If the remaining one had been a boy, there would have been no need to say anything. Unfortunately, the one who survived is the second daughter, Princess Sylvia, who is 18 years old this year and quite a pretty girl. Istvin, who had finally given up trying to interrupt Marius's chatter, instead sidestepped the conversation. Marius scowled at him, but Istvin was having none of it. Well, the Emperor Achilles is still in good health, and for the time being, there is no need to worry about him getting sick, and since the interior of Cheironia is safe and there is no reason to assassinate him, Cheironia will be safe for a while, but it must be a source of anxiety for the country that there is no heiress. If all went well, he would have to take a son-in-law, Princess Sylvia, and give up the throne to her. At first, the younger Prince Mayer was almost chosen, but then Prince Mayer fell into the hands of a kite-eye assassin. Marius's face stiffened quickly. Whether he realized it or not, Istvin continued without hesitation. The Emperor Achilles would be displeased if his son-in-law did not come to Cheironia. And so the Dauphin Scar was put off, and the Prince Crystal, whose marriage to Amneris, the damsel of Mongol, had already been arranged, was withdrawn, and the younger Prince Mirhail was quickly chosen, because Archduke Vlad thought that Mirhail, his only son, would be acceptable if he were to become king of Cheironia. If he would be king of Cheironia. Even though he was the only boy, Prince Mirhail was sickly and of bad character, and Archduke Vlad had abandoned him to his daughter Amneris if he wanted to give the kingdom to her. So, it's clear that Mirai's assassination was not because someone wanted to take advantage of his good fortune to become Sylvia's son-in-law. Well, that may or may not be luck. However, the person who did that was definitely the one who didn't welcome the fact that the connection between Myrr and Sylvia formed a strong bond with Cheironia, and the connection between Lord Crystal and Amneris formed a strong bond with Paro, making Mongol the greatest power in the Central Plains. That means, in short, all the nations in the Central Plains other than Mongol might have done that. As you can imagine, this was not a very pleasant conversation for Marius. So he turned his head to the side and pretended not to listen to Istvin while he was speaking profusely, or clucked his tongue to disguise his feelings. Don't talk about things you don't know like you know them, I muttered inaudibly. Istvin glanced at him fretfully. But he pretended not to hear him. But as for me, I think. Wherever and whoever was behind it, Prince Mirai was happy to die sooner rather than later. Because it is said that Prince Mirhol was too weak in body and mind to carry the young Mongol's country against the other 2 dukes who despised him in this turbulent world, and first of all, if Mongol had become like this, the heir to the throne would have been captured by Kumu and beheaded, and his head would have been exposed in the square. His head would have been exposed in the square. He's lucky to be dead. In this world, a man who can't protect himself and his country can't do anything but live. It's because of men like you, Istvin. It was because of men like you that Prince Mayer was killed when he was only 14. Marius said sternly. Whatever the reason, let the atrocious bastard who assassinates a kind-hearted boy of 14 years of age and does not care for him go to the hell of Dole while he lives. The world that does not allow a kind-hearted man who loves flowers and songs to live quietly and peacefully should be burned in the fire of God's wrath. If Lord Crystal is the mastermind behind the assassination of Prince Mayer, then let the same fate befall him. No matter how hard you try to reason with me, neither the one who killed the 14 children nor the one who had them killed will be able to keep themselves from appearing before the heavenly Janus. Marius turned unusually pale and said angrily. When Istvin heard this, he turned pale. Watch your mouth, you lowly whore. Istvin of Wallachia will not allow you to speak ill of Aldonairis, Lord of the Crystal. What? Marius was so astonished that he forgot to be angry. What the hell does this have to do with you and no, Lord Crystal, Aldonairis? I don't have anything to do with any of this. Istvin's not as strong as before. However, I believe that Lord Crystal is an honorable man and one of the best in the Central Plains, capable of being an emperor. If Lord Crystal is the one who had Prince Mirai assassinated, then he must have had a very good reason to do so. I believe you, my lord. Well, I'm sure the Duke will be very pleased to hear that. Marius looks over at Istvin with a dazed look in his eyes. But what the hell do you know about him? Have you ever met him? You talk as if you know what he's like. Of course I've met. Istvin was about to say something when he realized what he had said. How could a mercenary ever hope to meet such a great man? I've only heard rumors and talked to minstrels, better than you. But he's the first person I've ever met who made me wish I was like him. You're the one who's all him, and strangely familiar with him. I'm a minstrel. I know all the tales of royalty. As far as I'm concerned, Lord Crystal isn't exactly the most noble of men. They say he betrayed and abandoned Princess Amneris, Princess of Mongol. If he's the one who assassinated Prince Mirin, then the sisters and brothers of the Grand Dukes of Mongol both suffered misfortune because of him. I'm sure he'll have a bad night's sleep. I don't believe you, Istvin said stubbornly. Marius was tempted to say that he had seen it with his own eyes, but he restrained himself. They glared at each other with a fierce glare, but this was more the result of their vying for Guin's favor than any indication of their natural incompatibility, even if they might have gotten along a little better if they had met under completely different circumstances. If they had met under completely different circumstances, or if they might have gotten to know each other a little better, the look in his eyes would have shattered all such possibilities. This person has gone through a lot of hardships and calls himself a mercenary who knows the world, but why does he want to believe so much in someone he's never met? Marius said sarcastically. Istvin wrinkled his nose and frowned like a pale boy. Then again, he's a minstrel who sings dreams to people, but he doesn't believe in people. That's quite a thing. And they stared at each other with the hostility of dogs passing each other on the street. Come on, that's enough, you two, Guin said. Guin listened to their conversation and watched them in silence, and felt something, but did not say anything about it. Look at that. Over there, it looks like a handoff. They kept their mouths shut and looked, but could see nothing but the deep treetops. But Guin could see him, and he quickened his pace with conviction. Wait, Guin. Marius was in a panic. First of all, I have to find out what part of Chironia we're going to cross from here, and whether there's a barrier or not, and whether we don't need a bill or not. I'll go and see what's going on, so why don't you wait here? He might be trying to get away on his own and Istvin. Marius turned his head away. Don't do this with you. Why would I run away and leave Guin? Chironia is wide open to mercenaries. You don't need a pass to get in, Istvin said. Come on, let's go, Guin. I'll go and talk to the boat. I'll tell you what, I'm a lot lighter than Marius and I'm going to go with it. Slip into the Natal River and drown. Marius muttered. Guin, what the hell is he thinking? We know he came to Jotunheim for the treasure, but he's hiding it somewhere and now he's following us to the Silence. What do you think he's up to? Come on, aren't you wondering what he's up to? I'm pretty sure he's got some kind of sinister agenda. Maybe he's trying to use Guin for his own purposes, and that's why he's been following me around for so long. I think because he's so careless, I have to pay attention to things and protect him in a casual way. I don't want your protection. I don't care if I'm being deceived. You're doing it again. Marius shook his head. That's why I can't let Guin go to the Silence alone. I don't know if it's because he's a good person or because he's a grown man, but it's obvious to me that he's just following Guin around, trying to take advantage of her. If there's something to be gained by using them, then let them be. Marius, there's something I need to ask you. Ha! Marius cringed blatantly. What? I'm not keeping anything from you. I didn't say anything about that. Guin laughed low. What I'm asking is, you're very knowledgeable about all this, but is there a Dulcius among the 12 celestial generals you speak of? Darcius? Well, even I don't know all the names of the 12 electors and 12 divine generals. But that name sounds familiar. Why? In the dream I told you about yesterday, an old man named Yarn told me that I should go to the Silence and become a mercenary for Darcius. Marius twisted his head tightly, as if it were a matter of honor if he did not know something. Well, yeah. I'm sure he was here. No, I'm sure there was. Darcius. I've heard that name before. So when we get to the Silence, we'll look for General Darcius. So it seems. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to take that dream as an oracle and follow it. But when Marius looked like he wanted to say something. Oh, I saw Istvan shouting and waving his hand towards me. We found the boat. Oh, shit, there he is again. Marius said secretly. Even smaller. There's something fishy about that guy. Whatever Guin says, he reeks of evil and bad luck. It's a poet's intuition and the blood of the Paro kings, a family of psychics. I'm not going to let him get away with it, but he said that as if he knew my brother. Nerys. I'm the only one who'll stand up to him. Then, yes, no matter how incredible and bizarre the connection, then he did meet and perhaps even speak with Nerys, that's for certain. Because up to 8 out of 10 people who have met and exchanged friendly words with Nerys will come to believe in him, to praise him, even to the extent that his dreams are their dreams and his words are their words. I remember him too. He had those deep eyes that looked straight at people and made the person looking at him feel that he was the only one in the world who could understand and appreciate him. I don't know where he, Istvan of Wallachia, met Nerys, or why, but he too fell under Nerys' spell. He was bewitched by Aldo Nerys, Lord of the Crystal. I, his only brother, Aldine, finally escaped his eyes, pretending to be. It was the name of Nerys, which he had heard unexpectedly, and the name of the unlucky Prince Mirhol. I didn't want to hear it, but I was trying to forget it. Every day we'd go down to the Natal River and I'd finally stop remembering the song I sang to her. In the end it may have been 2 fates that followed him. Nerys. Although they had been traveling together for a long time, it had never occurred to him that Istvan, a mere mercenary, had such hidden feelings for Nerys. I hope you didn't say anything careless. Unexpectedly, a thread leading to faraway Paro is unexpectedly connected. We must be careful, muttered Aldine, Prince of Paro, in his heart. Guin was completely expressionless, seemingly unconcerned by his appearance. Come on, come on. I've got a pretty good boat for you. I was afraid the women and children might roll their eyes in astonishment and fall ill with all the other passengers. At first, as usual, I thought I would have to borrow a hooded cloak or have my face covered with bandages just because someone was sick, but when I thought about it, it's not like I could keep them hidden forever. And it's not like we're on a secret getaway right now. The best thing would be if people got used to seeing that leopard head and didn't think anything of it. We're so used to looking at it that we wouldn't even notice that Gwyn's head is different unless you told us. That's a terrible thing to say. Annoyed, Marius interrupted him. Put yourself in Gwyn's shoes. Being stared at like a freak, and treated like a monster. Why don't you think about it a little more? No, Marius. It was Gwyn who interrupted again. Istvan is right. Even if it's hard for people to see me like this, wandering around in the woods in the middle of nowhere won't make the settlement. And since I'm going to the Silence to become a mercenary, I can't just hide my head in the sand. I must have been thinking wrong. Yes, and when word gets out that the Silence have an awesome warrior with a leopard's head, you'll have a reputation. Istvan is in a good mood. It's not as if someone didn't hear the rumors and come forward with the identity of Gwyn. Isn't that right? All right, then, let's go. Let's say goodbye to the forest and the borderlands and set out for the far northern city of Silon. Hi-ho. So, they crossed the upper Natal River on a ferry, and finally entered the land of Chironia. They had crossed the Natal River farther south than they had expected, and it soon became clear that they had passed the Marquisate of Verdeland, the northernmost of the 12 electors, and that Incenium, the capital of Ronzanian, was not far behind. A few more days' walk would have brought us to Lake Gila. From there, take the forest road to Anthenium, and from there take the red road that runs through the whole of Chironia, and from Millennium cross the lower Natal River, which runs parallel to the upper Natal River, and you are now in Silon, the capital of Chironia. Of course, Guin, no longer wrapped in his hood, was exposed in such a way as to cause panic among the ferrymen and the foresters who had stopped them for the night on the other side of the river. But surely Istvan was right, and Guin need not have feared and shunned all so much as the boatmen, and the simple family who stopped them, and made a living by catching huge trout in the upper Nadel, and selling them to the city of Anthenium. At first, they were almost afraid to sit down and chant the name of Janus, but they soon became accustomed to it, and when they heard Marius' explanation that it was because of the curse, they felt pity and admiration for him, and were more kind to him than usual. The forest people gave Guin and his friends new deerskin boots, sawed off Guin's great sword, and gave them many bottles of kunmai for food on the road. He even sent me an encynium. I was going to do business with them anyway. Hela, the merry daughter of the forest people, whose name was the same as that of the lake, laughed cheerfully and put her hand on Guin's arm. And don't be sorry. You made the water, chopped the wood, and cleaned up the big tree stump we were having trouble with. For kunmiku is more than enough for me. Hela, though old, was rather full, and her sunburned face had a charm not found in the daughters of the city. So, as usual, Marius and Istvan had a bad temper, and both of them insisted that the reason why Hela was so kind to them was because she was interested in them. But Hela, who had introduced him to her favorite lodgings, said to him sincerely, "I am going on business. Hey, leopard head Guin. I used to like you. I never thought you were a leopard. I mean, I was a little freaked out at first. But if you look closely, your eyes are so kind, and when I'm around you, I feel so safe, like nothing can happen to me." That's what my dad said. The leopard belongs to the forest, and if you'd become my son-in-law and live with us, you'd feel safe and secure, even at night when the wolves are barking in the woods. But you're saying you have to break the curse. I can't stop you, but if anything happens or you're ever in that area, be sure to ask for Anthonage and her daughter Hela. The only feast we have is trout, but I really think you're wonderful. I hope the curse is lifted soon, but I'm sure it wouldn't hurt at all if you stayed that way. She patted Guin's strong shoulders and arms with her palms, kissed him on the bridge of his nose, turned around, and walked away with a sack of trout. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What the hell is this? It was Istvan that gave me the fright. All this talk about people pointing back at you, treating you like a monster, well, you're a very popular guy. Hela didn't even give us a second glance. Marius's self-esteem was a little bruised, too. Well, women sure have a hard-on for strong muscles. But good for you, Guin. Just pretending to be something you're not. Come to think of it, Linda and Remus liked him a lot, so... Istvan murmured secretly and was not in a very calm mood. At any rate, Guin's first steps towards Chironia had begun well. On their way to the Silence, their good fortune seemed as if it had no intention of giving up on them. In both Anthenium and Muranium, Guin's strange appearance literally caused people to stare in horror for days on end. But, like Hela, the eyes of the people of Chironia were not malicious in their regard for Guin. The three of them encountered all sorts of strange occurrences. In Anthenium, an old man approached them. "Excuse me, but is that a real nappy you're wearing?" I asked. "Oh no, grandfather, if there really was a leopard-headed human being in the world, he wouldn't be a real siren." Marius, who has taken on the role of spokesman for the trio, makes light of the situation. "I see. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I used to travel around as a sailor in N10 when I was a young man, and I heard a story about 30 years ago that somewhere across the sea there is a land of beast-faced people where the king is virtuous, the people are kind and everything is well. I couldn't resist the urge to go there. So, no. I thought again that this man came from the land of my dreams." He left the room and walked away sadly. "You hear that, Guin? Maybe that's the clue we're looking for." Excitedly, Marius chased after the old man, but lost sight of him and came back with a heavy heart. Damn it. I thought I might finally have a clue. To Marius' chagrin. "It's all right. I'm in no hurry. The door will open when the time is right. Queen Kriemhild is right, and I have no proof that this fantasy land is my home. Guin calmed down and stopped. Day by day, Guin seemed to be adding to his original calmness and unshakable certainty. Walking in the open and accepting the gaze of people must have freed him from some of the secret hesitation and vacillation that even he felt. At first, but this became much less frequent after he had passed Moranium. There was no change in the fierce looks of astonishment and disbelief with which we were greeted as we passed, or in the wide-eyed wonder with which the children followed us. In Moranium, there was a pilgrim who, upon seeing him, immediately fell to the ground and rubbed his forehead against his feet. Then there was a beautiful woman who took an unusual interest in him and followed him around, and at the ferry crossing on the lower Nadel, the wife of the inn where he stayed came to him and quietly crept into his room in the middle of the night. Oh, my God. It's Istvan who's looking increasingly unsure. Why are you Guin, Guin, Guin? And on top of that, the real Buddha, the wooden Buddha, the golden Buddha, didn't give a damn, he just chatted with the food we had prepared and left. In such a case, I'm sure you'll remember this Lord Istvan for the sake of our long friendship. I guess I was a little wrong. Marius was mumbling, too. Guin makes men curious about how she came to look like this, but cheating women wonder if a man with a leopard's face is the same as a normal man, in bed. And all that muscle. Then I guess I didn't have to take you to the silence. Sure. Just get out of here, girl. I'll take care of the rest. Ha! Marius stuck out his bottom lip. If you'd just disappear to the hell of Dole, where you belong, I'd give you a nice grave as a token of my gratitude. I'll smash your limp head with that tombstone. Istvan barked. Keep in mind, you lisping Thais whore, that I'm always itching to slit your mouth down to your ears and put my long sword in your belly. But the bickering between Marius and Istvan, as usual, grew somewhat less vivid as the silent capital drew nearer. This was because both Marius and Istvan had been brought up in the city, and were far more inclined to the sight of towering spires, bustling crowds of people, stone-built houses, and beautifully arranged markets than to the deep forests, echoing mountains, and icy wastes of snow. As the silence drew nearer, the streets became busier and brighter, as if to testify to the prosperity of this great northern city. They were beginning to care less and less about killing their unwanted companions. Whoa, look! They're selling hippo boils in that stall. I miss it. Wait here. I'm gonna go get some. Oh, look at that, Guin, she's so pretty. That green-suited woman on the palanquin, well, I guess there are better women in Chironia than in the capital. Let's hear a little mouse squeak. She's probably having an affair. Look at her breasts. Oh, wait a minute. I'll get a bottle of that fire wine for tonight. And some Vashan nuts for snacks. The woman in the shop, I patted her ass and she gave me a palmful of kalam. Hey, Guin, if I sang around here, there'd be a crowd. This is the capital of Chironia, isn't it? Yeah, I think I could get 50 runs in one go. Whoa, look. That's Kumu. I can see it in her hips and the way she moves her ass. That's too old. The girl in red over there is better. Idiot. Even if she's a little older, she's still a Kumu woman. Even if she's a little bit beautiful, women in other countries can't compare to her. I know that. I know that. But anyway, I don't want no Kumu girls, me. I've had them pull the hair out of my ass and I almost fell over. Wahaha. That's just like you. Well, I heard Kumu plucked the hair out of your ass, and ever since then you've been getting colds in your ass. Ha 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 ha. That's a rare experience. Oh, this is beautiful. Well, that's not bad. But that looks like a monk's concubine or something. Marius and Istvan, like children who have been taken on a field trip for the first time, are looking around excitedly and are in a panic, but in a strange way, they seem to have found some points of agreement for the first time. Guin walks behind him, talking enthusiastically, bragging about her knowledge and her hospitality, saying that she likes this woman, that she likes that woman, and what's good at that place. It seems that those from Anthenium and Muranium had already spread the rumor of the great leopard-headed warrior along the streets. That's it. Oh, yeah, that. Wow, you really do look like a leopard. You're sick. No, I'm talking about some hero who was cursed. I wonder if he can talk. Oh, he looked at me. But, man, what muscles. You look like the legendary Bulbous. Oh, no. It's Silenus, of course it is. Oh, my God, what muscles. That neck, those shoulders, those arms. I'm gonna dream about it tonight. You like your men strong, Henna, but no matter how good your body is, a leopard head. Oh, well, that's what's so nice about it, isn't it? You helpless women, but even a Kumu gladiator like you would quickly take over the world. Even the rumored undefeated Emperor Gandalf may be in danger. I'd like to bet on that guy in a fight. Oh, he looked at me. I wonder if that leopard head is real. And there was a great noise and a great clamor and a great deal of business, and everywhere they went they were surrounded. This is not good. We can't do anything with all this attention. Ishtvan was the first to speak up. Hey, Guin. After all, head, why don't you just hide him for now until he joins the Silence and becomes a mercenary somewhere? Why not? Because Guin doesn't have to do anything in secret. Do you have anything, Ishtvan of Wallachia? You little brat, I thought you were getting better, but the thorns of Vajra that grew on your tongue haven't come off at all, as your guardian god, the ugly Eris. In the meantime, the three of them were getting closer and closer to their destination, still causing amazement and attention wherever they went. Crossing the lower Natal River and heading straight west, it is only a day's journey to Ceylon. Surrounded by forests, rivers, lakes and mountains, the area from the basins of the Ceylon, the Langobard and the lower Natal rivers to Lake Salufa is the heart of Chironia, as well as one of the most fertile, rich and beautiful agricultural areas in the country. The many narrow tributaries and canals of the lower Natal River glisten in the evening sun, and the wheat is golden and ready for harvest. People rode horses to get wheat, and there were many merchants on the road. The short road from Muranum to Ceylon was no longer lined with inns, but instead was lined with shops and houses along the road, so lively that a stranger might think that the capital of Ceylon had already begun. But how could it not be like this? Marius, as usual, took credit for it as if it were his own. It is said that Ceylon is the greatest city in the Middle Plains, or perhaps the greatest city in the world, except for the city of Paro, the crystal. It is called by such glorious names as the City of the Seven Hills, the City of Gold and Obsidian, and the destination of all the red roads. It is also called the City Without Darkness and the City of Dagon because, as the name of a windy hill, where the royal palace and the obsidian palace are located, there is sometimes a strong wind blowing down the hills in Ceylon, which is a basin surrounded by hills. Of course, in terms of beauty, it may not be as good as the City of the Seven Towers, Crystal, or the City of Beauty, Thais, and in terms of size, the fantastic metropolises of Kitai, the greatest country in the East, which the people of the Central Plains have rarely seen. Khotan, Mithras, Ruabok, and Roran may be far superior to it. However, after all, Ceylon is the most populous city in the Central Plains. Half of them are mercenaries, and the other half are the armies of the 12 electors who come up from the provinces to serve in the army and return in 2-year shifts, so in terms of pure residents of the city, technically speaking, Ceylon is the most populous city in the Central Plains. The citizens of Crystal insist that this is the best city in Zhongyuan, and it is also the most spacious and lively city in Zhongyuan. It's not like Mongol either, a city with the gravitas and serenity of the north, but with the vitality as well. What do the Kalonians get for their money? They do not practice witchcraft as in Mongol or Kumu, and the spell-casting lanes of Terid are home to crowds of crystal-crazed wizards who wield a formidable power. But there are soldiers with armored headgear as fierce as Mongols coming and going, and there are beautiful women like Paro walking with them, their garments fluttering. The Ceylons are a good place, Guin, accompanied by the chatter of Marius. Before long, their party had left the road and entered the city. The greatest difference between the Cylonian capital and other capitals of other countries is that the gates of the city are not guarded by permanent guards. As if to show the city's great confidence, the gates were left wide open for the people to come and go as they pleased, as if to say that the Cylons were well protected on all sides by the 12 electors, and that nothing suspicious could enter. After looking up at the gate post carved with a huge legendary beast, Chimera, and stepping in, you are already in Cylon. A wide, stone-paved avenue ran through the town in all directions. They are trodden by pilgrims, merchants, traveling caravans, beautifully dressed noblemen and noblewomen, mercenaries in scarred and wobbly boots, petty thugs, monks, prostitutes, and all sorts of people that can be seen in any country. And then there are the horse-drawn carriages, the horsemen, and the messengers who gallop between them with the sound of their ruts and hooves. Why? I had such high hopes for this city of gold and obsidian. There's no obsidian anywhere, much less gold, not even a shred of it. The impassive Ishvan stood on the main road of the city, looking around and shouting loudly. This is why I hate people who don't understand poetic sentiment. Marius made a fool of me. Look. Obsidian is the name of the Obsidian Palace, and when you go into a house, the floors of rich people's houses are often covered with obsidian. As for the gold, it is said that King Rhodes, looking down on Cylon from one of the 7 windswept hills, said, "My beloved Cylon is as bright as if it were made of gold." If it were made of true gold, its wealth would be immeasurable and the envy of the world. But it is this golden Cylon that I love. This peaceful and beautiful sunset is the best proof that I have brought peace to the Cylons and that they are living in peace and prosperity. Chironia has the wealth to surround the city with gold. But if they did so, war would ensue, and the people would suffer, but for this phantom gold. Why, you stingy little bastard, that king. No treatment, huh? Marius looks disgusted. That's when it happened. As the 3 of us stood in the bustling area just inside the city gate of Cylon, chatting and looking around as if we were visitors, someone approached us without a sound. He was an easily recognizable mage, fully clothed in a black hooded cloak. "O king!" The man softly knelt in front of Guin like a shadow. "Ha!" Without thinking, Marius and Istvan look at each other. "You were talking to me. There must be some mistake. I'm not the king." "No," the mage said in a low voice, not seeming to care about the crowd that had quickly gathered around him. "I have known of this day for a long time. May you always remember that the first person who welcomed you on the day you entered the king's kingdom was me, Luca the mage of Talus Street." The mage Luke took Gwyn's hand and drew a pattern of runes on it with his fingers. "Blessed be Yarn over the king." As soon as he whispered, his black form was already blending into the silent sunset. The 3 men looked at each other. "What the hell is that?" Istvan muttered. That was the first thing that happened to them in Cylon. Chapter 2. The northern city of Cylons. The Cylons accepted the 3 wanderers as if nothing had happened, and continued their daily routine as if it were yesterday. The Cylons, who open their doors to trade and hire mercenaries, receive all sorts of people every day. Among them, the visit of just 3 new travelers, even if they were a bit of an oddity, could not, as yet, upset the eternal days of the Cylons. At any rate, we decided to stay at a cheap wooden inn on Taba Street in the downtown area, and as soon as we settled down there, we had to think about what we were going to do. The Queen of Jotunheim, Kriemhild, had given each of them a considerable sum of silver in their pockets, but they knew that they would soon run out of money if they rested on such a sum. In addition, the worldly Istvan advised Gwyn to prepare a considerable amount of money for his service. Well, unless they think you're very good or useful. But either way, you'll be given food, clothes, horses, armor and everything else. You'd better not misuse them. I appreciate the advice, but... Gwyn looked at Istvan. By the way, Istvan, what are you going to do after this? Do you have some business with the Cylons? Yeah, well, a lot of things. Istvan kept quiet and did not tell them what he intended to do. Neither did Gwyn inquire. Who are you? Marius. Now that you've come to take me back to the Cylons, you have no use for me. If you'd like to leave immediately, you may do so. Yeah. Strangely enough, Marius also mumbled in his mouth. Well, I've never sung in the silence, so maybe I'll save up a few days here and there, make a little more money, and then we'll see where we go. As a matter of fact, it's not like I have to go anywhere. Then I'll tell you where to go. How about Kitai? Or Nosferatu? Istvan grinned and then, at least for a few more years, I won't have to look at your ugly face, which is a good merit. Marius ignored him with a puzzled look. Later, after Istvan had gone, he told Guin in secret. I've been thinking, maybe I'll just stay in silent and watch that bad guy for a while longer. There's so much I don't understand. When he got the treasure in Jotunheim, he seemed to have a plan. And then he went and hid the gold somewhere, and then he followed us around again, and then he finally came to the silence. I'm sure he's up to something, and it's something terrible. I'm curious, and anyway, I'm not in a hurry, I'm letting the wind blow, and I don't know if I should say this, but I'm having a hard time leaving Guin. I think I'll just sing a song to the silence and keep an eye on him. Well, do what you want. Guin didn't seem to mind. So the next day the three men went out in three different directions. Guin went to seek employment, Marius to earn money by singing in markets, taverns, and other public places, and Istvan, who had no idea what he was doing, quietly disappeared early in the morning. Guin's deformity attracted the attention of the innkeepers of Lappin on Taba Street, but it was already well known that such a man was in Lappin's inn, and more people came to take a look at him and have a drink with him. The old man and the innkeepers, who had at first been fearful, did not seem to have any ill feeling toward Guin and the others. Guin, unacquainted with Chironia and the silence, and knowing neither right nor left, avoided the folly of wandering about and attracting attention unnecessarily, and when Marius and Istvan had gone their separate ways, he went down to the dining room. Give me a drink. Hey, there, leopard head husband. How about? You want to get a drink? Hello. Old Lappin, a fat old man with a red nose who liked to drink and thin lips who liked to talk, was very interested in Guin and was glad to have a chance to talk to him. And he brought a new bottle of wine with him. It's on me. He put him on the table and sat down in a corner of the dining room, which was deserted in the daytime. A small group of servants, whispering to each other in hushed tones, gathered together and stared at Guin, absorbed. Excuse me, sir, but no matter how many times I see it, it's still a strange sight to see human words coming out of his fanged mouth. Your companion, the beautiful poet, told me that you were cursed to wear a mask and could not remove it. Guin nodded vaguely. Lappin showed great sympathy. So you've had a bad day. You've been through a lot. How bad must it be for you? No, once you get used to it, it's not so bad. You've come to the silence looking for a mage to lift the curse, haven't you? Then I'll tell you all you need to know. There are as many good mages in Talad Spell Lane as there are in Paro's Mage Tower. First there's Eulacia, the man chased by the doll. Second, Arachne the spider. And Grandma Daiba the crystal ball. There's more, but how's this Luke thing working out for you? Remembering what had happened yesterday, Guin asked. Luca the recluse. He's good, but he's a fool and a coward. I recommend Eulacia. He's a bit scary to approach, but I'm sure he can lift that curse in no time. After all, he's the one who even stood up to the doll. I've heard tales of Locandorus, the wise one of the north, here in Chironia. Guin turned to the water. Lappin shook his head. I've heard stories of Locandras, but they rarely come out to the countryside. Some say they live in Nosferus. Nosferus. Gwyn's eyes took on a strange glow. If that was true, then he was rather taking an extraordinary detour. For he, the promised king of Shem the barbarian and Lagan, had left Nosferus and set out on this long journey to find Locandorus. How on earth did you come to be cursed? Who put the curse on you? What's going on under that mask? What if your nose gets itchy under there? Or did they put a mask on your face and turn you into a real leopard from the neck up? Lappin's curiosity got the better of him, and he asked a series of questions. Well, don't ask questions. I'm in trouble, too, Guin said with a wry smile. At any rate, I don't know if this is a mask I can't take off or if it's been replaced by a leopard. But I don't seem to remember having any itchy problems underneath. And you eat and drink so well, and when you open your mouth, you can see that it goes all the way to your throat. So perhaps he has been replaced from the neck up by a real leopard. Well, I don't know. I was always amazed at how you could speak and drink so well with your fanged mouth and tongue. Lapin said. Excuse me, may I pull your beard? If it hurts, I'm sure it's real. Guin laughed, but did not move a muscle when Lapin tugged at his beard like a naughty child. Doesn't that hurt? Yeah. You don't seem to be feeling it. Ha. I don't know what the hell is going on here. The Lapin felt it. Hurry up and go to the spell path and have the curse lifted. My little girls are all excited, thinking that the husband must be a very good and strong man when he regains his human face. I'm sorry to say this, but he's a strangely interesting man. At first I was a bit perturbed, but then I got used to him. But I'd like to see his real face, too. I wish I had something like that. Guin murmured low and heavy. Then, seeing that the time was right, I had another drink and got down to business. By the way, old man. Let me ask you something. Hey, what's up? Seeing the heads of neighborhood children, women holding babies, old men and men sprouting bells at the entrance of the diner, Lapin felt proud of himself for talking to the center of attention, Guin. He smiled and raised his voice. We're here to help you. One thing I want you to tell me, is it possible for a silent mercenary to hire me in this state? And if they would, who would it be? Under what conditions would they take me? Ha! Your husband's a mercenary. Lapin looked startled. Why? Do you think it's impossible for a leopard-headed monster to be a mercenary? No, that's not it. It's the opposite. What can I say? He's strangely imposing, calm and collected. He's not just a mercenary. He's like a general with thousands of men. And to hear that he's going to be hired as a mercenary, well, it doesn't suit him like a yarn does a gambling man. Sir, I've never thought of you as a monster. I think of him as a cursed warrior with a strange destiny. I'm sure there's a certain virtue that comes with being human, isn't there, sir? In your attitude, your manner, in every way, you're no ordinary person. I'm confident in my ability to judge people because I'm in the business of business, but you're right, Gara. The last thing he said was to the little girl who had brought him the plate of snacks. The little girl, Gara, looked at Guin. Yes. Everyone says he's a real Silenus. Put the plate down, say so, and go away. Hey, everyone will say that, but anyway, I'll tell you what you said. If you really want to be a mercenary, there are only two places you can go. Go to Dulcius, the Black Dragon General of the Silence, or Marat, the Thousand Serpent General. Of the 12 Silent Legions, the 7 Grand Knights and the 5 Special Knights, the Golden Dog Knights and the Flying Swallow Knights don't use mercenaries. The rest of the Special Knights take mercenaries, but they are naval and transport soldiers, so they need a long training period and not many experienced mercenaries come. The Order of the Wolf and the Order of the Tiger are already full for now. The Order of the Dragon and the Order of the Serpent are still open, and they're always looking for strong warriors. Sir, aren't you strong? I don't know. No, not with your size. Darcius would hire a strong knight even if he had a kithera instead of a head. After all, a dragon and a wolf are competing for the strongest of the 7 Grand Knights. Also, the lords are always hiring mercenaries, but I wouldn't recommend it. Especially your brother Darius and the Elector Danae. You don't want to get into any trouble. Hey, Grandpa Lapin, don't talk to strangers like that. There was a loud voice at the door. Lapin must be. What a butcher's grot. How dare you call him a stranger? If he served as a Silen, he'd be a brave soldier of the 12 legions defending Chironia. I spat on him and put him down. Well. What's wrong with Lord Darius and Marquis de Ney? It's a big deal. But I don't want to do that because Glow will be mad at me again. Anyway, if you're going to serve, I'd recommend General Dulcius or General Marat. General Dulcius is a brave man with a big heart, and though he's old, he cares for Chironia with all his heart. I am sure he will see beneath the leopard's head to the heart of gold. You've been very generous to me. Guin got up. That was very helpful. Now I'm going to visit Dulcius and see if I can get lucky. Are you really going? Aren't you going to have the curse lifted and go back to your country and be a great lord? Aren't you? Outrageous. Guin laughed. If I'm successful, it'll be thanks to you. I'd like to thank you in some way. Are you going to General Dulcius? At the entrance, among the people who were listening to this exchange with their eyes rolled back in their heads, a young boy came running out. Well, I'll show you the way. Follow me. The Silence, or rather the people of Chironia, are kind. Guin said. How can you be so kind to a figure like this? Your husband must get along well with the Silence. Lapin said happily. Somehow, everyone likes my husband. See you later. I'll have a nice dinner prepared for you. My name is Ram. The boy who had volunteered to lead the way said, looking up at Guin with eager, hazel eyes. Hey, can I touch that leopard's head? My mom said. Touching the head of a siren makes you strong. I want to be strong. If touching me makes you stronger, then touch me all you want. Guin laughed and said. Then, with a shout, Ram, the other boys, the adults, and the girls followed him out of the inn, eager to touch his shoulders, his arms, and his round head. I'm starting to think that maybe Chironia is for me. Guin smiled and said to Ram. I've never seen such friendly people before. I've never seen people who didn't find me creepy. Even in Argos on the steppe, the sailors always looked perturbed when they saw me. No matter how many times I met them, I feel like I've known you for a long time. Ram is excited. Look, the statue of Silene is standing in front of the temple of Lua. He's just like him, so I knew at once that Silenus was here. So I went home and told my mom right away. There's a Silenus at the inn in Lapin. And she said she'd do anything for someone who looked different and had a different destiny. So I thought I'd do anything for you. May Janus swell your kindness many times over. Guin said happily. How old is the lamb? 11. I want to be a soldier and join the Order of the White Monkey when I'm 15. I'm a pretty young guy. I'm sure you'll get in. It was a strange little procession. The leopard-headed warrior walks slowly along, talking with the lamb boy, and is followed by a troop of children and women, chattering like an army. Around him, a crowd of spectators rush out from the shops, saying, That's the leopard man they say, and, That's the living Silenos of Lapin. But perhaps it was because Guin walked with his leopard's head bared in a stately and unruffled manner. There were no voices, no taunts, no malicious glances. People followed him everywhere and nowhere with pure wonder and interest. General Dulcius has a large mansion and barracks on Twin Arrows Hill, one of the 7 hills. You can walk there from here, but it's a bit far. May I borrow your horse? Oh. I'll ask. At once he rode on, and brought a horse to wait for him at the road. Guin mounted it and put Ram in front of him. Wow! The lamb was excited. It's like the King's March. It was exactly as the boy had said it would be. On horseback, Guin's huge body is particularly striking. Behind him, children running behind him, waving their hands and shouting Silenos, and women, old men and shopkeepers running out from shops and houses with children in their arms, watch this mythical scene with open mouths. From the back streets of Taubes Street to the more bustling Tarim Street and the Goddess of Dawn Street, attracting people's attention, creating a lively rumor, and drawing crowds of people here and there, Guin left the Silent City and headed for the Twin Hills, one of the 7 hills that surround the Silence. There was no doubt at all that rumors of the leopard-headed warrior would spread not only around Taubes, but throughout the entire city of Silent on this one day. And, although none of them knew it, there was a man, far away from the whirlwind that Guin was creating, who was always quietly watching and waiting to see what would happen. Dark hair, dark eyes, and a mercenary's identity are probably inconspicuous on these silence. Ishtvan. He had a lukewarm glow in his eyes, and when Guin and the others left Lapin's lodge, he appeared before they knew it and quietly followed them. No one is going to notice him in all this commotion anyway, and even if they did, they'd know where Guin was going. We can't lose him. Nevertheless, Ishtvan the Valachian, who had followed Guin in secret, hiding himself behind the crowd so that Guin would not see him, seemed a little troubled when Guin took his horse. Hey! I'll take a zan. How much? 1 zan is 1/10 of a run. 2/10 of a run for every other half zan. That guy's terrible. 2 zangs is enough for 3 runs, no more. No choice. I'll pay up front. The sky. The horse will leave on its own if you let it. Okay. He hurriedly negotiated on the street and borrowed a black horse, which he rode with the intention of following Guin to General Darcius. He's a bad horse, this one. He'd be more use to me if I killed him. 3/10 of a run on him is like a highwayman, by Moog, god of thieves and commerce. I followed with my eyes the big shoulders and round golden head of the horse as he rode ahead of me, mumbling. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, clear the way. Let me through. Hey, I'll hoof it. He hurriedly saw Guin off and rode his horse into the crowd of people. The bustling shops gradually stopped, and instead, large mansions and spacious gardens began to spread out among the greenery. Looking back, the stone streets of the Silence spread out in gray and black. There is still no glow reminiscent of the legendary Golden City, but instead only the ever-present bustle of the prosperous capital of this great nation, the City of the North, which is at the height of its prosperity, shrouding the Silence like a shadow. Open gate. Guin's thick, heavy, muffled voice rang out before the closed gates. Open the gates, please. General Dulcius' residence is this way. With a huge stone statue of Dagon the Wind as the gate post, a heavy and solid iron fence firmly blocks the way. The mansion of the Black Dragon General Darcius, who led the Dragon Knights of Chironia, was a building of such grandeur and gravity that it would not be surprising if it were a fortress in itself. It is a huge square stone building, which is usually seen in Ceylon, with 2 lower but wider buildings attached to each wing. They appear to be places for mercenaries to sleep, and men of a certain appearance can be seen wandering around the outer corridor. On the outer side of the building is a stable and a warehouse, and in the middle is a spacious barracks. The large and spacious building, which could easily house 2,000 or 3,000 people at a time, also served as the quarters for the company of knights stationed there. It was an extravagant arrangement, unique to the Cylons, who boasted a vast territory. Of course, there were other quarters for the soldiers, but the generals who were appointed as the leaders of the knights would select the best of their troops, have them stay with them, train with them, select the best people, and ensure that they were in command. That's what he taught me. Not long after, 2 guards came out of the gatehouse and opened the window, but when they saw Guin's condition, they cried out, "Oh, who the hell are you? You came here knowing that this is the official residence of His Excellency the Thousand Dragon General Darcius. It can't be the monsters. Are you sure you're from Ceylon, that you don't know about the rumored arrival of Silenus?" Ram, who is now completely devoted to Guin, shouted. Even the spectators could not keep up with the horses, and when they left Ceylon City, the streets around them became less crowded, and they could no longer see the onlookers who surrounded them. What? Surinos. I don't know. I've never heard of him. This is Silenus, a great hero and warrior. You should be grateful that he's willing to be a mercenary. What the hell? You little wop, you're a cheeky one. Guin put his hand on the boy's head to stop him from saying anything else. Then he stepped forward. You might as well let me do the talking. My name is Guin. Oh, he spoke. Oh, you can't talk to me. I can tell. For some reason I was born without knowing my true identity and I look like this, but other than that I'm not different from other people. I can wield a sword as well as any man. I came here because I heard that the Senryu shogun Darcius is open to mercenaries and I wanted to serve him. Or is it that although he has opened his doors widely, they are not open to the unorthodox like me? I've never heard of such a thing as a leopard's head being allowed in. The old guard was trembling. Of course it is. No one ever thought there'd be such a thing in the world. So, can we make money from the test alone? Well, that's... They looked at each other. I don't know. No, it's not up to us to decide. Wait here. I'll go talk to someone higher up. No. A loud voice suddenly interrupted the trembling voice of the guard. It's not even close. Ha! Looking through the peephole, the guard suddenly panicked and began to open the iron gate. This is, General. Welcome home, sir. On the way back from serving at the Obsidian Palace, I went all the way through Silent City because I had to pick up the sword that was supposed to be finished, but it seemed that all of Silent was abuzz with rumors that the leopard head man, Salinos, had appeared. Dulcius, the Thousand Dragon General, who had stopped his horse behind Guin and the others, looked at Guin with admiration and said, "Whether it is a bad omen or a good omen for Chironia, they are all arguing among themselves, and my sword is not ready, and all the Silent seem to be out of work today." I laughed it off, but I never imagined that Salinos would come to me to ask for an appointment. Darcius stared at Guin with his piercing, eagle-like eyes, as if to hush her. Darcius, who was called the Thousand Dragon General or the Black Dragon General, was a large, warrior-like, old but imposing old man with a strong appearance. His eyebrows and beard were white, but his hair was iron gray, and he wore a loose-fitting cloak, a black robe with a dragon painted in gold, and a helmet in the shape of a dragon. He was astride a large black horse. Following behind him were 10 cavalrymen, also in dragon-shaped headgear and plain cuirasses, and a young man in a long cloak, to the right and behind the general. This man also wore the same torimaro under his cloak, but without the helmet, so that his red hair was bare and his face was as white as a dewdrop. He had a pretty face, but it was spoiled by his cruel eyes and pale lips, which seemed to be constantly smiling in mockery. His red head, a rarity in this part of the world, was encircled by a copper ring, and his eyes, staring at Guin, were a mixture of strange interest, mockery, and hostility. "What say you, Baldur?" "I, too, have lived a long time, but I never imagined that something like this could be alive and moving and that I could see it again. Isn't it really an amazing sight?" "Yes, General." The man called Baldur twisted his thin lips. "Aside from being a mercenary, I'd love to have you as a living pillar of honor, or to show off to the people at a banquet. I'm sure you'll make quite a name for yourself." "Hey, monster, if my lord Dulcius doesn't want you, he can come to me. I am Viscount Baldur. I'm not a mercenary, but I'm always available." He was the first man to call him a monster to his face since he had entered the kingdom of Chironia. But Guin answered calmly, "Thank you for saying so, Viscount Baldur. Keep your eyes on Darcius. But I still want to practice my craft as a mercenary. I wonder, General, will you allow me to take the test?" Darcius was very much interested in him, and was looking at his body and the way his muscles were built. "In this way, there seems to be nothing wrong with your attitude, manner, intelligence, or anything else except that your head is that of a leopard. So even if his muscles are only half as strong as they appear, he's a great warrior. I love a strong warrior. I don't care if he's a leopard or a crocodile as long as he's a good fighter. General, it's best not to put too much faith in these strange things and let them into the palace. If it should turn out to be a bad omen or bring bad luck to the Silence, the general will be in a bad position," Baldur said. Ram glared at him. "Hey, Salinos, this is Baldur the Redhead. He's a nasty one with Taluan blood in him. Don't pay any attention to him. Whisper it in secret." But it seems Baldur has heard. The red-haired man looked at the ram in silence. His blue eyes had a terrible light in them. "No, Baldurdano, there is no need to worry about that. Because, in fact, just 3 days ago, the famous sorcerer Luca the Discarded appeared at my quarters in the Obsidian Palace. He gave me a prophecy. Don't judge things by their appearance. When you do what you believe, you are opening up the destiny of Chironia. When I asked him what he meant, he did not answer me but said, "The time will come when you will know, so cherish the fate that is soon to come to you. Your heart alone can change everything. I must warn you I'm not an unnecessarily superstitious man. But I've heard rumors that the wizard Luke is not like many other magicians who lurk in the alleyways and that he does indeed see things that ordinary people do not. But today, by chance, you've come to be my mercenary. Yes, what did you say? Guin. You said you were born with no idea who you are. You may not believe this, but I existed in this world when I came to my senses, without knowing what I was or why I had such a different appearance from other people. It's hard to believe, but then again, you're even harder to believe. Since you're the one doing it and you're actually real, it might as well be true. So you're going to hire this man? Baldur said. I'll let you fight. What do you think? You're good at what you do. Anything. This is another one who's got it in him. Baldur scoffed. No. What I meant was that there's nothing I'm particularly good at, so it doesn't matter what they give me. It is. Hey, leopard, I'm known in the Silent Court as a bit of a fine sword rapier expert. Do you have the courage to face me? No, that is not for you to do, Lord Baldur. I will preside over the affairs of the Dragon Knights, and I will not have you injured by the Emperor's bloodline. Do you think, my Lord Dulcius, that Baldur is a match for such a mercenary monster? That would shame me, and the many noblemen who have been won over by me. I didn't mean it like that, but at any rate, please leave this to me. The old general mildly chided him. Then follow me, leopard head Guin, and I'll hire you as a mercenary for the Dragon Knights. Luca's right. Judging things by appearances is a fool's errand. Bless you, General, Janus, for your generosity and degree, Guin said. Darcius's wrinkled face flushed. Not until you've defeated my men in arms. What's the matter, Viscount? I'm not finished with your business, but you can keep him waiting in the other room for a while. No, this is a sight to behold, I hope, Baldur said. By all means, even if I have to ask, I would like to see this monster fight. In some cases, after the general's men are finished, I would like to see him with a sword too. It is not likely that I will have the opportunity to cross swords with the leopard-headed man Silenos in my long lifetime. So, shall we have a chat over a meal after your visit? The old general clapped his hands on his horse. Here, Dels. You're not home. He's volunteered to be a mercenary. Get ready. So, the group entered the general's mansion and the Dragon Knight's barracks. Ram has been sticking around a bit, but... Hey, kid. This is no place for lowlifes like you. Get the hell out of here. Baldur, a wicked man, reproached him and sent him away as if he were bored. Hey Silenus, if I become a mercenary, let me wear a dragon helmet for a while. I'll come back later to see how you're doing. No, I'm going back to the inn in Lapin at least once anyway. Tell him that. And watch out for Baldur the red-haired. I've heard many bad things about him. They say he's a half-breed, sired by a Taluan woman. Ram whispered and left after venting his anger. The barracks consisted of a large dining room and a large hall on the first floor, with the second and upper floors used as quarters for the soldiers. It was in the hall that Guin was taken. The butler, Darius, had already been mentioned, and both those who were free and those who were not, threw themselves into what they were doing, and crowded the entrances and windows of the hall with bells. As Guin entered, there was a violent murmur that did not cease. They are mercenaries who go from one country to another with only their arms to rely on. You can tell what kind of warrior they are by the way their muscles are built and the way they move their feet. After a few shouts of amazement at Gwyn's deformity, their interest turned to him as a warrior. When Darcius and Baldur were seated on the chairs in the upper part of the hall, the wine was brought to them. Compared with the splendor and gravity of the outside, the inside of the barracks was as plain and blemished as could be expected, but the building itself was splendid, and on the wall of the hall hung a portrait of a man with grey eyes, grey hair, a firm, willful chin, and a nose as high and rounded as an eagle's, stern, imposing, and full of dignity. A portrait of a man of stern and imposing dignity, with grey hair, a firm and determined chin, and a nose as high and rounded as an eagle, hung in a purple curtain. This was the undisputed emperor of Cheironia, Achilles the Great. Beneath him hung the flag of Cheironia, crossed with the flag of the Order of the Dragon, black with a dragon emblazoned in gold. Now, who's going to try this man first? They say it doesn't matter what you use. Why don't we start with the 10-dragon chief? Darcius was in a good mood. Next to him, the young Viscount Baldur is leaning forward with great interest, his white face contorted in a somewhat irritated and uncomfortable manner. It's me. I'll do it, General. Let me do it. Let me try this frilly gear gun. No, I, the 10th dragon chief. The soldiers ranted and raved. When Darcius raises his hand, they fall silent. It seems control is well and truly in place. That's right. Alright, then, Yuri chose Davis, let's give it a try. Alright. A stout, sunburned man with a strong boar's head stepped forward. He wore only a small hand on his scarred and old body, and looked like an old and powerful man who had fought many battles. Interesting. You'll talk about your fight with the leopard man for the rest of your life. I'll let you choose your weapon. My weapon of choice is the long spear, but wielding a long spear in this house, in this crowd, it's not unlikely someone would get hurt. Long sword, short sword, bare hands, whatever you like. Then use the long sword. Guin said. Oh. You really got a mouth on you. Davis shook his head. You're here, it's a test. Let's not hurt him, let's not see any blood. I tell you, I may be good with a spear, but I got a reputation as a good swordsman. Come at me with that in mind. Oh, the entrance exam was started with such a rationale, but the outcome of the game was very simple. Davis braves the elements, Guin slithers forward. Hajime. A moment after Darcius' sharp command seemed to have been given. With a metallic clang, Davis's sword was flung high into the air. Whoa, whoa. There was an outcry. How fast? What's the matter with you? I couldn't see shit. Look at Davis's face. He's got this look on his face like he doesn't know what the hell's going on. That's awesome, leopard man. Oh, my God. Davis was unfazed. General. I don't think I'm up to the task of testing him. Fine, fine. So, what do you think? Anybody else think it's me? It's me. The best in the first company, Aristo of Kumu, will do it. No, it's Thor from third company. Thor. Thor's stronger than you. It's Thor. Good. Darcius nodded. Thor of Atokian. Try it. Hey, leopard, I don't think it's gonna be like last time. Thor is one of the best in the Legion. I'll take the long sword. A tall, stocky, blonde mercenary stepped forward. Indeed, he must have been an incomparable user to the jury who chose Davis. But it was still the same. Thor, unlike Davis, was able to strike Guin with 2 or 3 blows. But that was as far as he could go, and soon he let out a cry and snatched the long sword from his numb hands. Oh! This time, the cries of the onlookers were clearly not only of surprise, but also of admiration. This man is stronger than Thor of Atokian. Oh, what a user. We beat Atokian Thor by 2 gulps without losing our breath. What a guy. Leopard. Leopard man. Guin. Guin the leopard head. Well, it looks like I've got myself a very special man. Darcius leapt from his chair and grasped Guin's hand. Isn't it? Oh, of course. Darcius, it would be a mistake of a lifetime to miss this warrior. The world is a big place. I didn't expect to find a warrior like him buried under the ground in obscurity. I don't need to think about it. Oh, no, General Dulcius, not for a while. It was Baldur, of course, who raised his sharp voice. He jumped down quickly and stood posed in the middle of the hall. Interesting. Baldur here shamefully thinks he's the best swordsman the Silents have ever seen. I would have you stand with the leopard. Suddenly, the mercenaries fell silent. Baldur the redhead. Again. I hear a secret whisper. If it is decided that he is the shogun's subordinate, if I win, the shogun will be disgraced, and if he wins, the shield behind him, which I know, will be displeased. If he wins, the shield behind me, which I know, will be displeased. Now is not yet the time to ask whether he is a good swordsman or a mere ruffian. Do as you wish, Lord Baldur. I didn't even get a chance to say it. Let's go, leopard. With a flash of lightning, the rapier on his hip was sheathed. Ah, cowardly. Amid the cries of the mercenaries, Guin dodged the tip of Inazuma's sword by a hair's breadth and stepped back. What's so cowardly about that? Don't make me laugh. On the battlefield, the enemy won't know your name. Baldur swung his sword with great speed, and Guin, with an agility that belied his huge size, quickly dodged it from side to side. People kept their eyes and ears open. It's a good match. Baldur the red-haired, he may not be well liked, but he is certainly skilled. Even the leopard man is no match for Baldur. Shoo, be quiet. Amidst the nervous buzz. Come on, let's finish this. What are you, indeed? The rapier of Baldur will cut through your mask. Prepare. Baldur had a horrible, cruel smile on his thin lips as he stepped forward to put his sword squarely into Gwyn's leopard head. Ah! People screaming. Whoa! It wasn't Gwyn who screamed. Yes, it hurts. I'm afraid. The people who raised their eyes saw a broken and splintered rapier, and on the floor was the figure of Baldur, miserably twisted on his back. On his back, Gwyn's knees were raised lightly, and his hand was holding Baldur's arm lightly in the opposite direction. Baldur paled and groaned in an agonized sweat, though he did not seem to be exerting himself at all. Ouch, my arm's broken. We've got a shot. Darcius's voice cracked quietly. Let the Viscount go. That's the order of your mercenary master. Ha! Baldur could not stand up for a while, even though Gwyn had let go of his hand. Gwyn held out her hand to help him. Then Baldur swatted his hand away with great force. Look at the Viscount's wrist. It's all purple and swollen. That's a lot of power. If I wanted to, I could give you a human head with one finger. It's those muscles. He's a great guy. As expected, the mercenaries were reluctant to shout out their praises too loudly, so they said to each other in secret. All of them, however, had already accepted Gwyn as a friend and a brave man. Leopard, that's awesome. I knew it. It's Silenus. You're a super soldier like I ain't never seen before. In the midst of the wave-like whispers, Baldur finally raised himself up, breathing heavily and holding his right hand as if in pain. His eyes were mad with hatred. You put this Baldur to shame, monster. He whispered out from between his thin lips. I'll never forget this. One day, you'll thank me. He said it so that only Gwyn could hear it, but his expression and the puckering of his lips meant that the mercenaries nearby could hear it. Damn, that's some backhanded bullshit right there. You red-headed bastard, you can't hold a grudge against a legitimate fight, not even as a samurai. I knew you were a Terran barbarian. Whispers rose in the air. But they were silenced when they met Baldur's gaze. There was no doubt that Baldur was a hated man, but there was no doubt that he was also feared. Good, good. It's a sideshow. It's a sideshow. General Dulcius stood up to intercede. Anyway, it looks like I've got a good sword. Your position and other matters will be decided later, so let someone show you around, give you a room, and explain to you the rules and prohibitions. I will now retire to my residence to finish my business with Lord Baldur over a meal. So, from today onwards, I am a mercenary of the Chironian Dragon Knights, right? Gwyn said gravely. Yes, a warrior like you will be a dragon chief soon. And 100 more depending on how well you do. I can't do it from the start. I have other things to do. You'd better work hard. Well, since I've been hired, I'll work as hard as I can, but by the way, in order to live in the barracks, I'd like to go back to Lapin's Inn in the downtown area, get my luggage, etc., and pay my bills. Good man. But first, you'll need armor and a room. Then you can go and buy what you need. Darcius was kind. I'm very curious to know how a warrior like you became a mere mercenary and how you came to have that leopard's head. I'm sure you'll have something to tell me later. I look forward to it. Now, Baldur, I pray that the day you let that man into our gates, that curse will not come upon you, and that dole will not hate you, Viscount Baldur said venomously. And once more he cast a blank look at Guin and the mercenaries who were now clearly in his favor, and left with Darcius. Guin and the mercenaries were left behind. As soon as the big man left, the mercenaries crowded around him. Leopard. My heart feels so good. It's been a long time since I've seen you fight like that. What an awesome warrior you are. Thank you for your time. And later, for good luck, let me touch your leopard head. It's for me, too. Hello, Selinus, you talk like a man, but can you eat like a man? The mercenaries were unconcerned and had a great deal of knowledge. They no longer cared for Guin's leopard's head. Rather, they respected and liked Guin's fighting style and his leopard's head. Hey, don't get all up in arms and start bothering Silinos. The butler, Dersu, raised his hand. We're going to be eating out of the same pot and sleeping under the same roof anyway. You'll have every opportunity to get to know him. I'd rather give him a room and explain things to him like you told me to. Hey, Steward Dersu, I'll take that role then. The one who slipped out was Thor of Adokaya, who had just been defeated by Guin. His eyes were filled with pure admiration and fondness, as if he did not care a bit about the defeat. You know, Silenus, Thor here is a bit of a jerk to the order. You're the first to defeat me so easily. Thor chuckled. One of these days, I'd like to get my hands dirty with you. Anytime. I'm looking forward to it. Come on, follow me. Indeed, Thor of Atokian must have been a good-looking man, and when he came forward, all the others accepted him at once. Which room is open, steward? It's in the north wing, second floor, room 6. Good. I'll go over there and explain to you what's going on. Come on, Selinus. I'm sorry. The mercenaries did not, as might be expected of silent townsfolk, follow him in droves. Thor of Atkia led the way down the high-ceilinged, ancient corridors. Nah, this place is quite comfortable. Some generals have strict military regulations, but my lord is kind to his men and doesn't scrimp on rewards. He's a little old, but he's a good master. I'm an old fox who's been all over the place, so I'm sure of it. Yeah, I guess so. And that's the best thing for mercenaries. Because mercenaries are just a bunch of hired guns. If they're stupid, they'll get into trouble. The most dangerous thing in any war is to have a boss who's stupid and noisy. You've never been a mercenary before, Selinus. Well, yeah. But why? Why? One look at you and I know. You've got this attitude, this demeanor, this strange, superior quality about you. You smell very different from a lowly mercenary. What? You've commanded and run quite a few armies before, haven't you? You're an idiot. Well, I don't know. You don't trust me, well, that's okay. First of all, there's a simpler reason, mercenaries have their own networks. We're all over the place. We hear all kinds of stories about who's great and where. But I've never heard of a leopard-headed warrior mercenary like you. Well, at any rate, I feel at home here. It's not hard to find the rules. Don't bring women into the barracks, don't drink too much, curfew is 10 at night, no fighting with swords, sick men are discharged, that sort of thing. Thor of Atokia suddenly whispered. It doesn't matter, you've got something against Baldur the red-haired. He's got a grudge, but he's not a reasonable man. You've made an unlikely adversary. He's vindictive and brutal and he's nicknamed the Dole Water Snake. I'm sure he's got a lot of nasty surprises in store for you, but as for the assassin, you don't have to worry, he's got a nasty little trick up his sleeve. You'd better be careful you don't get tripped up. The boy from Taube Street said the same thing to me earlier. The former emperor had a child by a woman in Tarchuan. No, that's not it. The former emperor Atrus gave birth to a Taruan woman who was a bastard, that's his father, yes. When he was 15 or 16, he suddenly came forward with the endorsement the previous emperor had given his father. The Emperor Achilles made him a viscount because he was definitely the bloodline of the previous emperor. But anyway, he's a nasty fellow, perhaps because of his Taluan blood. He's more like a scorpion than a water snake. I've heard stories of it doing all sorts of shady things. But he's got a boring backstory and no one can stand him. What's behind your back? Oh, you should know a lot of things when you're a soldier in Cheironia. Achilles' father, Grand Duke Darius, is a bad man. He wants the throne. But in Cheironia, there's a rule of direct succession, which means that if the emperor has a daughter, his brother won't succeed him, and the husband of his daughter, Princess Sylvia, will be the next emperor of Cheironia, and king of Cheironia as long as Achilles lives. So, it seems that Lord Darius had first picked up Baldur from somewhere in order to make him his puppet and force him to be Princess Sylvia's son-in-law. However, Laios, Marquis of Denay, who is only 30 years old and is also the lowest of the 12 electors, also wants to become Princess Sylvia's son-in-law. This is because he and the blind Robert of Rhodes are the only two of the 12 electors who are still alone. Moreover, the Marquis of Denay has always been a great favorite of the Emperor Achilles, so there's been a lot of wrangling going on these days. At one point, the emperor decided to marry the princess to Prince Mongol and even set a date for the wedding, which made Baldur and the Marquis of Denay very happy. But then Prince Mongol was assassinated and the story became silent, so the secret struggle began again. I see. So, Lapin has advised me to stop with Lord Darius and Elector Denay. Guin tweeted. But what does this Viscount Baldur have to say to General Darcius? Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Thor shook his head. Whoa, we're here. This is your room. Let's go inside for a minute and talk. It is a bleak but well-equipped room, with 2 beds, a desk, a closet, a bunker and eating utensils. The other one's free for now. You'll be sharing a room with the new guy, but who cares? If you don't mind. I'm gonna cut him up myself, Thor said cheerfully and sat down on the open bed. So, to continue our conversation, it seems that Grand Duke Darius has been rather cold towards the redhead of late. There is a rumor that he said he'd rather die than have Baldur as a son-in-law, and since Baldur is like that, it's not good for the Emperor Achilles, and since he has Taluan blood, he's even less popular. He's even less popular because of his Tarusian blood. And it seems as if Lord Darius is about to give up on him, so Baldur is in a great hurry. So he came up with the idea of getting the 12 silent generals on his side. The 12 electors are very tightly knit. If Marquis Denay were to be nominated as the princess son-in-law, all the 12 electors would agree since it was a family affair. But the will of the 12 electors is too powerful for the emperor to ignore. So Baldur wanted to win over the eldest of the 12 generals to his side, so that the other generals would be dissuaded. That's a lot of knowledge for a mercenary. Mercenaries must be more sensitive to the situation of the nation, because they don't want to be dragged out to die in a foolish fight. You're right. By the way, is the Marquis of Denay well liked by the princess? But it is not so, which is why Baldur is so greedy. Marquis Denay is a man of low character. And Princess Sylvia is an extremely rebellious and selfish girl, and when the emperor asked her who she wanted, she gave him the name of Demos, Marquis of Waldstad. The Marquis of Waldstad had a beloved wife, the daughter of the Marquis of Anten, and 3 children. And this Marquis of Waldstad is a handsome man. He's young, but he's a good swordsman. He's taken on the role of Waldstad, the chief defender against the parrots, and he's doing a good job, so he has the emperor's confidence. However, the Marquis of Antain is the greatest noble among the 12 princes, and the emperor cannot allow his daughter's selfishness to go against the Marquis of Antain. I see. So that about sums it up, Guin said. From the outside, Ceylonia appears to be a peaceful place, but from the inside, it is a place of trouble. That's right. Where there's a man, there's a country. Well, Cheironia won't be a civil war. Not while Achilles the Great is in power. When Sylvia comes along, it'll all depend on her son-in-law. By the way, while you're being nice, tell me. Is there any sign of an upcoming war? Well, I don't know. I don't know about this. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. And when it does, it won't be a big fight for the whole country. With the current strength of the kingdom of Cheironia, there is no fool who will challenge us unless we make a terrible move. If there is, it will be a quarrel over borders at most. Borders, so that means either Paro, Eulania, or Teruin. Maybe. But it's usually just a matter of getting the electorate out. You have nothing to worry about, and you have no reason to. Perhaps you'd rather have a place to take the credit. Then don't worry about that either. A quarrel shouldn't be surprising by now, anywhere. Thor of Atokia was happy to be so close to Guin, and seemed ready to say anything if asked. Just then, however, the door opened and Deluz stepped out. Hey, how long are you selling oil? The third company's personal effects check is going on downstairs. Can't we go and get some new armor? Whoa, 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 whoa. Thor scrambles to his feet. Well, Mr. Celinos, I'll see you later. I'll come back later to talk to you at my leisure. He disappeared through the door. I'll see it off. I think I'll go back to Taubes Street, vacate my lodgings, and get my things, Guin said. Dels nodded. I'm listening. The horse you rode was ridden home by a child, so you can take out any horse with a saddle and ride it. Thank you. Guin did as he was told, drew his horse and left the barracks. The mercenaries, who seemed to be huddled in the yard waiting for the inspection, called out his name cheerfully. He waved his hand merrily, went out of the gate and quickly mounted his horse. With a gentle whip, the horse galloped off into the deep green of the twin hills of the Silence. Even the green of the trees was darker and darker in this northern country, and the air was crisp and clear with the fragrant smell of wood. The undergrowth of the trees was short and the sky was high. In the midst of it stretched the grey city of the Silence and the grey roads leading to it, and people came and went with ease, wearing thick cloaks and distinctive little triangular felt hats, and even their horses were covered with felt stitching. The Silence are a good place, Guin murmured, breathing in the green-scented air of the trees. After all, he had been right to come here to live in Cheironia for a while. The joyful thought made his horse gallop easily with the whip. Behind us, the camp of General Darcius loomed. The road is a gentle descent, and the cold wind makes my cloak flutter pleasantly. And, hey, Guin! Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him, and with a clatter of hooves, a horseman darted out into the street. Istvin! What's up? Guin quickly reins in his horse and pulls him back. Istvin gallops forward with his horse. Well, it seems you've successfully won the favor of the thousand-dragon warlord Darcius and become a mercenary of Cheironia. Seeing as how you're riding a horse covered in gold on black with dragon trim, unless you caused a ruckus inside and gave up the general and ran away. That's right. General Darcius summoned me. He said he didn't care if I was a leopard. Now I'm going back to Lapin's Inn in downtown to pay my bill and pick up my things. Good for him. The lucky wand of Ilana, the goddess of fortune, that's really, really good. Congratulations, Guin. I'm glad you're so pleased, Istvin, Guin said softly and dismounted. Istvin also dismounted and the two men walked side by side. In fact, I've been spending so much time as a mercenary that I can't help but wonder if I'm deliberately delaying the day when my true identity, the one I'm looking for, will become known. I'm going to work for the general for a while. I remember the reaction of those pirates to the Garm's Head. Garm's Head. It's good to see you again, Guin. I feel like it's been a long time ago when I think back to the time when I went out from the port of Paro with you and those twins to the Sea of Lent and arrived at that shady island and stuff. It hasn't really been a year yet. Yeah. The monster that lurked on that island, I wonder what it was. As if nostalgic for the past, Istvan the Valachian murmured with a distant look in his eyes. There's a lot of things in this world that don't make sense. You're so poised. Istvan seemed to ponder for a moment. Well, I don't care about that, but I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're okay, because I've been wondering what happened to you. He's a friend, and a longtime friend at that. You can't just walk out on your own if you're under arrest. Why don't we just do our business and go home, and have a toast around here? Where there's no one to bother us. No, it's nice of you to say so, but since I'm a mercenary, I have to abide by military regulations. I don't want to be so selfish from the first day, and besides, it would be a nuisance for the shop to have me in a tavern with this appearance. Damn, you're so hard and serious, Guin. Istvan shrugged his shoulders. Mercenaries don't do anything in peace except drink and play gambling. There's no such thing as military discipline. But if you don't want to, then don't invite him. I thought I'd buy you a drink once in a while, but I'm sorry. I'll take that as a sign of gratitude. Hey, it's okay. It's just me and you, right? By the way, Istvan tapped the horse's neck lightly as he pulled on the reins. What do you think? Do you feel at home at Darcius? Are they happy with their treatment, loyal to their employers and getting along well? Well, after all, I have not been here half a day. But a man named Thor of Atosia, whom I met and who was kind to me, said that this was a good place and that General Darcius was a good host. Istvan paused for a moment. Then, looking sideways at Guin, he said, "It's time." So, what do you think? For example, when they hear there's a better service, they all come here in droves, you know. So, from your point of view, what do you mean? Here we go again. Istvan frowned at the sallow, manly, evil-looking face. You're not very careful, are you? It would be more charming and human if you were a little less cautious. It's just small talk. It didn't sound like it to me. Guin turned his expressionless eyes to Istvan and said quietly, "What do you mean? What do you want me to do? Go through the ranks of Dulcius' army and find out about their internal divisions and grievances? Apparently, it has something to do with the fact that you followed me and Marius here to the Silence. Where's the better service? No. More than that, what on earth are you up to, Istvan of Wallachia? Plotting. Hey, that's not a very nice thing to say, is it?" Istvan wrinkled his nose badly, but after a few moments, he seems to have made up his mind. Shrugging his shoulders, he stopped and walked around in front of Guin, looking directly into the leopard's face, although Guin was a head taller than him. He looked up at her. It was a straight road at the foot of a hill, where the town of Silen was just beginning to be seen, and it happened to be in the middle of a gentle slope surrounded by forest, with no one passing by. "You've got it all figured out, haven't you, Guin of the Leopard?" Istvan said and put his hand on his strong shoulder in a friendly manner. "You see, Guin, we began far away in Staphyros, crossed Nosferus, crossed the Sea of Lent from Loth, and parted left and right in the far steppes of Argos, but we unexpectedly met again in Zoldia, and traveled together to Jotunheim and beyond the ice and snow of Talon. I've been to Jotunheim and beyond the ice and snow of Talruin. I can't help but think that this is because Yarn, the god of fate, brought us together in order to bring us together. Fortunately, you seem to like me. So I took you for a man and asked you for a favor. Hey, Guin, why don't you join forces with me? What does it mean to fold your hands?" Guin casually removed his hand from Istvan's shoulder and asked him back. There's no emotion in that voice. "What are you up to, Istvan?" Guin repeated again. Istvan looked around quickly. "Hey, Guin. I kind of like you. There's something about you that makes me think I can count on you. Despite your disfigurement, or perhaps because of it, you're somehow trustworthy. Even in this long relationship, I've always had your help and you've never betrayed anyone. I was brought up as a child." Istvan, a fatherless child of the Chitian brothel, has lived alone since he was 4 years old, with nothing to rely on but himself. Perhaps that's why I can't trust people, most people. People, as long as you show them an opening, they'll come for you in a heartbeat. If you don't, they will. If you don't, they will. That's how I've lived my life. It's not that there wasn't someone who cared for me. When you're young and strong and smart and as good as me, who wouldn't fall for you? Istvin said lamely and stuck out his tongue. There were many men who would die for me. Some of them were great men of the sea, captains of big ships, generals of navies, and they wanted me to be their guardian, and if it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have a guardian, and they were waiting for me to come back. That's a true story, man. No one said I was lying. Hey, you should be impressed with, but I didn't trust him, even though he was in love with a man whose name was known to everyone in the country. It's not that I didn't believe in his sincerity. It's that I didn't trust that person to help me do what I wanted. I've always relied on my own strength, my own destiny, my own ability, and that's all I've ever had. So, Guin. He's the first, maybe the last person I've ever asked to help me. That's why I really need you to listen to me. I'm asking you. I'm asking you to help me. I need you to be my right hand and help me get what I want. Istvin's black, flawless eyes glittered and blazed. His youthful face was twisted with anguish, as if he could not contain his overflowing ambition and hope, and there was not a glimpse of the poisonous, mischievous boy he had always been. His slender stature looked as if it were enveloped in a black flame. What the hell do you think you're doing? Guin asked slowly, for the third time. Istvin puffed out his cheeks a little like a disappointed child. So you just can't buy a bird without seeing the feathers. Okay. I'll tell you what. But don't tell me that you're the one who's talking to me. Look, Guin, I'm gonna be king. I'm gonna be a king. His voice sounded like a triumphant bugle call, but Guin doesn't seem too impressed. That's what I've been telling you, though. Bullshit, that's just a bunch of horseshit. Istvin is in a bad mood. There's a difference between just saying you want to be a man and saying you've got a plan, between lure and doll, light and dark, heaven and earth. I'm gonna steal a country, Guin. What do you mean? I can't teach you that trick until I've heard your answer. Istvin closed one eye. But at any rate, a country thief must have at least 10,000 troops. And first of all, there's a big difference between having a few thousand troops and having no troops at all. Fortunately, I've already secured some money in Jotunheim. I can manage to feed a few thousand people for the time being. Guin, why don't you give me a hand and draw out the mercenaries of Dulcius and spread the word that there's a better way to make money and bring them to me? Of course, I won't do anything wrong. You're my general, my great general. King Istvin's leopard General Guin. Oh, isn't this guy a picture? Istvin. Guin gazed quietly at Istvin the Valachian with topaz eyes that seemed to see through everything. What? You've changed, haven't you? Why, what? What, out of the blue? From the beginning, you were a young man full of ambition and dreams, openly declaring that you wanted to be a king. But now you are. What the hell? Yes. It's as if your ambitions and dreams, which until now have been nothing more than a rainbow in your mind, have suddenly and desperately come to fruition, and you're determined to do whatever it takes, by whatever means, to achieve them. Istvin, the way you are talking now is like a man who has sold his soul to the devil. You have power and talent. And you're so young. I've known for a long time that you'd make something of yourself. But there's no rush. You're still so young, Istvin. I am, Istvin said in a strangely calm tone, like an anxious child. I'm in a hurry, Guin. And I can see it. Feces. Istvin looked a little lost in thought. He's in a hurry. He sold his soul to the devil, or maybe he did. But why? It's a fool's errand to let ambition remain ambition forever. I believe that it is the right thing to do, and I believe that the time has come for us to do it. Guin, I think I'm gonna have a little confession talk with you for a change. Come sit here. Yeah. They hitched up their horses and sat down on the grass by the road. But though he said this, Ishtvan did not seem to begin to speak, but was absorbed in some thought. Seeing this, Guin said slowly, "The reason I said that, Ishtvan. Because this country of Chironia is not like Mongol. Mongol was a young, very young country. So the institutions were not in place, the foundations of the country were not yet laid. That's why he could have dared to go to Paro and left so easily. However, a nation, once it is established and over time, can be extremely fragile, but at the same time, it can also be solidified by its own strength. A great power like Chironia cannot be crushed by a slightest poke, and of course it is not easy to crush it by force. If you decide to take the mercenary knights under the command of Dulcius and make them your own, you will, alone and without any support, incur the wrath of the great nation of Chironia and be regarded as its enemy, and you will take 2,000 or 3,000 mercenaries and face the wrath of Chironia and its pursuers who will seek revenge or to regain their troops. I hope you've thought about that." "No," Ishtvan growled and frankly admitted. "Yeah, that, too. I wasn't thinking, damn it. If 2 or 3 dozen men are pulled out, or even 100 or 1,000, it will make an example of us in the future. Chironia, which relies on mercenaries for a significant portion of its military power, will not stand idly by and watch." That is, indeed, true." Ishtvan growled once more and stared at the little worm crawling slowly on a blade of grass in front of him, then suddenly became agitated and said, "But what am I supposed to do then? If you're only talking about becoming king and stealing countries, anyone can do it. But if you say that the old kingdoms are beyond the power and ambition of a single man, then you're not alone. Paro, Kumu, Ulania, with their 3,000 years of history, are all the same. Even the tiny autonomous region of Primorsky territory, so you're saying that no matter how ambitious or powerful you are in this world, if you're not born into a royal family, you'll never be mine no matter what. As long as you are born into a royal family, you can have the throne, popularity and army without any hardships, and as a little whore in a Chitian brothel, you can continue to be a petty mercenary, spouting nonsense all your life, and if you're good, you can rise to the rank of a general's lieutenant, accumulate a small fortune, and bask in the sun while telling your grandchildren about your bragging days. Is that all he does? No. If that's the way of the world, I'll turn it upside down. I was born with nothing. Not my father, not my mother, not your house, not your money, not your status, just my body, and I've always gotten by with just my body. I've always sold this body for money, and my sword was stolen from a corpse on the battlefield. I don't want to live like a bug anymore. I don't want to live in a world where I can't have the throne, or the royal princess, or even my own army because I'm a lousy mercenary, and I'll turn that world upside down. Even a little guy like Remus is now the king of Paro just because he was born into a royal family. Back then, in Nosferus, in the inn in Paro, on the ship, his life depended on my touch, and now, even if we go to the Crystal Palace, we won't even be able to look him in the eye. How is this possible? Guin, is this ever going to happen? We're the same people. What's the difference between me and that brat from Remus? What makes him so much better than me? His wits, his strength, his courage, his sword, he's no match for a dwarf like me. And he may be a prince, but I, too, was foretold by Grandma Fay when I was born that I would be king of a kingdom. If that were the case, Ishtvan. Guin gently raised her large palm to soothe his boasting. You may still look mature, but you're really young. What's the point of comparing us? Remus has his own destiny. And those born into the royal family have their own suffering and troubles. To reign so young. I know, Ishtvan said wildly. I wasn't thinking about Remus, you know. It's just that, it's like, the countries, the way the world works, it's like a monolithic door in front of me, and no matter how hard I push and pull, I can't get to it. Damn it, I'm Ishtvan. You said in Zlordia that you were from Paro. Did you meet Aldo Neyris, Lord of the Crystal, in Paro? Yes. Istvan stepped aside for a moment. Hey, Guin. You're a little creepy sometimes, and you've always been a little creepy sometimes. The last time I talked to Marius, Guin was not surprised. So, something happened to you at Paro. That's what made you want to sell your body and soul to the doll, so to speak. It's not like that. Istvan had a faraway look in his eyes. I'm just, oh, he could have been like that, the opposite of what he was. He had everything. Endless knowledge, noble blood, people who adored him, luxurious rooms, the finest wine and silk, hairbrushing maidens, well-chosen horses, and Linda's heart, everything I don't have, everything I wish I had. I don't have any. Istvan suddenly whispered in a strained voice. Guin, tell me. Why does he have everything and I don't have anything? If I could really sell this soul to a doll and have my heart's desire fulfilled, I would. Don't say that. It's not what you think, Guin said anxiously. And how do you know that a man who is blessed with everything is happy? Perhaps it is he who is unhappiest of all. No, I don't think so, Istvan said plainly. Young and beautiful, adored by all, with a beautiful lover and loyal subjects, furnished to his liking, full of luxuries, clever and ambitious, a prince of noble blood and a man of great skill, how can such a man be unhappy? Unhappy is a man like me. You've never seemed very unhappy to me. Besides, Guin hesitated for a moment, then. There are those who would give up the life of a prince and leave the country to go on a wandering journey. That's just a load of horseshit or a myth made up by some idiot minstrel or other. Once again, Istvan's mood had begun to change. He seemed to be beginning to regret that he had shown his feelings to Guin. Well, that's what your favorite cunt, Marius, would think. Huh, he'd say. Happiness in a corner, gazing at flowers, loving birds, singing songs all your life in secret. He's not a man. A man with as many arrows as a man is bound to have ambition. Big, crazy ambition, the ability to dream big dreams, that's what makes a man big. I want the whole world. The king of kings, that's what I want. Guin didn't say anything. He just shook his head slowly. Istvan stood up, put his hands on his hips, and stood in front of Guin. Yeah, well, I'm gonna get it. I ain't got nothing, so I'm gonna take it all. Even if, I'll sell my soul to the doll. No matter what it takes. As he swallowed the words in his mouth, the gaze of Ard Neyris, the Prince of Darkness, with his shining black hair and dark night eyes, suddenly appeared in Istvan's eyes. Well, the doll could be you. Mr. Neyris, you're the reason I'm selling my soul. Istvan looked defiantly at Guin with a twisted smile. Fine. If we can't pull off Darcius mercenaries, we won't push it, he said wildly. But I need your help. I need you to help me do what I want. I've never asked anyone to help me or work with me. I, Istvan of Wallachia, dare to reveal my heart and my hand to you. I beg you to listen. I can't let you not hear it. What do you want me to do? For now, if you think it would be harmful to draw out the mercenaries of Dulcius to incur the wrath of Chironia, then just keep them as Dulcius mercenaries and earn his trust. And tell me secretly what's going on inside Chironia. And one day, when I come to tell you that the time has come, come to me. To fight with me, under my banner. No. Heavily, Guin said. But his answer was firm and unyielding. No, Istvan. I can't do that. Why? Istvan said sharply. His sallow face suddenly twisted as if someone had slapped him. Why not? You and me, we're friends, aren't we, Guin? We've fought together, we've cut together, we've pulled together. And now we meet again in Zordia, millions of worlds apart. This is the fate of Yarn, you and I. That's why, don't you agree? I do not know the mind of Yarn. I have only just pledged my allegiance to the banner of Chironia. I cannot take that as an oath, as you would have me, to serve General Dulcius as a knight of iniquity. You were the one who gave me the plan to get Count Mars and trick him, weren't you? Istvan muttered lowly, as if he did not want to hear the name in his own ears. You turned me into a traitorous assassin, and you don't want that to happen to you. We had to live. Me, you, the Paro twins, we had to fight, we had to do whatever it took to survive. Now I have no reason to disobey Darcius, who has been so good to me. Even if I ask, because of our long friendship, even if I ask. Istvan said as low as ever. Okay. Then why don't you do me a favor? I always thought of you more as a symbol of luck, than a living person. The lucky one doesn't want to stand beside me. Do you also choose something different than me? It's not. I'm just me. Istvan, I don't think it's right for you to think like that. I'm worried about you. Don't compare yourself to anything like that. You're only you. I don't care. Istvan's face twisted as if in sharp pain, and he made a gesture as if he were brushing something away with his hand. If you insist on rejecting me and refusing my requests, then so be it, Guin. My friendship with you is over. Goodbye, or goodbye. Chapter 3. Drunkard's Lane. And this was the western center of the northern city of Ceylon, the bustling shopping district of Styx Boulevard. Ceylon is surrounded by 7 hills, and the palaces, barracks and residences of the nobles are all located between the 7 hills. Therefore, the city of Ceylon was the city of the townspeople, and among them, the western half of the city, divided by the 3 rivers. Styx Boulevard was the world of the townspeople. In the east of Ceylon, around Jalna district and North Ceylon district, there are huge arena and small palaces, high-class shops, and mansions of princes and nobles. However, West Ceylon, Styx district, Cologne district, and especially Styx Boulevard, which once divided Ceylon into west and east and then ran westward in a T-shape, were very lively places. If you go south from here, you will soon find yourself in the downtown of Terad. The wide boulevards are lined with stones and, as was usual in this period, there are large fountains or statues at the crossroads and markets in the squares. There are many traders, dusty people, pilgrims, sailors, foreigners, and children running around. Although it was a common scene in the downtown area of any city, there was naturally an atmosphere peculiar to the northern city of Ceylon. For example, I could feel it in the square, stone-built, low houses with their somehow heavy and solid appearance, and I could also feel it in the 7 hills surrounding the Ceylons, which I could see from anywhere in the city if I raised my eyes, and in the rich greenery and darkness of the forests and mountains beyond them. It was also in the greenness and darkness of the forests and mountains beyond. The road was very wide and was paved with stones. There were drains on both sides of the road, and small shrines of Dagong at each corner, where offerings were made. The air was cool and the water of the fountains was as cold as ice in some seasons. In winter, when they came into Ceylon, they dressed their camels in fur boots and covered them with long, colorful blankets. The bright colors of the blankets added a distinct accent to the dark winter landscape of Ceylon, with its gloomy sky, black-green forests, and gray houses. However, as the season was not yet so cold, people went out without wrapping their faces. The customs peculiar to Ceylons, such as women wearing thick cloths and cloaks over their bare clothes, and men wearing leather clothes and furs over their naked bodies, were in the style of the people of the north, who wanted to make the short period of sunshine a reminder of the long and gloomy winter. Even in the coldest winter, wealthy people would keep their homes and gardens as warm and bright as in summer, and live in only light clothing, in order to boast of their wealth. Ceylon was not called the city of commerce, culture, and art like the crystal city of Paro or the Kumu capitals of Rouen and Thais, but instead it was the city of people who claimed to have everything: commerce, trade, and religion. The pride of the Ceylons was that it was a city in the land, where sailors come to trade, a city in the north, where the fruits of the south are displayed in the shops, and a city in the middle of the plain, where there is only one temple of all the gods, yes, even the temple of Dole. The Silons were able to drink all things pure and pure, to accept all things and all people, the Kaitai of the east, the barbarians of Teruan of the north, the dark-skinned races of the south, the mages, the pilgrims, the mercenaries, the slaves, everything. As proof of the Silon's enormous appetite, his capacity to devour anything and everything, the shops were lined with merchandise from all over the world. The silks of Kumu, the weapons of Mongol, the Vacha wine of Mongol and the palm wine of the South Island, the ornaments of Paro, the perfumes of Salvio, the ironware of Eulania, and the silverware of Chironia from Verdeland, the strange Kitai garments and flowers from Anten, and the dry goods. There are snake scissors hung on posts like long strings, black leopard skins with their limbs spread out, and elhen tuskwork. For food, there are all sorts of dried fruits, sugar beets, countless boxes of spices, caged ducks and Baltic birds. Grass rabbits hung with their skins peeled off, roasted small pigs on the fire, roasted langudo. Legged fish eels, grass eels, horseshoe fish, rainbow fish and thunder fish, all of which are said to be very tasty, scurry about in a water-filled cistern. The giant green turtle, the ugly red scorpion fish, which looks bad but is good to eat. Huge chunks of white, pure rock salt from Nosferus are hewn and rolled, and next to them are the honeyed kalam of Paro in Kumu jars. If you go to the back streets, you can find fate, mages' fortunes and even assassins for sale. There is nothing that cannot be obtained and nothing that cannot be freed if one is willing to pay. There is a spellbinding alley where many pairs of glowing eyes stare at you from the depths of dark houses surrounded by suspicious rumors, a Samidare alley that is always somewhat wet and full of opium, and a drunken alley with many shady bars. A small obsidian statue of Lur, the god of justice, stands at the entrance. The waterway runs along these small and disreputable streets, and the people who live there in rickety boats are like boatmen and night hawks. In this area, Silons are on the outskirts of town, and elegant people, young girls, noblewomen, and middle-class women with their children do not enter the area even at dusk. Talus Street and Taulid, that's what it was. If you turn to the south from Styx Boulevard, you will find yourself at the end of Talus Street. Even in Silon, where the clouds are heavy and gray, and the stone-built houses are gray and crowded, this area always seems to be dazzling with its lively primary colors and loud noise. A slender young man who blended in perfectly with the bustle of the downtown area and the crowds of people who seemed to be at a festival or something, happily and easily walking with Kidera on his back. It was, of course, Marius, the bard. It seems to me that he is truly suited from the very beginning to this kind of town, and even more so to a downtown entertainment district. Although he was born into a royal family, is it his mother's blood as a commoner, or is it his natural disposition? Unlike the man who, until a few days ago, was traveling with Guin in a deserted, deep forest, now he is a fish that has been watered. He is not a large man, nor does he have a prominent figure. The minstrel's triangular hat and the kithara on his back are certainly eye-catching, but they are not particularly unusual in this age. However, even so, Marius, walking through the crowd, while completely blending in with the surroundings, somehow strangely attracted the eye, as if there was a bright and warm light just around him. Of course, his gentle, beautiful face and his lively, joyful gaze also contributed greatly to this, and by far the most people who looked back at him were women. It's good to be in the city. Come to think of it, I haven't been here since Taurus. Marius was not necessarily eager to go to Silon, nor did he have any business to attend to. But when he arrived, the bustling crowds and the hustle and bustle, the smell of the delicious food shops, the smell of horse manure, the hustle and bustle of the people, all of it was familiar to him, just like back home, and it enveloped him softly. Come to think of it, I haven't wandered anywhere worthwhile in a very long time. From Zerudia, to the far north, to Teruan. I think I'll just stay here in Silon for a while and make some money. But at first I was a little anxious to come to Silon, because I thought that there might be in Silon the princes and nobles of Silonia, who knew him as Aldine, Prince of Paro, and ambassadors from Paro and others. But it seemed unlikely that he would meet any of these people in his life as a casual minstrel, nestled in the dubious terraced quarter. Whoa, nice girl. It smells good. Shall I invite Guin over for some skewers tonight? I'll buy you a jar of fire wine. With easy steps, Marius went first to the Temple of Yarn, the god of fate, the main religion in Chironia. In this northern country, people tend to have more faith in Yarn, the one-eyed old man who is in charge of destiny, than in Janus, the main god worshipped in Paro, of course. Why this is so, I do not know. As a result of the high level of devotion, the Temple of Yarn was lined with many souvenir shops on both sides of the street leading to the gate. The whole place was lined with them. The whole area was covered with a haze of incense smoke. Marius, among the pious people, passed through the crowd, took off his shoes at the foot of the temple steps, held them in his hands, and walked up the stone steps that had been worn down over the years. It is an unwritten custom for minstrels to pay a visit to the temple of the place where they are to live for a while and pay their respects. Old Yarn, you'll be living with the silence for a while. I'll be counting on you. When it was his turn, he placed his forehead against the pedestal 3 times, put some coins in a box, lit a candle, and then spoke to the god in a mysterious way. I'm not expecting anything from you, not big fortune, not good news. I just want to live in peace and quiet, in a corner, without being seen, without getting into trouble. I don't want any more ties between people. I don't want anything to happen to me. A place to sleep every day, good food, people who appreciate my songs, that's all I want. If this is a comfortable place to live, I'll stay here for the time being. In any case, I don't have any reason to go anywhere or any place I want to go. O Yarn, may your wise eye always watch over me and be upon me. Give me peace and rest, a little comfort and solace for my weary soul. If I'm still in silent after a month, I'll dedicate a song to you in return. Blowing out the candles softly, Marius left the Temple of Yarn. Next to it stood the Temple of Saria, which, as was customary, contained a small temple of Thoth. Marius thought about it for a moment, then went in and paid 1/10 of a penny to the winged statue of Saria, which he also worshipped. It was easy here. May you meet a good woman. May you never meet a bad woman, an ugly woman, or a sick woman. In addition, buy a small white arrow sold at the mausoleum of Thoth for 10 turans and poke it into the pile of earth that looks like a heap of needles with the arrow in front of the statue of Thoth. May the arrow of my toad always be in good health and the joy of the goddess of Saria. I chanted a few clichés and left there too. On the way out, I bought a small glass of fire wine mixed with kalam water to quench my thirst, and because I was feeling hungry, I bought 2 skewers of grilled longed, a specialty of Ceylon, and ate them while walking. Each skewer is served with a piece of gaudy and a stick of herbs. Excuse me. Where is the Temple of Aurra? At the end of Upper Talus Street, north of Viroqua. Thank you very much. Yarn bless you. Smiling, too far to the back. Hey. Wasn't that minstrel nice? You had a kind face. Black curly hair. You look so young. I wonder if he's going to sing in the Temple of Aurra. I'll follow you. The whispering of the girls, who were laughing and giggling after passing the whispering, made a splendid sound. Marius took his steps lightly, pulled back his tricorn hat a little, tucked his fingers into his curly hair, looked at the girls with his eyes to see if any of them were pretty, and then walked toward the temple of the poet god Kala. The Temple of Kala was also crowded with people, though not as many as the Temple of Yarn, and the tips of the same triangular hat and kithara could be seen in the waves of people's heads. However, Marius had absolute confidence in his own voice and skill level, so he proceeded unhesitatingly. My name is Marius the Bard. I have come to offer a song to my god, Aurra. At the entrance, he applied to the priest of Aurra, who wore a light blue toga. Good. How many songs do you want to sing? So for now, 2 songs, one in honor of Aurra and one in praise of Chironia. Any number of songs, if you like. All right. I just finished with one. You may begin at any time. Thank you, sir. Marius greeted him charmingly, removed the kithara from his back, and stepped forward to the alabaster statue of Aurra, with its huge wings, bird's face, and hermaphroditic body with breasts and male markings. There are several stages around the statue of Aurra, but no one is doing anything there at the moment. The temple of Aurra, the god of poetry, entertainment and music, is not walled up, but has only pillars and is open to the people on all sides, so that anyone may perform his or her art here. Oh, the minstrels are going to dedicate a song to you. Look at her. She's young and a little bit beautiful. I don't know about your voice. I hope it's better than the one you just gave me. Because of this tradition, there are always people around the temple of Aurra, such as old men who are good listeners and good watchers, who spend their days judging the performers on the stage, and the owner of a big hut who comes to prepare the next performance. It was quite a frightening place. If your performance was bad, you would be beaten up and dragged down even in the middle of the performance. It took a lot of courage for him to dedicate himself on the stage of Aurra. Marius, however, did not seem the least bit daunted. He calmly stepped forward, adjusted the strings of the kithara, and reclined on his knees. Sing a song in praise of Aurra. A clear, sweet, somewhat high-pitched, well-sounding voice drifted over the people. No one will listen to you. They'll only listen if the song is good. Marius, not surprised by the lack of response, raised his voice and began to sing a song in praise of Aurra. Oh! At the first verse, the people became quiet and stopped, and at the next verse, the listeners leaned forward. Marius sang with all his heart. His voice, which had been likened to a silver bell or a silver harp, was so full of energy that it penetrated the ears of the listeners. O Aurra, it is you. O Aurra, forever. O Aurra, guide me. When Marius had finished playing the chords softly, a clamor broke out as if it had been waiting for him. That's good. You sound good. Bravo. Do more. The clamor continued until Marius bade him farewell and took up his kithara to play another song. A song in praise of Chironia. Marius cried out, and now began to sing a song to the country and its people, cheerful and buoyant, but with the heaviness of the north and winter at its heart. This was also a great success. The enthusiasm of the audience was greater than that of the previous song, and the applause did not stop for a while. Good. Good man. Sing one more song. Do more. Yes, do more. So. Marius was so happy that he took his kithara back. Marius loved to sing more than anything else. Whenever people listened to him, and cried and laughed, he felt sincere satisfaction, joy, and pride. They do not know his birth, nor his nature, nor what sort of man he is, and therefore their admiration for him is without a trace. This made Marius very happy and proud. He never felt happier than when he was singing, and never felt more powerful or more worthy of life than when he was singing. He wished for nothing more than to sing, to live happily, and to live in harmony with others. What will become of the throne of purple and gold? What good is a throne of purple and gold? What good is gold, position and power won with human blood? I'm a little singing bird in the sky. I'm a little singing bird in the sky. People cry, laugh, rejoice and grieve at my voice. How rich I am. How happy I am. I don't need anything, not a kingdom, not a throne, not a prince's position, not even people's enmity. This old ragged kithara, it is my life. In the passing towns I will sing of love, of flowers, of the sky. Marius the minstrel, that's me. Listen to my song, listen to my song. When did I learn to sing so well? When did I come to love singing? When did I come to think that I don't need anything else? Once upon a time, I was a little bird who couldn't sing. And he sang. I was in a cage looking at the sky. They laughed at me and mocked me and said, "Kill the little bird that can't sing." Then a kind maid came and opened the door of the cage. She said it would be a pity to kill him, and that the little bird that couldn't sing should return to the sky and fly free. I'm going to the sky, straight to the sky, up, 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 up. Someday I'll be singing the song of the little bird that soars through the sky with all its voice, with all its life. Please listen to my song. When I'm sad and when I'm in pain, I always sing this little song of a little bird in the sky. Yes. I've always been like a little bird, always singing. With overflowing feelings, nostalgia and tenderness, Marius sings. They erupted in applause. Good. You sound good. Marius. I'm Marius the Bard. Marius' face glowed with pride and joy, and he burned. There was no greater triumph for the poet than to sing in the temple of Karlaea and have his name remembered by men. What is the throne? What's a 3,000-year-old kingdom? Look, they're calling my name. My kingdom is here. When he left the stage after repeated applause and encores, Marius' face was flushed and his heart was in his mouth. Marius, Marius. Hey, you've got a nice voice. I've decided to become your patron. People will surround him, pat him on the shoulder, and shake his hand. Hey, Mr. Marius, I like your song. How would you like to have a show at my place? The big, burly hut owner called out. Ha, Alan just called out to you. Poet, if you're invited to join Alan at the Carla Theatre in Verna, you'll make a lot of money, a lot of money. I've got a couple of nice dancers. Alan of the Carla Theatre said. I'll pair you up with it, and we'll make a big splash. Thank you, sir. Marius smiled and said, but, no. Why? You know, sometimes the nobility and even the royalty come to the Carla Theatre. It's an honor. It's also money. Yeah, but that's what bothers me. It's not hard for someone to see you, to know who you are, and for your brother to hear about you. I wonder if he'll be angry. If he knew that I was singing in front of all those servants as a disgusting performer. A deep black gaze that he had abandoned and forgotten, a gentle but somewhat cold gaze that always seemed to be secretly irritated by the fact that his brother was different from him, unexpectedly came to haunt him. Well, I made a wish to Aurra. I'll never sing for money. Ha! Alan was disappointed. But it was common, and in this day and age, vows to God were sacred, even for men. He's always available if you change your mind. Verna's Carla Theatre. Just tell him to call Alan. Thank you, sir. I'll never forget what you said. Marius smiled. It was the kind of friendly, soothing smile that was characteristic of this young man, one that everyone liked. Hey, poet. An older woman with fat, curly hair said from behind Alan. I know where I'm staying tonight. You don't have to entertain, but you can play. Then why don't you sing at my place for the night? I'm Parogiana of the Goddess of the Sea pavilion on Drunkard's Lane. It's the biggest bar on Drunkard's Alley, taught by one of the crowd. And I also run a whorehouse called the House of the Goddess. Marius gazed at the woman, who wore the black silk of Kumu around her stout body, as if she were an accomplished woman. Does your wife have a good woman? Yes, they are. They're the prettiest people in all of Ceylon. It's settled. Marius snapped his fingers. I'll be there later, in the late afternoon. You're gonna sing at Parogiana's. We'll be there. I'm coming with you. There's a beautiful woman there, Mehu, one of the 5 best Ceylons in all of Kumu. And the amateurs are coming, too. The people laughed merrily and murmured, it's going to be a good night. And they said to each other with one eye closed. And so, Marius returned triumphantly to the inn in Lapin. There is still time before nightfall, and I must tell my companion and the innkeepers that I will be late tonight. It was not far from the temple of Karlaea to the Viatabus. Marius bought a bottle of wine on the way and went humming into the inn with it in his arms. Ha! Go into your room and put on your eyebrows. There you are, Guin. Guin was packing up her things on the bunk. What's the matter? Darcius did better than you. Strangely, as soon as he stepped into the room, he felt that an awkward atmosphere had settled in the room. Marius bobbed his head and went to his bunk. Istvan the Valachian, who was standing idly at the door, with one hand on the wall above him, looked at Marius with an ill-tempered look. Oh, you're alive. Blessed be life. I was praying you'd get mugged by a silent mugger and go to hell. What the fuck, man? Marius glared at Istvan. It's not the first time you've had a bad feeling, but, we're both here. Istvan was in a very bad mood. What the hell is that? Booze. Huh, I didn't buy it for you. Shut the fuck up, motherfucker. I'm in a bad mood. I'll cut you in half if you don't shut up. I can tell by looking at you that you're in a bad mood. I'm in a bad mood too. I see it all the time in your face. You goddamn gargoyle. Give me that drink. Oh, no. It's for Guin. I want a drink. I can't stay sober, damn it. Istvan strode forward and forcibly took the pot from Marius. Marius became angry and hid the vase behind his back, but Istvan grabbed his hand and snatched the vase from him, and, mumbling angrily, he put his mouth directly on the vase and began to drink. What an outlaw. Marius said with all the anger he could muster. You're not gonna die well. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna do what I want to do. Istvan said sternly. I ain't gonna let nobody screw this up. Marius frowned. It was not the first time that Istvan had spoken ill of him or behaved unkindly, but today he felt that Istvan was somehow different. In Istvan's violent behavior, there was a sense of desperation, like that of a sulky child. What's going on? Marius forgot his anger and looked at Guin, who was quietly packing his bags, and Istvan, who was standing there gulping down his drink. Hey, Guin, how'd it go? Yeah, but there's nothing unusual about Gwyn's appearance or voice. Darcius accepted me and immediately gave me a room in his barracks and took me on as his mercenary. So I left the inn and came back here to join him. Well, that's good to hear, Guin. Thank you for all your help. From now on, if you need me, ask for me at Darcius Barracks on Twin Hills. By the way, what will you do now? Yeah. Marius glances over at Istvan. Since my purpose was to get you back to the Silence, I don't have any use for you anymore. It's not like I have anywhere else to go, and the Silence seem like a nice place to live. For the time being, I think I'll settle down on the Rid, sing a song, and live a carefree life. Yeah, that's good, too. Guin is very calm. Istvan looked at the two men with a fierce look in his eyes and was about to say something poisonous, but he thought better of it and drank again. I'm your biographer. Yes, Guin. It's time I wrote a saga about you. I think the more the Silence know about you, the less they'll look at you funny. No, I haven't done anything yet to warrant such a thing. For the time being, I'm going to live quietly as a mercenary. Hush, if you can, Guin. It's never a dull moment with you. There's always something going on. Marius laughed. Then I'll leave this place, too. Tonight we'll stay at Parogiana's, and tomorrow we'll start sleeping in. I'm sure you'll find plenty. You'd have to sniff around to find a man-loving slut or a fat bastard who'd open up his filthy bed for you. And Istvan, who was irritated and drunk, said to him in a poisonous tone, Do not be afraid. Sing that song you're so good at and make a pillow out of it. Go to hell, man. It's like your Garm, barking at people. Marius said that he was gradually learning how to handle Istvan, even though he had to pretend to ignore him and make him angry. They say the weaker the dog, the more he barks. Shut up. Istvan's going through a rough patch. Hey, Guin. You must have been having an affair with him. That's why you wore your long-time relationship with me on your sleeve and turned down my lifelong request. What? I missed it. You leopard-headed monster. You're as plain as you look. And you're still a man. You're not a man, you can't be a man. You're a leopard. He laughed himself silly. Ha, have it your way. I'm done with you. You hear me, you leopard. I said I'm done with you. What's the matter with him? He's drunk. Marius wrinkled his nose. Guin. Guin shook his head in silence. Then, having finished packing, he stood up, walked slowly over and put his hand on Istvan's shoulder, who was wincing. That's not how it works. Guin said soothingly. I'd like to help you if I can. I'd even do what you ask. But I can't do that. Like I said, I'm a mercenary of Darcius. And I am an oracle. I am merely following my destiny. I thought it was fate that brought us together in Saludia. Istvan said sadly. Hey, you might want to reconsider. Well, I'm not saying right now. Just promise me that you'll come to me someday, years from now. One time, when Linda said the same thing to me, I said if Yarn would let it go. That's all I can say to her. That's all I know how to do. At Yarn's behest, if Yarn wants it. Fuck that Yarn. Fuck that Yarn. That thing. Ishtvan looked at Guin with bloodshot eyes. Sure. If you want to make an enemy out of me no matter what, I've got an idea. He's not an enemy. Don't you see, Ishtvan? I don't know what you mean by that. Marius interrupted me offhandedly. I've got a pretty good idea what you're up to, but I'm guessing you're trying to get Guin to do something bad. Then I suggest you don't. I don't think you're gonna get anywhere with this guy. I can vouch for that in my poetic instincts, Guin. Shut up, Ishtvan said wildly. Don't talk to me like that. A woman and a child like you can't possibly know what a true manly man feels. If you irritate me any more, I'll cut your mouth down to your ears. He glared at Marius with a fierce look, then looked at Guin. You're a terrible person. He said it in a drunken tone. So much for me keeping my head down. Ishtvan. Okay, you're good. You always pretend like you're the only one who knows what's going on. He slammed the jar down. I don't need you no more. I'll do it on my own. In exchange, I'll never forget this. Be careful, the first thing I'm gonna do when I'm king is I'm gonna find you, I'm gonna put an iron ring around your neck, I'm gonna chain you up, I'm gonna put you on all fours and I'm gonna keep you next to my throne like a dog. Ha, that would suit you. And you can run and hide, you know, if you wear a leopard's head, don't forget. When you're king. Marius said again. We'll see about that. When do you plan to take the throne, Ishtvan? And where is it? I don't suppose it's some remote Semitic country. Marius. To Marius's horror, Guin quietly raised her hand to silence him. Marius looked at Guin in dismay. Then Ishtvan wobbled to his feet. Suit yourself. Go fuck yourself, leopard's head. You born-again monster. He shouted at her, turned around and staggered out. For a while, the air was strangely awkward again. Then, regaining his composure, Marius said angrily, What's wrong with him? He's suddenly in a bad mood, and then he comes home, and I don't even know why. He's so outrageous, he can't even see anyone but himself. Well, don't tell him that. Guin looked strangely sad. His leopard head and topaz eyes did not seem to have changed in any way. That one has a lot on its mind. I don't mind. I just don't want him to say anything bad about me, 'cause I'm gonna say whatever the hell I want to say. Marius sits up in bed. But you're the one they're calling a born-again monster. It's an angry, hateful thing to say. And it's the truth. Don't be silly. Guin is not a monster. For a moment, Marius was really angry. I told you, you had beautiful hair. To Silenus, we're just unborn monsters. There's nothing to worry about. Ishtvan. Guin sat down with his pack by his side. It's just a child. He is worldly and knows everything, but he knows nothing. He's been struggling to live on his own all his life and doesn't know anything about learning and playing for his age. It's a pity, if only he could be satisfied with a little more ambition. It would have been easier for him. You're easy, Guin. Marius said grimly. I knew he was a kid. I knew it. I think he can't help but feel like I'm taking him. Doesn't mean he feels sorry for her. He may be a child, but he's a wolf cub with poison in his fangs. I don't think he'd go around biting people like that. Guin was still thinking about something. Anyway, that's it, I'm going to Darcius Barracks. If I need to see you, let me know where to find you as soon as I find a place to stay. Well, you can probably find me in Drunkard's Alley as Marius the Minstrel. I'm supposed to sing tonight at an old lady's place called Parogiana, the goddess of the sea pavilion. I see. I'm sure you'll be annoyed if someone like me asks too many questions. I'll try not to. That's what you said. But you're right. Marius thought about it for a minute. Hey, Guin. I need a favor. What? You know, if Darcius Camp, or even Guin, were to be allowed to enter the court of the Emperor Achilles. I don't want you to tell anyone about me. There's a reason. I don't care if you're coming to Chironia with Guin or with that idiot Istvan, but I'd like you to pretend that you're not coming with me and not to tell anyone about me. I don't mind if you come to my lodgings and drink at Drunkard's Lane, and you can tell the mercenaries that I'm a friend of Guin's. It's just that, you know, General Dulcius, the nobles of the court, and other such dignitaries, you want them to pretend that I just wandered into Ceylon alone. Guin's eyes were smiling faintly. Marius didn't notice it, but seemed to cringe a little. Yeah, well, if you do that. I'll tell you why, one day. When the time is right. I'm not in the habit of wanting to know things that people don't want to talk about, Guin said softly. All right. I'm not gonna tell anybody about you, thanks. But, you know, it's not that I don't want people to know that I know Guin. It's the opposite. I just don't want him to find out that you're with me and get in trouble. Don't say another word. I'm not gonna think about it, Guin said. You can come and visit me if you like, or send me a messenger to come and see you. Then we'd better get back to the barracks. Let's get this over with. What about that, idiot? Let's leave Istvan's things as they are. I don't think he's decided what to do with it yet. Guin snatched up his luggage. There wasn't much in the way of luggage. Wind. Marius turned and looked at the shabby inn room. What's wrong? No. I was just thinking. You've been traveling with me ever since we met on the road to Slordia. Your journey ends with the silence. Whether it's the end or not remains to be seen, but for now. And I'm sure that my journey will continue without end. Yeah. I wonder if there will come a time when my journey, my wandering without a destination, will come to an end. I feel lonely, thinking that I won't be able to travel with Guin for a while. It was like a horrible, horrible thing happened to me. Leaving the sentimental Marius behind, Guin went to the inn's bookkeeper and paid for himself and Marius. Are you going away, leopard master? The Lapin looked boring. I've heard that the ram has been replaced by General Dulcius. Boring, isn't it, without a husband? That's not true. It's good to be rid of something that doesn't belong. No way. Sir, he's a god of fortune. A lot of people like him are staying here. Lapin's Inn will be famous. Be sure to stop by when you come back. Here's your rice cracker. In the barracks, the beds are hard and the Ceylon nights are cold. He's probably never been to Ceylon before. Lapin gave Guin a blanket and said goodbye. The other innkeepers, the guests, and the ram boy came out to see them off. Thank you, you're a good man. You've been good to me. Good luck to Lapin and the inn and blessings of Yarn. And to you too, sir, I'd like to see you again. I'll recognize that leopard head wherever I see him, and I'll call out to him when I see him. Ah. Ram, thank you for your help. Come to the barracks, have a good time. Whoa. Can I go? I'll come visit you every day. Here, Lord Ram. The leopard's husband has a mercenary's job to do. Don't make too much noise. The people were at ease. Marius was struck by a strange thought as he watched the leopard head sticking out from among the people and the people surrounding it, looking happy and sad. People always gather around him. Despite the strange shape, the silence, and the unfeeling leopard head, everyone knows that Guin is a dependable and warm person, and they all fall in love with him, and before they know it, the strange shape doesn't seem to bother them at all. It's strange. Guin, what are you? The way people are crowding around you, it's as if they're children longing for their father, or the people longing for their king. A king, yes, Guin, you have the title of a born emperor. I know this because you are the prince of the house of St. Paro, not because you're a leopard-headed freak. Your fate itself is different from that of ordinary men. It's as if some terrible and terrible fate awaits you at all times. I want to see it through as long as I live. I want to see with my own eyes, as a minstrel, where you go, what you accomplish and whether, in the end, you will successfully find out who you are. Guin. Who the hell are you, and who are you? Come on. A grave, familiar voice cut through his thoughts. Let's go, Marius. I'm going back to Twin Hills, but you're going to Drunkard's Alley, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Marius screamed. And he raised himself up. I'm going to see the goddess of the sea. Let's stay. I've been waiting for you. As Marius entered the shop, he was accosted by a customer who was crowding it. He must have been at the Temple of Karlaea, or had heard of it from someone who was there. I'm glad you're here. Parogiana, the mistress of the house, immediately went to meet her. The old woman was dressed in a manner that made the eyes of the people roll back in their heads, unlike Hiruma. A turban of silver mesh, which covered her hair, a black drapery, which seemed to cling to her flesh rather than envelop it, and puffy trousers like those of a woman in the palace of Kumu. Her ankles, her throat, her hair, her arms, are covered with jewels. Her flamboyantly made-up face made me think that she must have been quite amorous 20 years ago. Even now, though she had grown fat and aged, there was something vain and amateurish about her. Perhaps in the past she herself had been a signboard of some shop. How's my shop? That's amazing, Marius said meekly. There was no need to flatter him. The goddess of the sea pavilion was indeed a place to be proud of. In the large shop, there is a stage with lights on both sides of it. The shop is covered with expensive carpets and furs, on which the customers sit and relax without shoes. The walls were covered with tulle cloth, there were no guests, and the smoke of incense was rising from the censers in the four corners. On the wall there is a disreputable statue of Thoth with a female fairy. But this is only a tavern, Parogiana stressed to Marius, who was teasing her. I don't do anything lewd or disgusting in this shop. If you want to have that kind of fun, you'll have to do it somewhere else. This is a classy place where girls and princesses from nice places come to play. It may be true that this was the case. The furnishings were costly, the wine was served, and the women who served the customers were young and beautiful. Even though the uniform of the shop was a little too lavish, with the appearance of a Kumu prostitute, her breasts bare, her nipples painted red and green and adorned with jewels, and her underskirt made of transparent coons and various colors. This attire suited a young and pretty woman well, but it was a problem for a woman of Parogiana's age and breasts. However, the customers were all drinking well and seemed to have money. We have a good clientele and good discipline, Parogiana said happily. A singer like you, who doesn't seem too out of touch, would be perfect. 4 out of 6 will be fine. That's a start. If the customers like it, and you like me, and I like you, I'm willing to make it a regular monthly gig. How's that sound? That's not a bad idea. Let's think about it. You better. By the way, have you found a place to stay yet? Parogiana's tight green eyes narrowed vaguely, and she leaned toward Marius. You're welcome to come to my house if you want. You have beautiful curly hair, Marius boy. How old are you? 23, yes. You're young. I like young girls. And most of them like me too, don't they? Yes. Marius smiled a smile that wouldn't kill a bug. One of these days, but I've already got a place to stay. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not saying you have to. It's not that hard. One of these days, maybe. It's nice to have a nice body, but when you're good on the floor, you'll learn that I'm better than any young woman you've ever met. I'll remember that. Parogiana. Marius poked her generous breast a little and went up to the stage. An applause greeted him. Well, here you are, the bard Marius is here to accompany you all for the night. Now, what would you like? I've been waiting for you. A lively voice rang out. The night of drinking, women and singing in the drunken alley of Ceylon has just begun. Wind. With tangled legs, Marius pushed the door open and went out. Ugh, I must be a little drunk. Even though it is already past the middle of the night, this drunken alley shows no signs of being lit up or of being deserted. Men wandering from shop to shop in search of pleasure and a night's entertainment, women and male prostitutes wandering around in search of customers, drifting fortune tellers, medicine sellers, flower sellers, singers, beggars. These people come and go in the not-so-widely drunken alley with sluggish footsteps, the shops hold up lamps at their fronts, and the voices of women calling out, the smell of incense, the smell of liquor, and the smell of vomit all mixed together. The night of the entertainment district is the same everywhere, gorgeous, lively, strangely sad and dirty. I need to sober up a little. The cold night wind feels good on his hot cheeks as he walks slowly, avoiding drunks and peddlers. Kid Aurra is the only one he will not let go. Oh, a minstrel. You've got a pretty face. As he tried to avoid him, a drunkard who caught sight of his good looks called out to him, "Come on, let's go out tonight." "I'm sorry." "No, you're not. Why don't you let's go for 10. I've got an appointment." "I'll see you later." He dodges them and walks on unsteadily again. "Oh, you're a minstrel." This time a drunken woman's voice came from upstairs. When I looked up, I saw a half-naked woman with a thin shawl and her long hair untied, leaning against the balcony railing. "Give me something to sing." "Yeah. Swan song would be nice." "There, that's for you." She was quite beautiful. She took the bluestone bracelet off her arm and threw it to Marius, who caught it in midair. "I'll do anything, but I can't do the swan song." "I'm sorry, how about Daughter of Syria?" "I don't care." "What's the matter with you? You're too proud, you've got a sad love story." "Actually, I am." "I'll buy you a song to say thank you, anything." "Oh, yeah. Then play Under the Cold Grave for me." "Hey, hey." He may be drunk, but his true nature is not. Marius held Kid Aurra in his arms. The melody of "The Daughter of Syria," sung in a tender voice, flows through the city of pleasure after midnight. "You have a nice voice. You're making me cry." Drunken people stopped to listen to the music, and women closed their green and indigo eyelids to listen to the music as if they were thinking of their lovers. Then Marius sang. "The Lover is Beneath the Cold Grave" is a sad song. It was good. The woman upstairs took off her necklace. "You made me cry. Take this with you." The curly-haired minstrel. "Thank you very much. I'm more than happy to make you cry and laugh." At the service, Marius walked on with Kid Aurra in his arms, singing a melancholy rendition of "The Daughter of Syria." "Ah, it's a nice night." Tired of "The Daughter of Syria," Marius began to sing "Iris without a cause." "Silent Iris, hiding in the clouds, hiding at the edge of the mountain, laughing at me." "Oh yeah." He stops whimpering and frowns. The pale moon and the lights of the entertainment district reflect each other, and the flower district, where the number of people has finally begun to decline, is wet as if it were at the bottom of the water. "Poor Iris, queen of the pale night, whose cold kisses freeze my soul," I kept singing, but it's a mystery. I think this happened some time ago. A vague, stirring sense of déjà vu suddenly gripped Marius. When was it? Where was it? The quiet night, the flickering lights, the song of "the tireless Iris" that echoed through the city. It may have been a memory of a previous life. Marius shook off the momentary eternity in his drunken mind and, tired, sat down on the stone steps of a nearby shop. The drunkard's alley is about to end, and on the other side of it, a cobblestone square suddenly spreads out without a trace, and in the center of it, a small fountain keeps running water, even though there is no one to see it. The lights of the nightless city disappeared in an instant, and only the pale, damp light of the moon, Iris, overflowed and spilled into the square, turning the water of the fountain, the cobblestones, and the candlelight of the lantern into a blue, dreary color. Oh! Marius no longer sang, but leaned on his elbows with the kithara as a staff, rested his chin on his crossed hands, and lost himself in distant thoughts that filled his heart. The helplessness, loneliness, and unhappiness that creeps in at night in the city of pleasure. I like that. This loneliness, like autumn, never ceases to stir my heart. I'm still so young, and yet I feel as if I've grown very old. How far I've come. How far I have traveled, how far away. My name is Aldin and I was born into the holy royal family of Paro as the second prince of Arsis. My brother is Aldo Neris, lord of the crystal, my cousin is Linda the seer, and Remus, dauphin of Paro. And now, having left all that behind, I wander and wade through mountains and rivers as Marius the bard. I've left everything behind. I'm going to forget about Neris. The sad memory of Prince Mayer. Everything is far behind me, far away from the crystal of the city of Paro, the crystal of my heart, and I am now alone in the flowery streets of the northern city of Ceylon. Moon, pale iris, you alone are the same wherever you are. Marius was a jovial, talkative, funny, womanizing man, but that was his other side. Or perhaps it was that lonely, sentimental heart that was Aldin himself, the man he was supposed to have left behind. Oh, at such times, Marius could not help but turn his overflowing feelings into song. This time he sat down, picked up Kitara, and began to sing, Far from home. Far from my home, I wander alone, a traveler, a virgin, in the depths of the sea. How are your parents? Lodged in a port in the land of the dead, talking with strangers. Far from home, the wanderers of yesteryear. Katea. Marius' sweet, sorrowful voice ceased as if it had been cut off. What was that? A woman's scream. If you peel back the layers of the bar district, you will find prostitutes, gambling dens, and all sorts of other disreputable businesses in this neighborhood, and a woman's scream would not be unusual for the residents of this area. No one opened the door to see what was going on, and the area became quiet again. A lover's quarrel or a drunken man pulling the hair of a stalking whore. That's about it, I guess. There was nothing to worry about, Marius thought, and tried to go on with the song. Wandering Kasani, I am a traveler, a drifting night of solitary sleep, dreaming of a fleeting memory. Help me. I need help. This time I heard it clearly. No. Somebody, oh no. Oh, my God. Marius has just wished for no more trouble, no more ties, but the good thing about him is that he immediately set up his kithara there and ran out in the direction of the voice, forgetting all about his wish. What are you doing? Why don't you stop what you're doing? At the entrance to the square, where only the moonlight was flooding in, he shouted furiously at a group of people who were jostling around the entrance to the magic alley across the square. The young girl in the navy blue cloak was about to be lifted by 5 or 6 strong men in suspicious black robes and black masks, one of whom, standing tall, looked at her as if she were a fool. So you're a minstrel. Don't hurt yourself selling colors for something you have no business being a part of. I spit it out cold. Come on, it's too much trouble. Let's give him a good beating and keep him quiet. Oh, no. Help me, you idiot. She struggles to get out. Her hood came off behind her and her golden brown hair spilled out. 6 of them, they look strong. Marius, who did not have a sword, was a little lost, but when he saw the girl, she was quite beautiful. You don't like it that much, do you? Come on, take it off or I'll call out for you. Hey, you little bastard. The leader of the group looked at Marius with irritated eyes. Although he was wrapped in a hood and could only see his eyes, Marius was suddenly horrified. Pale, blue, cold eyes, like 2 blue shades of fire. If you didn't bother me so much, I wouldn't have to kill you. Hey, Garm, squash that little fly. Yes, sir. What? My lord, you've been listening to Marius. But that's not the point. A large man dressed in black drew his sword with a slender flat blade. If you look at him, he's still young, I feel sorry for him, but it's your bad luck that he saw you, and he's going to die. Outrageous. For a moment, Marius wondered if he should shout and call for someone, but if you look at her, she is about to fall down exhausted after being hit by the thugs, and even if you call someone, it will grab her body and run away. I have no choice. I'll never own a sword, but it's enough for cowards like you who ravage helpless women. Quickly looking around, he found a broken paddle stick, which must have fallen from the wagon, and picked it up. Whoa, he's trying to be auspicious. Cheeky, lukewarm poet's lot. Relieved that their daughter had fainted, the villains turned their attention to Marius. Sir, how may I help you? Now that he's seen me, he can't keep me alive. His pale blue eyes glittered with brutal joy. Kill him. Cut him to pieces. This guy. Marius was disgusted. There was no way that a man who wanted to snatch a single woman would have a righteous heart, but the way he said it and the way he looked at her reeked of his innate cruelty and cruelty, a cruelty that enjoyed licking his tongue at bloodshed and murder. Do it. Under orders, 5 men came to Marius, leaving his daughter lying on the pavement. Let me help you. Don't let your looks fool you. You'll get hurt. Although he was beaten by Istvan, Marius, as a prince, had been trained in sword fighting by the court's instructors, and he had no intention of being defeated by a lowly man like him. He ducked and dodged as they came at him with their double-edged, flat swords, which are unique to Chironia, and knocked 1 or 2 of them back with his baton. Oh, you little shit. That's pretty good. When the men shouted, the third one was hit by a thrust and jumped backwards. What are you doing? Don't waste your time with a man-whore like him. His Excellency, who was alone and crouched at his daughter's side without drawing his sword, shouted. Ha, ha, bastard. Marius dodged a huge sword that cut through the air with a flick of his finger. Ho ho. Sir, he said, standing up slowly. You're no match for him. I'm surprised. There are some bards who are quite good at it, Garm. No, wait. I'll kill him. Yo. He sounded as if he were making fun of me. From what I can see, the boy has the upper hand. Interesting, Garm, stand back and watch your daughter. I'll take care of her myself. Sleekly. Unlike the others, it was not a great sword that was plucked, but a slender rapier. You will see me slit his white face, gouge his eyes, and cut his throat. Ha! You crazy son of a bitch. Marius is finally starting to hate you. If it can be done, let it be done. I'll do it. He places the tip of his sword in the palm of his right hand and flicks his rapier like a bow as he approaches you like a snake with its head hanging down. His eyes are filled with brutal joy. I don't know about you, but I don't like killing people. You're crazy. Marius's front has just been pulled down. Even if you are a madman or a murderer with an abusive sexual nature, I have seen that you are a much different kind of user than my men have been. Now, let's start with your pretty eyes. I don't even know what to say. Marius screamed and barely dodged the sword's tip as it slithered through his eyes like a snake. Good job, dude. I'll give you that. My partner laughed in a squeaky voice. It's a little crunchier, and I'm having a lot more fun, there. As Marius dodged the swords that were being thrown at him, he was becoming increasingly desperate. Og. Hey. There's no way out. He's cornered on the fountain platform. Desperately waiting for a chance to fight back, he launches a bite stick. Whoa, strong. Laughing, the rapier that he pulled out quickly slashed Marius' hand. Ah! The stick fell. Marius managed to dodge the next blow by changing his bleeding hand. You fight like a man. I like the look of fear on your face. There. With nothing left to protect him, Marius felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and he screamed and fell to his knees on the cobblestones. Oh. Well, that's it. You've done well, poet, now let's see those eyes. I'm beat. Marius felt as if the strength in his body was slowly draining away. His Excellency drew his sword and made a show of drawing it. How can you die in a place like this? That's ridiculous. That's not. Whoa. Marius threw himself on the cobblestones and dodged the sword that was thrusting at his eyes. Once, twice. Hold him, little, Golm, hold him. Yes, sir. Damn it. Marius ranted. Murderer. Idiot. You're insane. No one comes out. The unconscious girl lay clinging to the cobblestones, while Marius' slumping body was pinned down by two men in black who pressed him hard against the cobblestones. Only the blue light of the moon floods the streets. Hurry up. Poor little thing, you've come to the wrong place, don't you say your prayers? Will you not sing your last song? With a horrified laugh, my lord placed his sword over Marius' right eye. Come on. The eyes of a dripping viper were fixed on him. Marius closed his eyes involuntarily. Die. Shoo. The sound of a sword cutting through the air. Gaw. But it wasn't Marius who shouted. Sir. Marius immediately jumped up, jumped back and saw His Excellency on the cobblestones, holding his right shoulder and crouched down. A throwing knife with a silver handle loomed over his right shoulder. Coo. Garm. Sir. Two of his men rushed to help him up and the hood fell off. There it is. Flaming, red hair blazed in Marius' eyes. Red-headed. Remember, poet, my thanks will be repaid tenfold. I promise. The red-haired man spat with a hatred so great and white that it made one wonder if it was possible for a man to hate and curse another so much. The moonlight shone on his pale, thin-lipped, brutish face, his pale blue eyes, and his flaming hair. Before Marius knew what to say in reply, they finally arose, nudged the three companions who had been killed by Marius, leaned on the wounded chieftain, and quickly disappeared into the magic alley. All that remains is the blue light of the moon. The moon. It was high in the sky. The girl in the blue cloak does not move, her golden brown hair flowing softly on the cobblestones. The fountain keeps flowing water, and the forgotten sword lies on the stone pavement. Marius stumbled to his feet and squeezed his shoulder. I was hit on my right shoulder and the back of my hand, but it doesn't seem to be that bad. Although the wounds are severe, they are small and do not bleed much because the rapier is as sharp as a razor. Damn it, that redhead. He's got eyes like a snake on a doll. It's a shame, but he's certainly better with a sword than I am. More importantly, the man had a strange kind of spirit and obsession that could overwhelm and demoralize a man of Marius's character. If it had not been for the help of the throwing knife, he would have been completely torn to death. Yeah. Help, who? I don't think it was Istvin. Marius looked around. Who's there? And he whispered. The one who helped me was. It's me. The poet. A low, smooth, musical voice. Marius jumped back and looked around. Here we are. I'm glad you're okay. Emerging from the shadows of the building. Oh. Involuntarily, Marius inhaled sharply. Not yet, not ever. I've never seen such a beautiful young man in my life. There is only one person whose eyes are the color of night, whose hair is jet black, and whose gaze is gentle and graceful, whom he has left behind to escape the clutches of his magic, so that he may forget him. But what he saw before him now was a very different young man. What gorgeous silvery gold hair and eyes as blue and dark as the twilight sky. She was slender and not very tall, but the fact that she gave the impression of being very tall was probably due to her surprisingly slender, whip-like, supple body and her beautifully elongated legs. In particular, the slenderness of her waist was astonishing. He was about the same age as Marius, or perhaps 2 or 3 years younger, with a long, thin, swan-like neck and a face of incomparable, flawless beauty. If anything, he had a severe face. Moreover, if it were not for his good looks and luxurious golden hair, he might even have looked gloomy. His eyebrows were drawn in thin, harsh lines, and his eyes, a dark, blackish blue with a hint of melancholy in them, gazed at Marius in distress. Even when he was smiling, his eyes were faint, as if they were fading. The slender bridge of her nose, her thin cheeks, and her flushed, wet, glistening lips. A face so beautiful, so fragile, so cold. In spite of her beauty, what saved her from the loneliness of her cold and severe face, which seemed to be constantly thinking about something and rejecting others, was her hair, which flowed in a whirling motion and was more gorgeous and dazzling than anything I had ever seen before. It is not an indelible gold color. Rather, it had a definite silvery tinge. But it was all the more dazzling because of that, glittering, soothing, and flowing even to the waist. What's the matter with you? Are you dumb? He wore a black velvet robe, a simple, loose white jacket, a cloak with a loose waistband, black trousers, and, like the redhead before him, a slender rapier hanging from his waist. He could have been either a samurai or a nobleman. Oh, no. Marius barely managed to pull himself together. Excuse me. You're so beautiful, I couldn't help staring. I'm Marius the Bard and I want to thank you for saving me. And you are. It's not worthy of the name. The cold, even beauty smiled faintly. You're a very outspoken man, aren't you? You think I'm beautiful? That's none of your business. Huh, no you don't. Beautiful things are good for everyone to see. I don't want to hear about it. Don't get your beak into anything you don't want to, because I was going to save that girl anyway. Oh, Marius was a little annoyed. Then why didn't you help him sooner? Besides, that red-headed snake of a man can do a lot, not to be sarcastic. Are you stronger than him? More than Baldur the red-haired? Yes, I suppose so. He also had a mocking smile on his red lips. If you want, you can try it, minstrel. You looked good earlier. I was pinned down on the cobblestones. Oh, that's terrible. Marius was indignant. I guess I was wrong to think you were a nice guy at first sight. I've never seen anyone as beautiful as you and as unpleasant as you. I've never seen a clown like you before either, the blonde youth said softly. His dark blue eyes flashed coldly. I don't like condescension. I'll give you a word of advice for your courage in trying to save this girl with your slender arms. Get the hell out of my town and never come back. That man is the red-haired Viscount Baldur. As vindictive as a snake and as cruel as a scorpion. If he harbors a grudge, he'll do whatever it takes to settle it. You will be beaten to death. Thanks for the tip. You saved me, so I'll just thank you. Marius was in a very bad mood. But I'd rather let you decide that for yourself. I'm a freedom-loving minstrel, after all. Do what you want. My opponent chuckled and muttered. He flings back his cloak softly and turns to walk away. What the? What are you going to do with this girl? Don't you know her? I don't know. His voice was cold. As he was going, he turned again and looked at Marius with those fierce blue eyes that draw people in. I've never seen such a girl. Leave her alone. Some pedant will come by in the morning, pick her up, sell her, put her in a shop, and get rid of her. How dare you? You've got a pretty face, but you talk like a doll. Good medicine for a girl like that. A minstrel. He dismissed it as mockery. Stay away from that girl if you want your life. Like Igurek, you carry 100 sins on your shoulders, so stay away from her and from Baldur the Red. Whatever you have seen or heard here, forget it for tonight and leave the silence. If you wish to live a long life, this is your last warning, Bard. Thank you. Marius mouthed agape. He looked coldly at Marius and averted his eyes. Don't tell me later that I didn't warn you. I said, and this time he disappeared between the buildings. Her wonderful hair was blowing softly. You said you didn't know her, but you do. Marius shouted after him, but he was nowhere to be seen. Marius was in a daze, staring at the cobblestone square where only the moonlight spilled out. As soon as he disappeared, the place felt strange and empty. But at the same time, when I thought of his dazzling, too fleeting appearance, I was tempted to feel as if I had been blinded by a mere vision, as if I had dreamed an unworldly dream. What hair! What amazing hair, and what a stick in the mud! Shit! Marius thought to himself. Then he remembered and went to his daughter. Ma'am. Stay with me. The bad guys are gone. Hey. I picked him up and shook him gently. A small moan escapes from its mouth. Marius was a little disappointed when he saw the look on the man's face as he stumbled back. It's not bad, but it's not my favorite. And, hey, you know, that. She looks like a spirit of the moon, and compared to her beauty, which I would like to call unrealistic, I can't help but feel that she has fallen considerably. But I can't help it if you're rude and cruel. No, first of all, a man is a man no matter how pretty he is. I don't like men. I don't care what that idiot Ishvan says. Oh. The daughter finally noticed clearly, raised herself up in a panic, and let out a sharp little voice. Where am I? What's wrong with me? Who are you, and what have you done to me, you rude man? Greetings. It's okay, it's not my lucky night. Marius shrugged and... I tried to save you and almost got my beautiful eyes gouged out. What did you do, you rude man? Princess. What's wrong with me? I don't remember anything. I think I went to Iolus's and played with him and then... She gathered her cloak around her and looked at Marius as if to chide him. Help me, you say? From who? What are you? The minstrel. What is your name? Tell me your name. Do it. Marius sighed. I wonder if the Silents are a haven for the rude, the arrogant, and the unscrupulous. Yes, my princess, my name is Marius. You know me. My daughter disapproved. No. I just happened to run into some trouble, so I sent the bad guys away. Because now you're, well, you know. My daughter saw Marius for the first time. Oh, she said. You've got a pretty face for such an insignificant beggar. A minstrel is not a beggar, princess. I'm sorry to interrupt. Besides, all that praise you gave me, I was feeling a little confident until a while ago, but now I'm not. I used to think that he was special, that there were no other men like him in the world, and that I wasn't a failure. What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand a word you're saying, you're out of your mind. My daughter disapproved. No. Marius looked at her again. She's not unattractive. Her eyes and nose are well developed and she is graceful. If anything, her mouth is a bit lopsided, but that's nothing to worry about. She has shiny golden brown hair, bright walnut eyes, slim figure, and ample breasts. If she is dressed up and made up nicely, young men will certainly flock to her. But Marius had lost interest in this girl. I've seen many dazzlingly beautiful girls at Paro's court. Appearances are not deceiving. Marius was displeased with the girl's large, unsettling eyes, her proudly protruding lower lip, her irritated brow and her arrogant, selfish expression. A princess. The spoiled daughter of a nobleman, who was not satisfied with what her parents could get for her, stepped into this disreputable world to play with fire and the adventure of love. It's good medicine for the girl. I remembered the cruel eyes of that wonderful young man who had so coldly told me off. Will you be going home alone? If so, I'll leave you here or I can take you to the main road where you'll be safe. It was not so much Marius's chivalry as his second nature, his instinctive kindness to women in general, that made him offer to do so. Oh, my God. You want to throw me out here in this disgusting place all by myself? You don't know the first thing about being polite to a lady. What princess would come to such a dubious place all by herself? But Marius is so antagonistic. Where's your friend? I asked. She poked her chin. It was a small chin. It was cute, but she seemed to be used to playing with it. Where have those rude men gone without me? I had a carriage waiting for you. Go and look, my dear. Why aren't you in the alley at the end of the street? Listen, princess. I'm not your servant, Marius said angrily. Isn't there a better way to ask someone for something? Rude. Sternly, the girl said, she's not even 20 yet. You're a wanderer with no home and no humanity to speak of. Here, take this. It's too much for what you did for me. Go and find the wagon. She took something from her hiding place and threw it in front of Marius. It was a lace purse. The gold coins in it made a lively noise on the cobblestones. At that moment, Marius was really angry. What the hell is this? That's rude. What? You think you're short? All right, then, bring me the wagon and I'll give you the rest. Come on, I'm in a hurry. I have to be back at the nanny's by dawn. They're terrible people to leave me here. Zoe, Gertrude, Clara, you'll all get your whips later. That's right, I'm going to give them all a good beating. That's after you've managed to get back to your nanny in one piece, isn't it, little girl? Marius said teasingly. He had lost all interest in the girl and felt only antipathy towards her, but he was kind enough to give her some advice about the world. That's the kind of place where a young girl walking around by herself would be immediately frightened away and sold off. I don't know what kind of princess you are, but that doesn't mean the bad guys have any power over you. It's wrong for a girl like you to come to a place like this. Just go home and I'll pick up the wagon. And don't ever do anything stupid again, like getting bored and coming out of your palace to play with fire. Okay. You understand. Well. She stood up straight. How dare you? How dare you speak so rudely to me, you rude man? Do you know who I am? You're a disgusting drifter who shouldn't even be allowed to see me, let alone speak to me. You follow me to the nanny. I'll give you the whip. I'll cleanse your mouth with acid so you'll never speak to me again. I'll have your eyes gouged out with a branding iron and throw you in a dungeon. I've never seen such rudeness in my life. How dare you think you're so pretty, idiot. She stomped her little feet, clomped her feet and shook her fists. Her pretty, stern face turned red. Whoa. What a temperamental jerboa. I don't have the slightest taste for jousting, Marius muttered. Gee. I don't care what it is, just get him in the carriage and get him out of my sight. Come on, wait a minute. I'll call a reliable wagon for you. Marius, humbled, ran out into the street in search of the carriage. It is almost dawn. The blue boulevards are beginning to show the appearance of playful people who are finally heading home and, on the contrary, serious shopkeepers who go to work early in the morning. Wait for me. My daughter was left all alone and suddenly she got scared. Wait for me. That's an order. Are you going to leave me here alone? You worthless. You bastard, can't you hear me? Ignore the shouting behind you, pick up the wagon, and stop it. Wait for me. I'll get him. No wagons can enter the narrow streets. Come on, princess, the carriage is here. Returning to his original position, Marius stopped dead in his tracks. There was no one there. I didn't hear any screams, but I wondered if the people from earlier had come back and taken her, or if a worried pickup had found her and brought her back. Marius stood there, a little puzzled. I've sobered up, of course. I hope you're okay. Yeah, fine. He didn't need to worry about her so much, Marius thought back. She had almost gotten him killed. Don't worry about it. He's my fault. He's the one who always gets me into trouble. She's a hell of a girl, he thought, but Marius almost burst out laughing. An older man might think such a jerk is cute. The way he stomped his little feet and shuffled his feet in anger was like a spoiled little puppy barking. Well, okay. It's not my thing. I'll leave that kind of stuff to Beck. I don't care. You have to find a place to stop. A place near here that's cheap, clean, and serves good food, preferably with a pretty girl or two. Marius took Kid Aurra back on his back and started walking. What a night that must have been. It's been so hectic. The red-haired Viscount, the serpentine Baldur, that icy lad with the golden cascade of hair and the dark eyes, and last but not least, that selfish girl with the walnut eyes. I don't care. I don't want to get mixed up in this anymore. I don't want to get involved with people. I just want to sing and drink and have a good day. Marius walked on and on. The morning came slowly to the silent entertainment district, mercilessly illuminating the wilted flowers and trash on the cobblestones. Chapter 4. Prince of the Moon. And so, Marius the Bard's days in silence seemed to be off to a good start, though they were already somewhat turbulent. His roost was easily found on the second floor of a tavern not far from Drunkard's Lane. Marius is usually liked by everyone. We decided on the first place we tried, thinking this would be a good place. I tried Hirameshi there, and they serve very good food. And the girl on the sign was very cute. Marius was in a good mood as he carried a portable shrine. Last night I spent the night as if I had stayed up all night. I fell down on the bed where I could find a place to sleep and slept soundly. Oh, that feels good. I have to go check on Guin. Feeling somewhat as if he were his guardian, Marius went to the barracks on Twin Hills after he had eaten. Excuse me, sir. To Guin, the mercenary. Ha! The gatekeeper beamed. You're a friend of Guin's. All right, come on. Guin's already looking pretty good for a 2-day-old. Feeling relieved, smiling, lonely, and strange, Marius walked down the cool, stone-built corridor. I'm here. The boy who showed us the way, the runner. You're the leopard-headed friend of Guin. Then tell me in secret. Is that leopard's head real? Or is it not? How the hell did that happen? I made a bet with a friend. I'm sorry, but I don't know either. Marius laughed, knocked on the door of the room and went in. There were 5 or 6 mercenaries in the room besides Guin, and they were amusing themselves around him. Oh, Marius, you've come too soon. Everyone, this is my friend, Marius the Bard. Right. Nice to meet you, poet. Oh, Thor of Atokian. If you're Guin's friend, you're my friend, too. Come on, play a song for me later. Okay. Marius smiled and sat down on the floor, leaving Kid Aurra behind. I was just talking to Guin's general about how the hell we got here and how we got here. Thor of Atokia explained. Well, the more I hear about it, the more I wonder about it. I can't believe you just showed up in a forest of ludes with no memory of your birth, identity, or anything else, unless you're telling the truth. But at any rate, seeing that leopard head like this, I can't help but believe anything. The mercenaries burst out laughing. I think Guin's general, however, must have been a great nobleman or perhaps a king who was forced to leave his country. I mean, look at him. Look how calm he is. A common mercenary has a different dignity. And Atki is Thor. No, it's not. And Guin. Well, I've had a lot of experience, because I've been here and there and seen a lot of generals. You see, some of them are like the Marquis of Sardes, the laughing stock of the world. Wahaha, that idiot. Is the Marquis of Sardes an idiot? Guin asked. The mercenaries burst out laughing. As soon as he got up and jumped on his horse, the horse saw a bee fly into his ear and ran off in a panic. So when the Marquis of Sardes' ass comes down, there won't be a horse under the saddle. Poor Marquis Sardes fell to the ground on his ass, struck himself on the hip and fainted. And in front of 5,000 men. After that, he'll never show his face in public again, so he wears a mask. The mercenaries fell to their knees and laughed loudly. Marius saw a break in the conversation. Hey, this is for you guys. I bought a jar of booze for Guin. Oh, man, I'm sorry. Guin, your friend's got a good head on his shoulders. Let's get on with it, shall we? Guin. Look at the way Marius is looking at him. I'm sorry. He wants to talk to you. Take this and keep working on it. I'll be right there. Guin said. Hey, man, let's do it in my room. Hey, poet brother, you've got a pretty face. You can stop by if you want. I'll think about it. Hey, Dolan, don't mess with Guin's general friend, let's go. After all the people left, there was one person who was strangely left alone. He looked at Marius and Guin with a somehow frightened yet stern look. This person came in as a new mercenary just a couple of zon ago my partner's room. It's Daniel. Nice to meet you. Oh, well, I'm just a visitor. I'm going for a walk. Daniel got up quickly and left. He was a small, thin man with a crumpled face, who looked somewhat like a mouse. Hey, that's a weak-looking mercenary. And he looks terribly frightened. He's probably still in a bit of a quandary because he's not used to the way things are. And now you're sharing a room with a guy like me. Well, you've passed the test, so you should be good. You're not used to him, said Guin, he's only half a day older than you. Marius frowned. He's weird. He stares at people. What did you want? Oh, no. I didn't really need to ask you guys to stay, but, now that we have a roost, you know. I just thought I'd mention it to Guin. Where is it? In Talad, on Tuluan Street, in the rabbit shop, upstairs from an old man called Crumb. That's Crumb the rabbit man's house. Okay. I'll probably be singing at night in Drunkard's Alley. That area's interesting, Guin, because of all the things going on. I see. It's a hell of a lot of fun. But it suits my nature. I'd rather be in the city than in the woods. Looking at this calm and reliable friend, Marius was a little unsure if he should tell him what had happened last night. But in the end, he decided that he didn't want to bother Guin with trivial matters, so he said instead, "You seem to have gotten used to it." "I've made friends with everyone, and they seem to like Guin. They're good guys. Good for you." "Well, I guess I'm relieved, too, now. Guin looks like he's taking it easy." "I'm so glad." Mercenary work seems to suit you surprisingly well," Guin admitted. Thor of Atokian said that there would be no war for the time being, and that there was no work to be done, but there is no such thing as war. It is the peasants who will suffer when the war begins. There will be no wars for the time being after the Battle of Mongol Palau is settled. There will be no more wars for the time being. If there is, it will be in Primorsky territory, not in our hands, Marius said confidently. After that, as there was nothing in particular to discuss, he went to where Guin and Thor were drinking, and accompanied them for a while, singing and drinking a few songs, and then left. The mercenaries brought more wine and there was no sign of the party being over for the time being. Guin, sitting in the corner of the room, drinking in silence, not saying anything interesting or trying to liven up the atmosphere, quiet and calm as ever, but the mercenaries somehow always felt Gwyn's presence there and felt at ease and relaxed by it. They seemed to be at ease and relaxed. Wherever you go, there are rare people who become the cornerstone of your seat without doing anything. Guin certainly possessed that mysterious magnetic power. "Okay, I'll just..." "Oh, come again, Marius. I like your singing. You should sing Daughter of Saria again. Anytime." "Okay, Guin, I'll be back." "Yeah." Marius left his seat, which was still in full swing, and went to leave, alone, with the ever-present Kid Aurra at his back. And then, suddenly, a frown. At the corner of the corridor, there was a figure that hinted at him. Marius's quick eyes quickly caught that it was the man from earlier, Daniel, who shared a room with the new mercenary, Guin. What? He's been watching Gwyn's room. He was too gloomy and impudent to be interpreted in good faith as a newcomer who could not join the group and was watching from a distance. Marius wondered if he should turn back and warn Guin to watch out for the newcomer. But... all right. Gwyn's new to the silence and hasn't made any enemies yet, and besides, there's no secret he needs to keep hidden. Besides, for all his facade, Guin is always aware of everything, even the things that people don't see. He's really the only one I have to worry about. With that decision made, he took Kid Aurra back in his arms and left Darcius' camp. Marius could not have known that the red-haired Viscount Baldur, who had almost killed him, had been defeated in the encounter and had become the first silent enemy to bear a grudge against Guin. Most likely, it's someone else. Then it's none of my business. As he walked back to the silence from the hill, Marius forgot all about the little incident. And it was also a night of merriment for the silence. Night after night, like insects drunk with honey, the drunkards crowd the drunkards' alley, and the women crowd the drunkards. At Parogiana's, the place was crowded with people who had come to hear last night's song and those who had come to hear it again. "You've made me a lot of money." Parogiana's in a good mood. "I like your song, too. By the way, are you sure you don't want to try sleeping with me? The night of merriment is drawing to a close." The people crowd around the young kithara player, shouting the name of the song and raving. Women, whose breasts are bare, come up to him and flirt with him, and try to make him hold their breasts gently. A little bit. Luella, a clever old woman, comes to call on Marius when he has finished a song. "I have a client who wants to talk to you." Are you a man or a woman? You're gonna say, tonight. If it was a man, I wouldn't meet him. And if you're a woman, you don't want to meet a fat, old woman. Well, except for you, Parogiana, because you're beautiful. I'm not a man, and I'm not an old woman. Luella smiled through her yellow teeth. So go ahead. It's the third seat on the right. Yes. Marius went to the table, but stopped, disappointed, thinking that if it was a beautiful older woman who met his taste, he could buy her. Oh, no. It's you, Rubina. I forgot to tell you my name yesterday. There she was, the walnut-eyed girl Marius had saved last night. Tonight, she was accompanied by a number of people, and she was dressed in a flamboyant dress that seemed to imitate the manners and customs of women in this area, with her skin exposed, her hair brushed and her makeup heavily applied. However, because she had the firm body of a young girl and the elegant face of a daughter of a good family, her appearance and makeup did not match her, but rather made her look rather painful. Sit. Clara, give this man his cup. Hey, Miss Rubina. Marius was so embarrassed. I told you yesterday. This is not a place for a girl like you. Why don't you go home while there's still light under your feet? This is not a place for children. You're still a rude man. I'm not a child. I'm 19. I just turned 19 the day before yesterday. Yes, then, it's no place for a pretty, elegant young lady like you. The bad guys will scare you again. You may not get any help this time. I said sit down. Don't you have ears? This is it, isn't it? Marius sat down with a sigh and quietly drank the wine that his attendant had poured for him. How on earth did you find this place? I was a little worried yesterday when you suddenly disappeared. I thought you'd been kidnapped again. Paris has finally caught up with me, Rubina said. I've given you strict orders not to leave my side tonight. Haha. For a moment, Marius' eyes searched to see if Paris was the beautiful young man from last night's ice, but that was not the case. Hidden in the last seat was a tall, gloomy, stocky young man. He seemed to be a strong man, but he had a dark look about him, dark hair and blue eyes, not very handsome. About the same age as Marius. It doesn't matter, Rubina said arrogantly. I'm a very fair person. You didn't pick up the wallet. You left it behind. I'm not the kind of person who takes favors and leaves them behind. That's why I came all this way, to find out where you are. Here, take the bait. Rubina of Gandolfina always repays a favor well done. This is. Thank you very much. Now you owe me. I don't owe you anymore. Rubina's in a good mood. Come on, Zoe, Clara, give this man some more wine. I just heard you sing. You have a rather nice voice. You're a good singer. But, you're good, right? Marius felt like laughing at his daughter's insolence, but he was not in a good mood. Yes, you're not bad. You got a pretty face, too, you know. I like you. I used to think you were a mean minstrel. Thanks for that. Well, you know, I think. Rubina furrowed her brow. You apparently don't understand the true meaning of my praise. You should be more pleased. You're just a disgusting minstrel. Marius was disgusted and looked around for help. However, the audience was pursuing their own pleasures and did not seem to pay any attention to our interlude. Hey, Paris. You don't think so? Yes, Miss Rubina. This man is rude, arrogant and disgusting. Who does he think he is? Doesn't he realize that if he offends me, this disgusting, mere singing is nothing but a tiny candle flickering in the wind? But look. You have a beautiful face, just like I told you. Soft, brownish-black curly hair cascading around your face, like an angel in a mural. Aren't you jealous, Paris? I bet you wished you had such a beautiful white face, a voice that could sing like a bird, and long, thin fingers to play the kithara. Oh, my God. This time, Marius felt sorry for him, and looked at Paris softly. It was indeed a cruel thing to say. It was a cruel thing to say, because, as I said before, Paris did not have a very neat face. I don't know how he felt about it, but he turned his head away and kept his dark eyes in the air. You're so ugly, doesn't it make your heart burn to think that there's a beautiful man like you? And on top of that you can't even sing. You're a useless idiot. But I'm loyal and I'm good. Too bad. If only you were as handsome as Lure. But I'm afraid not. I like beautiful men. I can't even look at a man who's not beautiful. I like men who are beautiful and manly and pure. This minstrel's not bad, but there's something awkward about your face. And you're a clown. You're not as manly and clean-cut as the man I love. It's not hard when you're in the business of selling knights to men and women if they ask. I'm sorry. Again the attack turns on us. Marius felt a pang in his heart. He wondered if the beautiful and masculine man she liked was the beautiful young man. I'm sorry. I know I'm a wimp and a clown. That's what they told me when I was little. Compared to you, he's nothing, weak, unrefined, silly, soft, like this, like that. Hey. I'm listening, rude. Rubina's angry voice cut him off from his thoughts. When people are talking, you listen. Especially when I'm the one who's buying you. But, Marius choked. Me? Yes. You can be whoever you want as long as you pay for it, and I've heard that minstrelsy is a springtime occupation as well. I'm not being stingy. I'll give you 100 runs. Or are you short? Marius stared at Rubina in dismay. I beg your pardon, princess, but do you wish to play with men? Yes. I'm not gonna complain. Rubina said sternly. I do what I want. I do what I want. What do you mean, 100 runs is not enough? How about 200 runs? No, Marius stammered a little at the sight of the young girl, who was only a few years younger than him. I mean, that's not the point. Why on earth would you do that again? I think you just said that there is someone you like. Leave me alone. It's none of your business. You do what you want, and I'll do what I want. Rubina shouted as she slammed down. Something resembling sorrow flashed in her walnut eyes. But, I hate to say this, but from what I've seen, you seem to be, a live girl. I don't care what you say, you annoying bastard. Rubina tapped the table with her small hand. What do you think? Do you want to be bought or not? I like you, and I want to spend the night with you. That's all. I'll give you any money you want. Now, tell me how much you want. Be as greedy as you want. 100, 200, even 500 runs. What do you say? Sate. Marius sighed deeply, unable to remember. I'm in trouble, thank you very much, this is. What? What's troubling you? You, sir. Pretty girl. Marius sighed again. Rubina is staring at him, her eyes angry. She has the look of a woman who won't stop at nothing to obey her will. She's like an angry little kitten. She's a troubled girl. Marius gently turned his eyes away from the pretty, chiseled jaw and the big brown eyes that were so badly out of place in the dark green. Somehow, he felt sorry for the girl. At the same time, however, there was something dangerous about this girl. Marius was not at all cruel or violent, and he detested such tendencies, but even he felt that this girl needed a slap or two to calm her down, and that it would be better for her in the end. If it had been a man who had more courage than he might have been tempted to stretch out his tongue at the girl's arrogance, and to show her the power of a man. There was something about this girl's arrogance and ignorance that angered the man and stimulated his desire. I don't know how you can stand it. Marius looked at Paris with some admiration. He sat still and expressionless, a dark fire burning in his eyes, as if he had never heard of this exchange. His ugly face was tightly drawn in asceticism. This guy must be a saint, or else he's really in love with this tomboy. Poor thing, thought Marius. You're in trouble. You too. Hey, what about it, princess? Marius shook his head. I don't want anyone to set me free as long as they pay me. I don't want to be left with a bad taste in my mouth no matter how much money they give me. I don't want to hold a girl who has another man in her life for any reason. Don't get bent out of shape. Go home quickly. Take off that unsuitable makeup and quit wearing those stupid clothes and be a good girl. You're young, innocent, and pretty. Don't grow taller. The man you love will fall in love with you if you just wait. Come on. Shut up. Shut up. I said shut up. Rubina was very angry and shouted. Rude. You don't know what you're talking about. Paris. Paris. Kill this lowlife. Cut him down. Yes, rip his conceited face off so he won't see your eyes. What are you doing? That's an order. And Rubina cried out loudly and loudly. Hey, sweetie. Before you know it, Parogiana will be at your side. You'll have to take care of that outside. This is a fun place to drink. I'm sorry. I'll take you out now. The maids made excuses for her, and, like Rubina's child, she squirmed and cried, and they took her in their arms and led her out of the shop. Oh, dear. Marius is getting fed up and wants to go back. Wah! A glinting blade was pointed at his throat. Hey, what are you doing? I'm ordering you to go outside. You're disturbing the other customers in the store. Hey, you! Marius stared dumbfounded at Paris's earnest, expressionless, yet ugly face filled with deep sadness. I didn't think you'd really say such a disgusting line. I'm just following your orders. Paris said lazily. Get out. Hey, you've got to be kidding me. If you don't answer, I'm gonna cut you off. This guy's crazy. The silence must be a madhouse, he thought, as he pressed his blade firmly against Marius' throat. Paris's eyes were not joking at all. There was a flare of murderous intent in his eyes. Hey, wait. Mr. Rubina, Miss Rubina. Pushing the blade away, Marius rolled out of the store. Do something. Since you're being such a jerk, why don't you get this crazy dog off my back? He's really trying to. That's nice and spooky, Rubina said, her makeup flowing with tears and her face mussed up. Paris, it's done. You'll kill the man who humiliated me. No, more than that, cut his throat so he can't sing again, cut out his tongue, cut off his fingers so he can't hit the kitara, tear his face off. Now, that's an order. You've got to be kidding me. Marius ranted. I shouldn't have helped you yesterday. I should have just let her go and become husband and wife with the one from yesterday. A doll and a lady doll, a perfect couple. Hey, Paris's husband. Please don't do this. I'm not gonna listen to this crazy bitch in my right mind. Hey. Oh, help me. Marius tries to escape into the shop. Paris pursues him, holding a broad-bladed sword expressionlessly. He's as good as Baldur, if not better, Marius guesses. Of course he must be, since he was able to guard this selfish girl with his sword. Don't. Hey, Rubina, all right. 100 runs a night, I got it. I'll let you buy as many as you want, but you're gonna have to turn in this garm. Whoa, it's too late. You've embarrassed me. Then I won't kill you. I'll settle for a finger and your cheeky tongue. Paris. Whoa. Marius fell to his knees. Around him, many customers and women peeped out from inside the shop, but no one dared to touch him, perhaps for fear of getting into a fight. Help me. Marius screamed like a woman. Paris raised his sword expressionlessly like a killer doll. Caw. It was when the women who were watching screamed and the sword was unsheathed. The hilt of the rapier caught Paris's sword firmly with a cracking sound. Let's stay. Marius shouted as he clutched his back. The god of the lure of justice. Stay out of my way. Paris's blue eyes flashed with fierce hatred. If you interfere, I'll cut you off too. Can you do it? The golden hair flowing brightly, the twilight eyes cold and suspicious. Can you cut me? Now, get out of my sight. Don't you think it's a shame for a man of your stature to be at the mercy of a selfish girl? And your maids. Shame on you for being dragged around by a mere girl. Bring the tomboy back and lock her in her bed, never to be seen again. Yes, yes. Strangely enough, the maids rushed to help Rubina, and she was taken away without saying a word. Paris put down his sword in silence and followed him, nodding. His strong back was so heavy-hearted that even Marius felt sorry for him. Wow, the people were in an uproar. They were waiting with bated breath to see what would happen. Through it, like a blonde archangel, the young man strode and held out his hand to Marius, who was still seated. How often do I need your help, Bard? I'm gonna be cool. You're no good. You shouldn't have provoked that little girl. Hey, guys, just wanted to say hi, and thank you anyway. Thank you. That's the second time you've saved my life. I guess we're a good match. He sheathed his rapier with a slender sword. She is dressed in black, as she was yesterday, only her blouse is white. So I told you. I told you she was carrying 100 plagues like Igrek, so stay away from her and get out of silent hands. Indeed. That beast of a doll is one of those 100 disasters. It's a city of both arts and sciences. I've been seeing so many great swordsmen since yesterday that I'm losing confidence. I don't think I'm that weak either, but seeing you made me lose confidence again. I guess the Silons were a bad influence on me. You're still a clown, aren't you? And he said coldly. Well, there's nothing to worry about. We just happen to have the best swordsman in the Silent army and there's no one else worth a damn. I hope so. Marius got up and cleaned himself up. The people were buzzing. I could clearly hear the women whispering to each other. It's Iris. Dear Iris. Oh, I'm so glad I came here tonight. I finally got to see your face. You're so beautiful. Oh, Iris. Marius looked at the women cross-eyed. The tavern women, who should be tigresses, are gazing at him with their cheeks turned up like little girls, admiring him. Their eyes are full of worship, praise, and longing. Marius thought that it was understandable, but he was not in a happy mood. Oh, yeah. You're famous, aren't you? He only smiled faintly. They call you Iris. Is that your name? That's what people call me. It's not my name. What's it really called? I told you it wasn't worthy of the name, didn't I? How dreadful. The poet is talking to Iris. You're so coy. Oh, I want to be Iris's sword. No, I'd rather be a shoe. Oh, I'm going to lose my mind. The women gazed at him in raptures, and would not give Marius a glance. Marius was finally, seriously offended. Oh, yeah. You're Iris, goddess of the moon. And he said with a sarcastic tone. Legend has it that Iris was Lur's twin brother. He doesn't seem to mind Marius' sarcasm. Especially since many here in Chironia believe that Iris is not a goddess, but a beautiful boy who is the brother of Lur. That's a big deal. Well, okay. Anyway, thank you for saving my life. I mean, it's not like you haven't been around before, but yesterday and tonight, were you keeping an eye on her? Come on. The young man called Iris, the spirit of the moon, said coolly. None of your business. Maybe this time you'll listen to my advice. Stay away from her. But that girl. I'm already interested in you. You're a girl I can't resist. I still recommend that you leave the Silence. If you don't, you may find yourself in a lot of trouble down the road. Why? What's she like? Why don't you just tell me what's going on? I've got a little something to do with it. What did he say? Rubina of Gandolfina. Then I guess you're right. Tisk. Marius was outraged. I don't want to be chased around and almost killed for no reason at all. Yes, that's why we're leaving the Silence. You're always trying to get people to leave. Marius motioned to the beautiful young man to sit down there for a moment. He realized that if he didn't find out as much information as he could, he would get into trouble without knowing what was going on. But when Iris went to sit down, the women came rushing to her. It's too loud. I can't even talk to you with this thing on. Iris ran a hand through her hair. Let's take a walk. What's your name again, minstrel? Marius. You know, it seems to me that if I walk with you, I'll either get into trouble, or I'll lose money by being compared to you, but either way, I don't think I'll be any good. Marius walked out shoulder to shoulder with Iris. Marius is not so tall as Istvan, but he is the same height as Marius. Marius is not so tall that Istvan would laugh at him, but he is not particularly large. But even so, what kind of hair is that? Marius thought, glancing softly to the side. Nothing could be more fitting for him than the nickname, Spirit of the Moon. He looked like a prince who had come down from the moon, as if he were made of moonlight and moondrops. He had an expression that was so vague and radiant that it was hard to believe he was a mortal. She is too beautiful, and strangely, she resembles an apparition, as if she would disappear in a flash if you stretched out your hand. I couldn't imagine this beautiful young man eating or going about his daily life. Neris had some of that in her, too, but even so, she didn't feel this strong. As they stood side by side, a strange gloom and mystery seemed to softly transport his mind into a dream of fantasy and moonlight. As Rubina had said earlier, Marius should have looked quite slender and weak as a man, but when he was with this young man, he somehow felt himself to be rough, tough, and even martial. It was the first time in his life that Marius had ever felt this way. No matter how many women he'd played with, he'd never felt anything like this before. Out of this world. It was the most appropriate thing to do. Iris, the Prince of the Moon, was the only name that fit. Any other name would have been too harsh and inappropriate for this spirit made of gorgeous golden moonlight. When he finally left the drunken alley, the women stopped following him. As he led them to the same fountain where the assassin had appeared yesterday, Marius suddenly took off his cloak. I'll lay it on the stone. Here, sit down. Thank you. Well, I don't like it. The way you're looking at me, I can't tell if this is real or if it's just a dream caused by the magic of the legendary Sirene. Why? That's funny, Iris said. Why? Because you're too beautiful. It's just not right for such a beautiful person to be eating and drinking and sitting by the fountain talking. No, it's not. That's what people say. I hate it when you say that. I'm just a flesh and blood man. I cry, I laugh, I hate people, I despise people, I have a hard heart, and if you cut me, I bleed red. If you doubt me, I'll cut you open. Oh, my God, Marius said in surprise. That's not normal either. And when you said you hated people and cursed people, you had this look in your eyes. It was horrible to watch. I was scared. The Spirit of the Moon made a strange face, neither smiling nor crying. I don't care about that. What are you trying to tell me, man? Oh, so that's why you're so eager for me to leave the silence. Why don't you just tell me? Who is this Rubina girl, really? Yeah, Iris said quietly. That's my sister. Emoto. Marius was also so astonished that he could not speak for a while. Well. Another unlikely pairing. My mother is different. Oh, but then you'll have to train her a little better. I fear for your sister's future with that thing. Not at all. Suddenly, the beautiful face laughed. As if in greatness, a dark thing ran over the pale, charming, beautiful face. I think so, too. My father spoils it. And his mother, she's a terrible woman. Ha! I don't know what it is, but it's a complicated house. But Marius was in a strange mood when he heard that his brother was beautiful, the most beautiful man he had ever seen, and that he was his mother's half-brother. The same was true of him and his brother. Then again, you did seem kind of strange earlier. What do you want to know about all this, minstrel? If you stick your head in the sand, you'll not only get burned, you'll easily lose your life, at the hands of that vicious redhead. Because he never forgets a grudge, then it's as if he's already involved. Marius said sullenly. I don't want any more trouble either. First of all, I was out earning my keep in peace tonight, and your sister came up to me and called me out, and that's what she did, and she's a 20-year-old girl, and she's playing with men, and she's buying me for 100 runs. And when I refused, he sent for Golm. You said I provoked him, but I didn't. I'm sorry, but I hate the rebound of a jerk like your sister. I'm the one who's annoyed. If you hadn't been so chivalrous last night, none of this would have happened. If she and her red-haired brother continue to haunt me, I'll have to abandon the cozy roost I've found for myself and flee this place as soon as possible. That's terrible. What have I done? Why should I be told to leave the silence by you? Marius was so pissed off that he spoke up at once. Iris twisted her lips. You're a man who talks a lot. You say that like it's a joke. I've told you many times to leave the silence because it's the best way to avoid trouble. Everyone you've ever had a relationship with has been persistent, whether it's Baldur or my sister. And to get what they want, they'll do anything. I'll do anything. Now, my sister is only interested in you as a toy with a different twist. She'll soon forget. But that's the way it is. When it can't get it, it gets greedy and starts to want it. That's why he came here in the first place, and why he went to the wizards in the alley. And Baldur. Iris stood up slowly. It's also the kind of thing you can't help but delete if it gets in your way. You know, like this. At the same time, a thin rapier was sheathed. Marius was startled and looked around. The moon is in the middle of the sky. By the light of the moon, a number of black figures appeared in the square, silently, as if the shadows had condensed into a single person. In his hand, the long sword that he had already removed shone brightly, and there was no mistaking the killing intent in his glaring eyes. I'm the one you're after. Baldur is no fool. He must have figured out where to put his arrows by now. Iris said quietly as she held her sword in her hand. Come on, run, minstrel. There's a lot of them tonight. I don't know if I can protect you. You've got to be kidding me. Marius was screaming. So I said, no. You should change your name to Zordius, not Iris. There's no amount of life I can take with you. You're worse than Guin. Now, while you're clowning around, we've got no way out. Iris was calm. We'll have to fight our way through this. I'll give you my sword. If you're a man, you'll fight until you can't. Fight and die. How dare you mock me? Marius is angry. I'm not as bad as they say. Og. When he pulled the kithera, he felt no pain, but as soon as he lifted his hand, the wound in his shoulder began to ache. Marius barely managed to keep his sword in his hand, and brought it back to his left. Are you hurt? A little. Then so be it. If it comes to it, I'll kill you with my dagger. I think it's better than falling into Baldur's hands. You've got to be kidding me. Marius pouted as he glared at the assassins, who were slowly and silently slipping away, with Iris at their backs. You look so pretty and yet you're so reckless. I'm not going to die here so easily. It's coming. Iris screamed softly. Listen, clown, try to stay close to me. He was completely silent. With swords at their sides, the assassins are on the move. Whoa, chee! Marius swatted away the swinging sword with the sword in his left hand. As he stepped forward, he turned the hilt of his sword and thrust at it, and it fell like a rotting tree. Marius jumped out of the way as 2 or 3 more came at him. There are 20 or more of them. If we don't do something, we'll be beaten to exhaustion. With a quick calculation, Marius ran to the entrance of the square, trying to get against the wall. Run! Run! I think she misunderstood Iris's voice. I'll hold them off. Go, go, go. What are you doing? Oh, no. When he turned around, he saw that Iris had already defeated 2 of them, and had taken the sword of one of them, and was holding a long sword in her right hand and a short sword in her left, and had stripped off her cloak, and was facing 10 enemies without a hint of fear. Her golden hair is fluttering, and the sword in her hand is dripping with the blood of her vanquished enemies. Above his head was the blue moon Iris. In spite of the urgency of the situation, Marius could not help but admire its graceful appearance, which resembled that of a painting. Stepping and thrusting, he feinted, and glanced at Iris, who was already huffing and puffing at them. Strong. It's okay. Don't let him slow you down. Marius kicks the guy who came at him and makes him cower. I'm sorry, but I have to go. I yelled at him. Go, go, go. You're still here, you idiot. If I ever see you again, I'll give you back your sword. He shouts and tries to jump straight into the spell alley. Wait. Something like a crush hit him on the leg, and he rolled over. Ow. Don't kill him. I have orders to let you live. One of the black-robed men swung his sword high above his head, as if he hadn't heard the shout of the man who seemed to be the leader. Wow! When he fell, the sword landed on the pavement. Marius raises his arm. Gaw! The dagger came flying at the man's throat, and he was about to throw it down. This is the third time I've had your help. Marius staggered to his feet and ran, thinking that his plan was to escape. But something suddenly made Marius turn around as if a string had been pulled from behind him. Oh, it's so true. The moment he threw the dagger, he was caught. The sword is flung up into the air with a chirping sound from Iris's hand, and the net is thrown softly over the beautiful prey. Iris! Marius quickly grabbed his sword with his right hand. He sidestepped the one who came running at him. There was a sickening sound and blood spurted out. Marius did not see him fall. He darted across the middle of the square to Iris. 5 or 6 of the survivors were struggling in the net, trying to hold him back. As soon as he saw his slender body, which was struggling violently like a butterfly caught in a net, crumble on the cobblestones, he felt a shock in his chest, similar to a pain, but he did not realize it. Iris! Don't come! Iris shouted in a muffled voice. Run, run, you idiot. You're gonna get yourself killed. Son of a bitch. Get Iris off me. Marius has sworn to give up the sword and never use a sword to hurt or harm another person in his life, ever since he tragically killed the dastardly Prince Mayor at the Golden Scorpion Palace in Taurus, Montker. But now he had forgotten his vow and the ache in his right shoulder that pierced his brain. An anger and a grudge he had never felt before seized him, and a red mist swirled before his eyes. He raised his sword and plunged headlong into the fray. Whoa! Gaw! Screams, blood splatter, screams of desperation. Hide! Hide! When, slowly, the blood-colored haze cleared from in front of my eyes, Marius stood alone, covered in blood, holding up his blood sword in a daze. A number of corpses lay on the cobblestones. Fresh blood stained the cobblestones and flowed into the fountain. The figures of the assassins had disappeared. Oh, thank you. Now you've saved my life. Staggering away from the netting, Iris stood up and looked at Marius with horror in her eyes. That was a hell of a fight. I'm sorry for calling you a clown. You're not a minstrel, but you're very good with a sword. And I thought you were injured. Oh. Marius was still lost in thought. His eyes are wide open, staring at the carcass. The bard. Hey, Marius. Oh. Marius suddenly grabbed his throat as if he could not breathe and threw down his sword. This is such a horrible thing, no way. Yeah, that was a great fight. I'm impressed. That's what it means to be a lion. It was scary to watch. I'm such a terrible. What are you talking about? Iris raised an eyebrow. If I didn't do it, they would have done it. What do you care? Blood, corpse. Killed by me. Suddenly, Marius crouched down and vomited violently. Marius. What's wrong with you? Oh, my God. No. This is. Marius. You're a funny man, you know that. You fought like a lure, but when you saw a dead body, you cried like a tort. These men could have had wives and children. They were just doing what their masters told them to do. No. I don't want to be a murderer. What are you, a woman and a child? Iris frowned. I don't know how many people my hands have already killed. If I hadn't killed you, you would have killed me, Marius. I'd rather get myself killed. Marius said with a sobering thought. I broke my vow. Why did you go to? When I swore I'd never use a sword or shed human blood again. I swore that I would never take up a sword again, that I would never shed human blood. Why? Marius, get a grip. Iris said frustratedly, as if scolding him. This world is not a paradise for Saria. Haven't you ever seen a city plundered in war? Have you not seen the battlefield where one day a soldier is killing and the next he is being killed? Isn't heartlessness and cruelty the law of the land? After some hesitation, he continued as if he had made up his mind. When I was 5, I saw my mother raped and mutilated like a bug by my father's wife's assassins. I, too, have always had my life threatened. There was no way for me to survive except to become stronger than everyone else, faster. Or so you say. That I should have been dead a long time ago instead of killing all those assassins who kept trying to kill me, if only I had died. Oh. Marius gulped, and for the first time, with eyes as if coming out of a nightmare, he looked at Iris's beautiful, cold face, but with a shade of sadness that seemed to freeze him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I took you out. No. Iris looked at Marius with strange eyes. I used to wonder if there was anyone like you in the world. You must have been a very lucky boy. You must have been loved and nurtured by your parents and grown up in a relaxed, loving, peaceful, gentle and caring environment. If I had thought that when I killed a person, I was cutting off the sorrow of his wife and children as well, I could not have lived happily, loved by parents, cherished and cared for. Marius smiled bittersweetly. No. I'm just a bad, cowardly poet. And I'm a person who's fascinated by dolls. Iris's eyes once again glowed with that horrible, dark, icy fire of grief. You're bleeding. Oh, my God. As soon as he said that, I felt a throbbing pain in my right shoulder that I had forgotten for a long time, a throbbing pain that went all the way up to my brain. Are you okay? Maybe. Your hand was important for pulling the kithra. I'm sorry. Gently, Iris put her hand on Marius' shoulder. His fingers, slender, white and crisp for a man, took his hand gently. Come on. If you don't take care of it, it's going to open up again. Oh, no, it's fine. It's not good, Iris said resolutely. Marius said no more, but left the wound in his hands. Doesn't that hurt? Maybe a little. Gentle fingers gently and carefully cut Marius's blood-stained clothes, removed his shoulders, wiped away the blood with a cloth soaked in water from the fountain, and tied him up tightly. Marius felt strangely fluffy for some reason. What? No, you look very thin and frail for a man, but you've got a lot of meat on you. So he's a man. That's not very nice. Of course not. You need to have some muscle to pull a sword and a kithera. I hope it's not too much trouble to pull the kithera. I'll be fine. Besides, it wouldn't bother me if I couldn't play the kithera. I can sing. I'll just have to work with my own kithera player. Well, I haven't heard you sing yet. Are you any good? It's very good, Marius said with an air of pride. They say you sound like Ophiuchus. It's easy for you, isn't it? And the white ice was beginning to thicken. I'll have to wait until I've heard it to judge whether the town is just a bunch of whiners or, in all likelihood, a real singer. You can come and ask me anytime, Marius said, also somewhat offended. Your father raised his children wrong. You and your sister are just like him in that you're both rude and spiky. When Iris had finished patching him up, she stood up and said softly, as if she regretted having shown her weakness and tender heart even for a moment. I pray you live long enough for me to come and hear you sing. Well, goodbye, Marius. You need to get out of town as soon as possible. If you don't want to kill or be killed. Because this town is being watched by the doll. Then I guess that doll is you, Marius said with a faint heart, but Iris looked at him with eyes that glowed blue, like fire. That's right, the moon spirit said coldly. Marius did not move for a while after Iris had disappeared, just like yesterday, with her hair softly blowing. And then, his face tightened, and he stood up suddenly, and, shielding his right shoulder, he ran into the street where Iris had disappeared. Perhaps he really was a djinn or a demon rather than a real human being. There was still a vague suspicion lingering somewhere. If he's gone and all that's left is the moonlight wetting the road, then he's a true demon. Janice. But, fortunately or unfortunately, that did not happen. The cobblestones were blue and drenched in moonlight, but Marius' keen eyes immediately spotted a slender figure walking quickly ahead of him, hiding at the edge of the road. There was no way that he could have mistaken the beautiful hair, which was almost silver in the moonlight. When Marius had ascertained this, he began to follow him, taking great care not to be noticed by Iris. "I'm sorry, but if I don't do this, I'll always be the one who has to be killed. I don't want to be killed or have my life threatened without knowing why. But still, how incredibly beautiful her hair is. It's like the hair of a moon goddess, bathed in the light of the moon, woven entirely with moonlight and sunlight." Speaking of splendid silver, my cousins Linda and Remus had wonderful silver hair, but Iris's had an indescribably mysterious glow, like silver powder sprinkled on pure gold. He was so beautiful, and apparently of noble birth, for he was Rubina's brother. What a pity, Marius thought, that he should have to live with such a shadow of misery and suffering. Neris, too, I suppose. In the past, when I was much younger, I envied my older brother, who had everything going for him, and I wondered why I didn't. I don't know when it started. When I began to think that perhaps my brother was unhappy. I don't know why. I just know that when I looked at Neris, I never felt a sense of calm, peace and tranquility. Of course, it was different from Iris's blistering, bared-edged unhappiness, but there was always something painfully intense in her, like someone who yearned for something and didn't know how to get it. Marius never once doubted that this something was not the heart of someone, or his heart. Too much beauty is only a source of misfortune for a man, let alone a woman, so, I think I'm the best choice. The figure of Iris, unaware of the fact that she was being followed, was walking unseen through the narrow alleyway between Drunkard's Alley and Unbelievable Alley, and when she reached the main street, she walked along the quiet, sleepy street with the sound of her footsteps. The silvery moonlight, as if it were a living thing in itself, is gradually becoming denser and denser, hovering vaguely over the street, enveloping the beautiful, vague figure of the young man in shadow like a demon. The shops have all closed their doors, and people are probably still devouring the continuation of their deepest dreams. They do not know that in the square, which is filled with people at daytime, assassins are openly carrying out a scourge of assassination and bloodshed. No matter where or what kind of conspiracy is hidden, people do not know it. They, who live a good and simple life, will live their whole lives living a good and simple life, day by day, without ever knowing what kind of foul schemes and tragedies are being prepared for them underneath a single skin. Marius had always wished to turn his back on all tragedies and ties, and to live quietly with such small joys and sorrows. He knew that he was too weak and tender-hearted to expose himself to the intriguing politics of nations, the horrors of war, and the enormous power that ruthlessly wipes out the smallest of people. He wanted nothing. He had no ambition. He was content to live quietly, enjoying the day-to-day, and being amused by it. But now, like a man who makes a living out of shady intrigue, he has been almost killed by an assassin, and is secretly following the blonde youth, trying to find out his secret. It was a strange thing to think about. Marius, gazing at the golden hair that seemed to be stiffened by the moonlight itself, was suddenly seized by a strange feeling of unreality. It's as if I've wandered into a dream from which I can't escape. Didn't something like this happen to me sometime in a previous life? The light of the moon that hangs in the air like a living thing, the streets that I walked through, the sleepy streets, the closed doors, the shadows on the cobblestones, didn't they reveal the true nature of something inhuman? And, to what extent, I follow you secretly. It was as if he and Iris were the only two people alive and moving in this world anymore. Marius was seized by a dreamy feeling, a feeling of intoxication, a feeling of drifting, a feeling of helplessness, as if everything he believed to be real was slipping away. Oh, this moment is connected to eternity as it is, and will continue to be forever and ever, as it is, illuminated by the moon, following Iris, the demon of the moon, through the city that has died, and, where will I be taken? It didn't matter. Rather, Marius secretly hoped that this dreamlike time in the Black Lotus would be frozen forever. There's nothing else in this world but me and that strange creature, no one else. What a strange world. Everything looks different when it's sunny. The Marius of today would not have been the least bit surprised if a strange, unworldly beast had crawled out from a street corner, nor would he have been horrified if a night mist had crept up from the air to take the form of a strange creature. The city was the haunt of demons and evil spirits of rivers and mountains. In every dark place there lurked strange things, things that were never known to have existed before, pairs of red eyes, and sluggish, misshapen creatures, and before you knew it, they were all laughing loudly and strangely, and before you knew it, the head of the infernal creatures, the demon doll himself, it seemed as if the head of the infernal creatures, the demon doll himself, was spreading the black cloak over the silent city, and rising up, spreading the darkness, stirring up the moon and the stars. It's not of this world, after all, is Iris, demonic. Will I ever wake up and wander through the night and the light of the moon? Lonely, lonely fugitive. Suddenly, the spell is broken. Iris walked steadily, finally stopping in her tracks. A huge, palatial, square building stretched out before him. A wall that goes on forever, a tower that rises up on the other side. I had never expected to find something like this in the city. It is behind a huge and magnificent small palace. Iris walked along the wall with her familiar footsteps, glanced around, and placed herself in one place on the wall. In panic, Marius ducks into the shadows. Iris, unaware, taps on the wall in an intricate, cryptic manner, and a moment later, with a bang, a part of the wall rotates. The water has swallowed up the shape of Iris. Okinawa, sacred site. Marius came back to himself at last, and his eyes wandered about. Then, seeing that no one was coming out, he approached the wall and tried to look for a sign, but he could sense nothing. Marius started to walk along the wall, being careful. At the corner of the wall there was a small guardhouse, lit by a light. Marius hurriedly left the wall and pretended to be a drunkard. In his ears came a piercing voice. Who is this? Are you disrespecting the residence of my brother, Grand Duke Darius? Identify yourself. Imperial Brother Darius the Archduke. As he strolled along, pretending to be a drunkard, Marius secretly felt a sense of surprise. Grand Duke Darius, he's a bigger fish than I thought. As soon as he was no longer in danger of being seen from the building, he resumed his brisk walk, covering the wound on his shoulder, and Marius went from there to there, his mind racing. Grand Duke Darius, the only brother of Achilles the Great. Although Paro and Cheironia have a peace treaty in place, they are not the closest of allies. The dignified and gloomy northern country of Cheironia, not far from Tarchuan, and the brightly lit jewel of the Middle Kingdom, Paro, with its glittering and delicate urban culture, do not share the same temperament. So Marius doesn't know much about the royal family of Cheironia. Neris knows more. In particular, during the Black Dragon War, Cheironia did not take action against Paro by herself, but she dared to overlook Mongol's surprise attack on Crystal at the border between Cheironia and Paro, in the Walled Mountains. The area around Waldo is the domain of the Marquis of Waldstad, and there are always soldiers on guard. He could not have failed to see the movement of the great army. Cheironia decided that it would be ill-advised to go to the trouble of blocking Mongol's army to save Paro and make enemies of the three kingdoms of Aurra. Of course, the marriage proposal between the imperial princess Sylvia and Mireille had already been informally agreed upon at that time. In a panic, Marius shook off the thought. The name, Prince of Merle, was still associated with the pain of a fresh wound that was still bleeding. But anyway, since then, Cheironia and Paro have returned to an extremely cold relationship, not to mention enemies. According to his vague recollection, when he was still living in the country as a prince of Paro, he seemed to remember that his elder brother had told him a little about the royal family of Cheironia. As I recall, he told me that the Emperor Achilles had a favorable attitude toward Paro, but that his brother, the Grand Duke Darius, had a certain antipathy toward Paro, and that it was difficult for him to work with Paro because of his policy toward Aurra and even Eulania. That's because a man named Darius studied in Eulania when he was young, and he once had a Eulanian princess as his wife. In the three Gorian states, Kumu is rather pro-Paro, but Eulania is not so keen on Paro, probably because the character of the states is relatively similar. Because Eulania is also an old country. The words that I had listened to without paying any attention at the time gradually came back to me clearly. That Darius, and that girl. I thought it would be troublesome again. Rubina's selfishness, arrogance, and elegance had led me to believe that she was the daughter of a noble family, but if she was the princess of an imperial brother, she was no better than a princess. That's a hell of a princess you are, going around like that. No, but that's not the point. If her attachment to him were to grow, as Iris says, he might be pursued by the Grand Duke Darius. And what father would not be angry if his daughter were trifled with by a sleazy minstrel? And if they should find out who Marius the Bard really was, that would be a matter of international concern. The prince of the house of Paro and the princess of the house of Cheironia could be taken to have been secretly investigating the affairs of nations. And, in fact, there were times when I did so. Who would believe me if I said that I had given up everything with the death of Mirhail, cut ties with the country of my birth, and renounced the name of prince? If things go badly, the deteriorating relationship between Cheironia and Paro could burst into flames and lead to the Paro-Cheironia War. That's not good. I knew it. I knew it would be best to change the riverbank. There is more than one drunkard's alley in the wide expanse of Ceylon, and it is not as if I have become so attached to the people and customs of Drunkard's Alley that I cannot leave it. I've found a place to stay, but I think I'll leave it. Where should we go next? Yes, Parogiana told me there's a small flower district in Radia, at the foot of the Dark Hills. A lot of people who've had enough of the Silence Games have begun to frequent it as a new haunt, and it's been quite busy lately, he said. Shall I go to that area for a while? For the time being, it would be better to make Drunkard's Lane a Demon's Gate. He had no familiar geisha yet, and he was a light body that could disappear as soon as Parogiana gave him 2 days' wages. Marius has made up his mind. Let's go to Radia's brothel. I don't have any regrets. If I had to say one thing, I'll never see that Prince of the Moon, Iris the Blonde, again. He is a young man with a hidden sense of mystery that makes you want to know where his shade comes from and what his eyes think. He's the son of Grand Duke Darius. He said something about his mother dying a horrible death. That young man, from what I could see, had not lived long, and there was something like the shadow of tragedy hanging over him. Like a brittle silver wire that has been stretched too thin, it could snap at any moment. I think that he was a mixture of fierceness, ruthlessness, sadness, and passion, as if he could not help but bleed and be injured by a hand that touched him casually. Ice and fire, darkness and light. I'm definitely attracted to that young man, Marius thought. I don't care. I'm a poet, and I like everything beautiful. Even men, beautiful things are beautiful. But I don't want any more trouble. That's what I wished for, Yarn. I don't know if I'll ever see you again. Marius walked alone in the night towards the inn, feeling his heart fluttering and flickering uncontrollably with the lump in his fuzzy heart and the fascination that seemed to tug at his hair. He doesn't know. If he were a one-eyed Yarn with 100 eyes, and a 1,000-eyed Yarn with hell ears, that saw within every wall and heard every whisper. The mysterious blonde-haired youth, the residence of the Grand Duke Darius into which Iris was sucked, the palace of the Little Moon, as the Silence call it. I don't know what Marius would have said if he had been able to see the little act that was played within those walls. The Small Moon Palace was a stately and imposing small palace with a floor covered with black marble and walls covered with luxurious dark red velvet, similar to the Black Sun Palace. The Royal Palace, the Obsidian Palace, and the residences of other royal princes, nobles, and the 12 electors were all built on one of the 7 hills surrounding Ceylon, but only the small moon palace was built on a vast area in the quiet Wool's garden near the eastern edge of Ceylon. Originally, it was such a splendid palace that successive Cylonian emperors used it as their residence. However, as the city of Ceylon grew, it became more and more crowded, and when the Obsidian Palace was built, a large part of the palace was demolished and only the main palace and some other buildings were left. After that, it was mainly used as a lodging for the emperor's visits to the Cylons and for state guests during events, but when the emperor's younger brother, Grand Duke Darius, was a young man, he begged for it and took it as his home. Therefore, Grand Duke Darius was also known as the Little Moon King. Because it is located in the city of Ceylon, it is easy to receive various envoys and it is difficult to see what is going on inside from the outside, so there are always rumors about it. In the little palace of the moon. Of course, it was the Prince of the Moon, Iris, who walked on as if he knew what he was doing. He slipped into the room and slipped his cloak off his shoulders, his beautiful face a shade darker, as if he were somewhat tired. His eyes were raised to the wall. Gently, he stepped up and opened the crimson velvet curtain on the wall, revealing a hidden portrait. It was a portrait of a very beautiful young girl. She resembles Iris so much that it is almost a living representation of her. She wore a costume of yellowish silk, embroidered at the breast, and the sleeves were bound with black silk ribbons, in the style of Urania. She is slender and fragile to look at, with a lonely face and big blue eyes, a thin neck, and a thin body that looks as if it might break. The girl who looks like a dew nymph was probably only 16 or 7 when she was painted. Then, putting her hands on the frame and gently holding it, Iris stared at it. She looked just like the girl in the painting, but darker, and colder, and her eyes glittered with a strange sadness and longing. "Mother," Iris whispered, "I'm back. I'll be back soon. Your mother's regret will be avenged soon I'll make it all go away." Iris closed the curtains, then closed her eyes and let out a deep sigh that seemed to be squeezed out from the very depths of her body. The flickering lights on the wall cast shadowy, shimmering shadows that revealed her icy beauty as if she had never known the coming of the light in the cold, faint darkness. "Dear Iris." I heard a voice and a servant came in. Iris quickly moved away from the wall. It was as if she was afraid he would find out what she was doing. "What?" "The master would like you to come to the drawing room, sir." "Okay. I'll be right there," Iris replied. He's back to his usual cold, derisive self. "You wanted to see me, sir." After 5 Tarzans he went into the luxurious drawing room and spoke in an unfeeling voice to his partner, who was writing a letter at his desk. For a while, he carried the pen without answering, but finally he put down the quill. It was a lavish living room, with a magnificent leather chair, an inlaid desk, and silver candlesticks, as if it were an emperor's. "Why don't you just come when you're called?" Turning slowly in his chair, Archduke Darius rebuked him. He is a large man of 45 or 46 years of age, with an imposing physique. He had a shapely face, a beautifully groomed mustache, a large, obese army, but he was not disgustingly fat, and he looked young for his age, his well-built body clothed in a loose-fitting silk loungewear that made Iris look dark brown. Iris does not respond, but stands with her hands folded behind her back. Darius watched him closely. "Something happened to you. You don't look so good." To the assassins of the red-haired scorpion, "You've been frightened." As expected, the man has begun to realize why Archduke Darius has grown cold towards him lately. Last night, he tried to snatch Sylvia. "Stupid," Archduke Darius said sternly. "If I were to snatch that, I would not only be the son-in-law of an imperial princess, I would also be guilty of high treason. I have no intention of killing her. She's your daughter, so you're probably thinking that if you can win her over by force, she'll fall for you. I think so, too. I can't help it. Why not? If I were Baldur, I'd do the same thing. I'm talking about Sylvia." The Grand Duke spat. "What nonsense. The only princess of Chironia has fallen in love with a man with a wife and child. Your brother is a fool for not realizing it. It could get a lot more complicated than that, uncle." "What?" The Grand Duke must have become What happened to you? When Sylvia was about to be frightened by Baldur, a passing minstrel came to her aid. He was a bit of a handsome man. Sylvia was a bit curious about the man. The next day, or tonight, she went all the way to Territ to meet him. What a... The Grand Duke threw up as if he had eaten something bad. What a slut. You went to the magic alley to win Demo's heart and now you're playing with fire again. My niece, she's a naughty girl. That's her mother's blood, isn't it? Wouldn't it be better if you didn't talk about it so much, uncle? What the? The Grand Duke stopped himself from losing his temper. So, Sylvia, you're going to give the minstrel a run for her money? For now, it's not so clear, but her heart has been stirred. She has a habit of only wanting what she can't have, the stone of iris. Perhaps it was a reaction to the fact that she could have anything she wanted, but the poet had no interest in Sylvia. If she keeps being cold to him, he's going to start chasing her. The man, of course, doesn't know that it's Princess Sylvia of Chironia, does he? A nobleman's daughter, you seem to have a hunch. If I knew, I'd be so frightened I wouldn't even go near him. What kind of a man is this? No. I'm not too keen on that idiot's niece. Because Demos isn't the kind of man who can play the love game well. And he loves act with all his heart. He wouldn't even flirt with Sylvia on the outside. But if the Marquis of Wallstad, and with the Marquis of Anten behind him, it would be less troublesome for him to play with fire, than to start a love affair. If the Marquis of Waldstad tells his father about what's going on and Alice gets really angry, the 12 electors might even get together and pick on my brother. If only she hadn't fallen in love with Baldur, there wouldn't have been any problem at all. What kind of a man is this minstrel? Why don't you give him some money and put him with Sylvia? If he's no longer needed, you can simply get rid of him. When Sylvia's son-in-law is chosen in Demos, the Margrave of Waldstad, he can't just disappear. What do you think? Will he join us? If he's a poet, he'll jump at the chance to have a nobleman's daughter for money. Well, how do you like him? He's a gentleman, but he's more stubborn than he looks. I've always seen him as a funny, smooth-talking clown, but tonight, when I was attacked by Baldur again, he came to my aid. He's very skilled, for a man of his trade. He does not look like much to me, a light man. Where are you from? Probably a Paro or a Eulanian look. I hope it's Eulania. But a man born in Paro is not to be trusted, Lord Darius said. I hate all Paro people. They're friendly but I can't figure out what they're really thinking. They're sly. You're young. You're about the same as me. Did Sylvia like that guy? Probably. I'll keep an eye on that unfaithful girl for a while, and if she's serious about giving up Demos and switching to that poet, bring him to me. Lord Darius laughed coldly, wondering what had come over him. This could be interesting. The fact that the Princess of Chironia was having an affair with a minstrel who was no better than a male prostitute in the throes of a lusty spring, no matter how sweet my brother is when it comes to that girl, he has to be respectful. I'll have to take away the position of princess from Sylvia, banish her at best, imprison her for life or even force her to commit suicide, depending on how things go. This is good. That way, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. 2 things I want to say to you, Iris said. First of all, you want to make the poet a sacrificial goat, don't you? Or else, he'll be tortured and executed in the square as a great criminal who tampered with the princess. It's a pity. He doesn't even know what he's doing. It's the small things before the big things. It's not like you to say that. The other thing is, well, maybe it'll work out. What if the man says he doesn't want to do that, even if it costs him money? Get more money. Or else it's whip and tongs. I won't let you worry about that. I know enough to do as I'm told. But Sylvia is worried about the man because she says he didn't care for her, and she is attracted to him, so when he falls for her, she may easily say it's trivial and wear him on her sleeve. That's the kind of woman I'm talking about. So just let her have you. A girl can change her mind about a man if she knows him. this could be useful. If Sylvia falls for that man, Baldur will soon be out of the way. He's getting annoying these days. Let all who stand in your way go to the hell of the doll. You were Empress Maria's lover, no wonder. You look like her, uncle. Stop it, you idiot. Don't say her name. Lord Darius bristled with anger. What's the matter with you? You're acting strange tonight, aren't you? What's wrong? Not really. We've gotten through Baldur's assassins, and the plan is progressing steadily. Though I did break out in a cold sweat tonight because of the number of assassins. You need to watch your back a little bit, Darius sneered. If anything happens to you, my plans will be ruined. But even if it doesn't, if I find out you're really a woman, I'm in for a world of hurt. Octavia. I told you not to call me by that name, uncle, Iris said emotionlessly. But there was a quiet hatred in his eyes, a haunting hatred, and he looked as if he were confronting with his whole body something, perhaps his fate, with his eyes fixed in the air without blinking.